Curse of the Jersey Devil, a Jason Voorhees novel by Rashad M. Moore. Prologue. On this day, Friday, May 13th, 1661, I, Shaman Whitecloud, forever curse those who come to this land, who are not of its origins. My people, the Eastern Woodland Native Americans, are a peaceful people at heart, but our enemies and their associates have attacked us natives. Retribution will be salvaged through bloodshed. The spirits of the natives who were killed at this lake will haunt and influence those outsiders who trespass. The death of my people will not go unpunished. O great spirit of the forest, I plead to you to kill, 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 and for my enemies to die, die, die. I offer you my rage and malice as a sacrifice for revenge. Those who die on the premises of sacred Crystal Lake will act as enforcers of the curse. The curse of Crystal Lake will feed on the flesh of those who corrupt the soil. O great spirit, feel my fury, hear my battle cry. After being told that her son had come up missing and that he may have potentially drowned in Crystal Lake, Pamela Voorhees, also known as Mrs. Voorhees, had fallen into a frenzied psychosis with not finding her son Jason. For the first few months, there were small groups of people that accompanied Pamela with searching for Jason. But after that brief period, Pamela had been the only one that kept looking. The months and then years went by, and Jason was still not found. He was missing in action, and every year that had went by, Mrs. Voorhees had become more and more erratic in her behavior and mentality. When the camp had tried to reopen in the 1960s, Mrs. Voorhees made it her duty to prevent anyone from settling onto the Crystal Lake soil. She set fires, vandalized, even poisoned the camp's water supply on the campgrounds. She did what she felt was necessary despite anyone that considered using the site, all in the name of her beloved Jason. Then in 1980, another attempt was made to reopen the camp. A family member of the Christies decided to buy out the property and renovate the camp. A group of camp counselors were assigned to help reestablish the grounds. One by one, each person was slaughtered and killed by the hands of Mrs. Voorhees. All but one person, a young lady by the name of Alice. Mrs. Voorhees had almost become successful with killing Alice too, but it seemed the more that Alice fought back, the stronger and more confident she became throughout the night, all up until the final showdown, where Mrs. Voorhees took the fight to Alice on the platform of the lake. Alice had become confident enough to fight Mrs. Voorhees back, and she finally got her chance to end the horrible night by swinging a machete through the neck of Mrs. Voorhees and beheading her. The death of Pamela Voorhees was brought to everyone's attention that stepped foot inside the small town. During the time of the fight, Jason Voorhees had been watching. He had been alive, and he saw his mom dueling with Alice. He had been watching her that whole week during the time that she was killing the counselors. Jason had grown physically into a man, but still mostly had the mind of a child. Jason had enough sense to consider approaching his mom after she was supposed to finish killing the last person. To his irony, Pamela was the one who was killed. And as he watched his mom's head be removed from the rest of her body, in that moment he developed what can be described as a primal rage to kill, to avenge and to punish the one who killed his mother. It never really crossed his mind that the girl who murdered his mom was just acting out of self-defense. Because of his time alone throughout the years, Jason Voorhees had barely developed deep critical thought. Most of the time when he did utilize critical thinking, it had been through the exercise of hunting animals, specifically big game. But little did he know that his training as a hunter would come in handy against new big game, humans. A year later, Jason was able to capture his revenge. Throughout the years, he became more enraged the more he killed, the more he murdered, the more subhuman he became. He had developed into the ultimate hunting and killing machine. He had developed superhuman strength and had also developed a sense to recognize the presence of humans on their arrival to Crystal Lake. Throughout his reign of terror, there was a handful of people who were able to escape his wrath, some doing enough physical damage to him, while one was able to actually kill him, at least they thought. Tommy Jarvis, a child at the time, was able to deceive Jason and distract him to get close enough to strike him repeatedly. That Jason had died, but the new Jason had emerged years later and enhanced. Tommy and many others made their attempts to take out Jason throughout the years, but had failed. Jason's own family member, with the help from a bounty hunter named Creighton Duke, had almost finished Jason off for good. But there was something there that prevented the process. From the time of his absence, from when he was 11 years old, people had figured that Jason had been dead. The reality was that Jason was still around and had always been, ever since he had been spat back out by the lake minutes later. Since the 1980s, Jason committed a series of murders that many thought would have been the final chapter for the Crystal Lake killings. But that reality was, it was just a new beginning. Up until others realized that Jason lived and was searching for new blood. It came down to Jason having to go to hell so that Crystal Lake could get its hiatus from the horror. Now, with all of his experience in the third dimension, and also with the supernatural dead, Jason was back, and with new abilities. In hell, Jason had optimized his senses and had developed extrasensory perception of many sorts. He was now more dangerous than he had ever previously been. Campers had encountered superhuman Jason, then supernatural Jason, but now a new advanced Jason existed, meta in ways that never crossed their minds. All thanks to the almighty rage spirits from the curse of the Jersey Devil. Over the centuries, the rage spirits had collected the spirits of the damned. For every Jason kill, it fueled and empowered the curse even more. No one would be safe in or around Crystal Lake. Camp Blood was its nickname, and the emphasis was on the blood. Act 1, Chapter 1. January 10th, 2023. It's a cold winter's night. The weather is near freezing and the snowfall is settled. It is expected to snow later in the night. Crystal Lake is frozen and has been since the beginning of December. Most of the local wildlife has sheltered themselves from the intense weather. The scenery would be viewed by most as beautiful and soothing, but the environment is not a peaceful one. Standing atop one of the roofs of the cabins at Crystal Lake is a man wearing a sack on his head, standing at 6'2", 240 pounds, who governs the lake. His name is Jason, and at one point in time he had been a child who once attended the camp when it was in its prime. So much has happened since that time. The kids at the camp had often teased Jason about his looks, constantly insulting and antagonizing him. They would call him names, throw stuff at him, spit at him, the whole act of bullying. But most of the kids could not look him directly in the eyes. Jason's eyes were too penetrating to stare into for more than a few seconds. It would make most people cringe. Jason would later be pushed into the lake by the other children his age, mostly because they couldn't bear the sight of him and were creeped out by him. When it was time to find him, they never found his body, so he was presumed dead, and it had been assumed that he drowned in the lake. The year was 1957. The camp had been shut down due to the tragedy of Jason's supposed death, and Mrs. Voorhees, Jason's mother, had felt obligated and committed to keep the camp shut down at all costs. 23 years later, in 1980, the camp was reopened, and during that time a series of murders happened. Mrs. Voorhees had been the one behind all the killings. She tried to take out the last survivor of the camp, Alice, but had failed and in return was killed and decapitated. When the police showed up to the campsite the following morning, Alice had told the police about what had happened and who was behind the killings. Alice had asked about a boy who she had saw at the lake, which the police assured her that she was the only one alive on the campsite, and that the only thing that they found were other dead bodies, and one of those bodies was Mrs. Voorhees. But they had not found her head. During the time from when Alice passed out after beheading Mrs. Voorhees and before the arrival of the police, Mrs. Voorhees' head had been taken by the spectator Jason. Back at his own cabin, he built a shrine with his mom's head and also used it as an altar that he would use as a guide to connect his mother's spirits. This had been the closest thing to religion or spirituality that Jason knew. His mother had taught him the basics that he could still recall by memory. Jason had known how to spell his name. He could do a lot more than that. He actually was above average intelligence for a child, but he'd always had reluctance to socialize with other people besides his mom, because of his physical mutation. He had a natural learning disability regarding to certain social cues, so he was wrongfully diagnosed as having a mental handicap instead of a social one. His physical facial deformity condition was called hydrocephalus, a condition where the ventricles in the brain are filled with excess fluid that causes severe pain to the individual that has the condition. Most of the people who had the condition wouldn't live to adulthood, but Jason was an exception. Most people thought that Jason had a lower IQ compared to other children his age, but the reality is that he actually had a higher IQ than the rest of the kids in school. When he was 11 years old at the time of his death, he had learned to play the role of playing dumb or less intelligent than he actually was. He acted as if his mental age was that of an 8-year-old. He knew how to go to the restroom by himself and knew how to dress himself and tie his shoes, but nothing too much more complex than that. Around people, he acted as a simple child, mostly a good kid who kept to himself, but would sometimes have moments of frustration in which he would participate in vandalism when he got the opportunity. It was a way for him to express his rage, and since he didn't have any friends and had only close associations with his mother. Also, Jason did not know how to swim, and could only mimic basic swimming techniques from watching other people swim. When Jason was brought into the water, he would be given a life vest to prevent him from struggling in the water. Though Jason was intelligent, his awkward behavior would cause him to be perceived by others as being less mentally capable than he actually was, and because of that, it caused him to act more fidgety in behavior around people, triggering awkward interactions with others. As an adult, Jason often thought of that day when he was pushed into the lake. He sometimes would manage to think about how different things would be if he was never separated from his mother. Jason loved his mom. She was the only one he had, and had severely missed her during his years growing up from 57 to 79. He later on got his chance to see her again, but during a most unfortunate time. He had watched from a distance his mother being decapitated. When he witnessed his mother being killed, it enraged him. Though he had somehow been alive during the time of his absence, he had never killed a person before. He had only hunted and killed animals for food. But when he saw his mother get killed, it induced something inside him, changing him forever. He developed the rage to murder, a rage that justified using all of his natural abilities to take life. He wanted revenge for his mother's death, just like she wanted revenge for his supposed death. A life for a life, or many lives for his death, whatever it takes. Jason had gone over 2 decades with training himself in the woods. He was lethal, a hunter, a killer of animals. When it was time for his first human kill, he knew exactly what to do. He had the knowledge to understand how people operated amongst each other. Before he started killing humans, and during the years of 1950 to 1979, he had often wandered around the campsites, even sometimes to other campsites that weren't Crystal Lake. Jason would sometimes stumble across individuals and groups of people strolling through the woods. He would just watch them from a distance, observe them, learn them, and then leave. They would sometimes participate in casual sex, which made Jason very uncomfortable, but he never revealed himself or acted out. There was one time that Jason briefly found himself attracted to one female, from a distance, that reminded him of his mother. At that time, Jason had no desire to kill people because his mother would often remind him that he was a good boy. It would only be after seeing the death of his mother by a human that would trigger him to want to kill humans. His murderous intentions would be expressed, his rage unrivaled, but he was all alone, isolated. Jason had been through so much over the years, impaled, burnt alive, blown to pieces, and had even been sent to hell. Jason had somehow found a silver lining in hell. No one would bother him. He would keep to himself and not have to deal with people invading his personal space. But after serving a few years in hell, he had been manipulated by another damned spirit within hell. But that was over. Jason was now back from that hell. He was able to come back from hell in 2003. It was only because of the other damned spirit that had sacrificed their hell energy to the keepers in order for Jason to rise. Then in 2009 he was killed again and sent back to hell by a group of nightmare warriors who also fought the manipulator of Jason. Those who know of Jason Voorhees often speculated of how he was able to keep returning from the dead, but no one had known or figured out how he kept supposedly returning. A curse was put on him by blood kin. It would be the Crystal Lake curse that would allow him to resurface from hell and bind him to the lake. In the late 1600s, a Native American shaman had placed a curse on Crystal Lake. This was to oppose some European settlers that had been at war with his tribe and had successfully slaughtered most of his people. The curse was later on called the Curse of the Jersey Devil, whereas anyone who died in the lake would seek revenge for the fallen natives of that land. The enforcer of the curse was to viciously kill out of rage. Jason would be bound by the Curse of the Jersey Devil. It would have taken a unique circumstance to ultimately kill Jason for good. Since his last trip from hell, Jason has evolved in ways that others have never witnessed before. His physical body was completely healed and not zombie-like at all. And most of all, he had an increase in intelligence by another 8 years, due to Jason's tribulations. He was no genius, but he had gone from having the mental age of an 8-year-old to that of a 16-year-old. That was a huge increase in maturity for Jason. Jason would be standing guard at Camp Crystal Lake and would be awaiting for fresh bodies to slaughter and sacrifice. This Jason would be a threat to anyone physically and mentally. Jason somehow has developed abilities that were like those known in the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. Did he obtain these qualities from performing rituals from the book? Possibly. Was it something that he gained after going to hell? Probably. Or was it a combination of both? Or neither? Because of these new powers, is Jason capable of communication with others directly? Regarding his attire, Jason wore short brown boots and blue coveralls. He now wielded a large tomahawk blade. His head full of long red hair, and he still possessed an abnormally large cranium. But everything is intact. His build mesomorphic-like physique, heavily muscled with an upright gait. The demons of hell and the spirit of the shaman that put the curse on Crystal Lake had agreed that because of Jason's double curse and because a family member alone killing Jason would not be enough, it was decided that Jason would only stay dead for 13 mandatory years at a time. After being killed by blood kin, he would return to the Earth realm to serve his patrol as the enforcer of the Jersey Devil curse of Crystal Lake. Jessica Kimball had been successful with killing Jason, but even after all of her, Creighton Duke, and Stephen Freeman's efforts, Jason would only be permitted to stay dead for 13 years. Jason's duration in hell would explain the times when others would go looking for him and find nothing after leaving the camp unharmed. It must have been during one of these times when Jason was residing in hell that those people left the camp unharmed. Jason was first supposedly brought to hell in 93, then sent back to the Earth realm 3 years later in 96. then scheduled by a manipulator and rival, Freddy Krueger, in hell in 2003, and then killed again and brought back to hell in 2009. He had recently spent the mandatory 13 years in hell after being killed by the Nightmare Warriors and was brought back in 2022. He has been residing in Camp Crystal Lake since his return. Jason has newfound abilities and is ready to put them to use. He is on the prowl, but is patient, and his thirst for blood is backed by his ambitious sadism. But he has company, and not only campers. Chapter 2. It's been 30 years since I last seen him, but I refuse to think that he's dead, said Marcus Duke. I know that it's been hard for you over the years, but I think it is best for you to consider that he's gone, said Miss Bishop. Marcus, you are a grown man now, and you need to accept that Creighton Duke is likely gone, said Miss Bishop. Marcus replied, I don't have to accept that because you and I both know that Jason Voorhees is real and that he's still likely around killing people at that godforsaken camp. Honey, you have to live your life for you ultimately. Miss Bishop was one of Marcus's close neighbors who lived in his apartment complex in Hackensack, New Jersey. He had known her for almost 8 years, and she was like a mother to him. Though they weren't related, they had grown close to each other, sharing intimate stories about their past lives. Miss Bishop was an old 72-year-old black woman who was a practitioner of voodoo that had a Louisiana accent. She cared much for Marcus and would often perform protection rituals on him to help keep him safe. She had a daughter named Callida. When Callida was about 5 years old, her father, Mr. Bishop, a master in the voodoo arts, was killed and betrayed by his progeny, the Lakeshore Strangler, Charles Lee Ray. Charles, a.k.a. Chucky, was a native of Hackensack, and at one time was considered to be a friend of the family. Only the Bishop family, at the time, was aware that Charles had the ability to possess people through the power of the great Damballa. Callida didn't want Marcus to end up like her father, so she cared for Marcus and would also look out for him in the neighborhood, in her own kind of way. Miss Bishop, now with all due respect, Auntie, I would think that it would be crystal clear to you as to what my intentions are with going down to Crystal Lake. Even though I didn't intend of doing it, I'm on the path to following in my uncle's footsteps. He trained and he hunted. I train and I'm going to hunt that abomination of a being we call Jason Voorhees. Fuck Jason Voorhees. I know exactly who I'm up against, and I ain't going to let some overgrown pussy-ass mama's boy discourage me from giving him what he deserves. My uncle knew Jason's family, and they made an agreement that my Uncle Creighton Duke told me that I had to keep, if he wasn't around. I'm keeping that promise, Marcus continued. It's that time of year, and I've been hearing about things that pertain to Crystal Lake. I mean, what about that company? No, they're actually a law firm that bought some property over there in the town of Crystal Lake. I've seen some of their people before, and boy, are they some odd people. I don't trust them. Well, for starters, I saw 2 of them in Hackensack, walking and driving around town, going in and out of bodegas and magic shops, and then I saw them going into a McDonald's. But that's besides the point, Marcus said. Tell me, Sonny, what do you expect to find when you go there? Closure? Clarity? Asked Miss Bishop. I'm looking for answers, whatever and wherever it may be, said Marcus. I have an objective, and it needs to be fulfilled. I spent most of my life preparing to fight him, and this is the right time to go looking. He killed my uncle and so many others. How many more people are going to die or come up missing because of Jason Voorhees? Marcus was aware of Miss Bishop's spiritual abilities and had indulged himself in a few practices of his own. He had been studying different magical systems since he was a teenager. Marcus was now 35 years old. He had no offspring and was not married or even had a girlfriend. His life was too plagued with tribulations to be involved with intimate relationships, but he had experiences that gave him deep insight into the human psyche. For the most part, Marcus comes off as a quiet, respectful guy who mostly only speaks when necessary. Right out of high school, he joined the military, where he served 6 years as an operations specialist, then went to college for another 6 years, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in parapsychology. He stands 6 feet tall and weighs around a lean and muscular 200 pounds. He has trained his muscles to be rock solid and conditioned them for longevity, but not overly muscled, but in all the necessary places. As far as his combative skills go, Marcus isn't so much a fan of guns, though he knows how to shoot accurately and on target. He is more into close quarter, hand-to-hand combat, and is a practitioner of the system of Defendo and Defendo, one system made by the elusive British combative W.E. Fairbairn, and the other by a crafty Canadian commando named Bill Underwood. Both systems were great for neutralizing the opposition. They are deadly military martial arts systems. Marcus had also trained extensively in mixed martial arts. All of this training to eventually face Jason. Marcus is kind of a solipsist when it comes to dealing with people, but he knows not to underestimate anyone and their potential capabilities. It had been something that he learned first-handedly in the Navy. Though Marcus is a very capable human being, he often contemplates committing suicide. His post-traumatic stress that he developed in the military often plagues his mood, and back then, with the sudden absence of his uncle, it contributed immense amounts of trauma to him as a child. Creighton Duke was his uncle, and had raised him for the first 5 years of his life. Marcus has a strong memory and could remember when Creighton Duke would tell him stories about the beast, Jason Voorhees. It was kind of much to take in as a child, hearing the horror stories about Jason. Marcus was only 5 years old when his uncle was presumed dead. Marcus always perceived Creighton as a father figure, but when he went missing, Marcus would be put into a foster care center. Throughout his early childhood and teenage years, he was sent to 2 different households, up until the age of 12. Marcus lived at an adoption center in New York City. When he was 10 years old, Marcus had developed a crush on one of the girls that lived at the foster center with him. Her name was Christina, with a K. Christina had green eyes, lighter tan skin, and was of Puerto Rican descent. She often was nice to him. She smiled and hugged Marcus when she noticed he was sad. One time they even kissed. That made Marcus very happy, since it was his first time. Though he communicated and played with other children, she had been the closest person to him since his uncle. When Marcus was 11, Christina got adopted. He was able to say goodbye to her. The last thing Marcus said to Christina before she left was, "Be nice to your family, like how you were with me, so that they love you back to prevent you from coming back here." Christina smiled at him and looked him in his brown eyes and told him, "Okay, I love you." Then she kissed him on the cheek, gave him a tight hug, and went into the passenger seat of the vehicle and drove away with her new family. After Christina had left, Marcus had become so lonely. He had mostly kept to himself that last year at the foster center. Next, Marcus was sent to a foster family a week before his 13th birthday. The family resided in suburbia, New Jersey. They were a white Caucasian family that was of the economical lower middle class. On the day of Marcus's 13th birthday, the family had made a birthday cake for him, a large chocolate cake with vanilla icing, a cake that Marcus often enjoyed eating at the foster center. The family was a small one. It consisted of a mother, Mrs. Brixton, a father, Mr. Brixton, and 2 children, Emily, age 11, and Alex, age 9. Mr. Brixton was a good-hearted man. He often displayed his care for Marcus and had been the one who made the cake for him. He was a jolly, middle-aged white man that enjoyed the small things in life. That's what he taught Marcus, to always enjoy the small things in life when times get tough. "Hey, buddy." That's what Mr. Brixton would call Marcus, his buddy. It made Marcus feel wanted, like he had a friend, a figure to look up to, a father. Mrs. Brixton wasn't as friendly to Marcus as her husband. She often questioned the ethics of the young boy, while she kept a close eye on most of his actions. As for the children, little Alex and Emily openly embraced Marcus. They would often play tag outside, play hide and seek inside, and play video games together. They were a cute little family and had lived together for 2 years with Marcus. One day, Marcus was told that he had to leave because of some speculations that he was stealing loads of money from Mrs. Brixton's purse. It was actually Emily who had been stealing the money, but Mrs. Brixton had animosity towards Marcus and was looking for any excuse to get rid of him. Mr. Brixton fought hard to keep Marcus as a member of the family, but the two adults' frequent arguments started to infect the morale of the family, so Marcus had to leave. On the day of Marcus's departure, Mr. Brixton hugged Marcus tightly and then touched his face with his 2 hands, looked Marcus directly in his eyes, and told him that he loved him and that he will see him again one day, and to remember to enjoy the small things in life. Then Marcus was sent back to the adoption center in New York City. Marcus stayed at that adoption center for a whole year before he had been sent to live with another family. During that year, Marcus had enjoyed walking around the city, and since he was 16, he had freedoms that the younger children did not. He enjoyed hanging out at Union Square and Times Square. He also liked going to the movies and riding his bike. He would often go to the pizza shops where they sold dollar slices of pizza. Marcus really enjoyed being around the masses of people in the city when he was a teenager. The environment was so diverse, and he could learn from so many different cultures. When Marcus was 16, he was sent to another foster family, but this one was in the inner city of Newark, New Jersey. He lived with the Black family, a mother and a son. They were more on the poor side of the economic spectrum, but good people. Miss Sugarman was a lady in her early 50s, short compared to Marcus, a little hefty and very dark-skinned. Her cooking abilities impressed Marcus. She often asked him what he wanted to eat, which made him feel accommodated. Marcus grew to love her and was grateful that he had met her. Her son, Dwayne, was a year older than Marcus. He was a tall, slender-bodied kid that had braids and possessed an insensitive sense of humor. He would often tell Marcus that he was too passive and that he needed to let his balls drop. Dwayne had a reputation for being a great fighter in the streets. He was the one who taught Marcus how to fight. Marcus stayed with the family for 2 years until he left to the military. During his early times in the service, Marcus would often visit Dwayne and Miss Sugarman. "You are trained, prepared, ready to face your demons, and no one has the answers to your questions except you," said Miss Bishop. Miss Bishop said with enthusiastic charisma, "Remember, when you're about to accomplish your destiny, be advised that you will be in the middle of a crossroad, and it is up to you to look in all directions." Marcus had a serious, militant look on his face. "I'll keep that in mind," he said. "I am grateful for everything that you have taught me, and I will surely put my knowledge of the magics to use." Miss Bishop looked at Marcus in a nurturing way, took a deep breath, and said, "Baby, you have been through so much in your life. You have overcome that which many have fallen prey to. Your uncle would be proud of you and how far you have come. It is to you to decide what your fate is, and when you do, your mind will be clear, and in that ultimately up moment, you will have found peace within yourself. Know that Damballa will be with you. Now how about you eat some of this jambalaya gumbo that I made for you?" suggested Miss Bishop. "It's a family recipe that originates from New Orleans. Try it." Marcus gazed at her seriously for a moment, and then smiled hard. "All right, I'll try it," said Marcus, humoredly. "I do enjoy your Louisiana cuisine, thanks." "You're welcome, baby," said Miss Bishop, with a smile on her face. The two sat in the apartment for the remainder of the hour, and then Marcus went back to his apartment. His apartment was mostly empty. He had a king-size bed, a refrigerator, a small table with a laptop on it, and a TV. It was an apartment of a bachelor, like that of a minimalist. On the bed lay 2 large black duffel bags, filled and zipped. Marcus had packed to leave. He said to himself out loud, "Am I ready for this? I mean, I guess I am, but I bet so many other people thought the same thing about confronting Jason. And look how they ended up. Anyways, no excuses. Ball dropping time is now. Crystal Lake, here I come. Chapter 3. Camp Crystal Lake. Ned Finkelstein loved to hike. He could do it all year around, regardless of what season it was. He would travel around the country and hike the best sites that were the most appealing and challenging to him. Sequoia National Park, Lake Tahoe, and Yosemite were amongst the top places where he preferred to hike. It was now the winter, January, and it was a special time of the year for him to go overnight hiking. Overnight hiking was his favorite kind of hike, especially, and I mean especially during the winter time. This time he chose a spot in his home state of New Jersey called Camp Crystal Lake in Wessex County. He had been lead editor at the prestigious Writing for Readers publishing company. He always came up and had the best stories. He had always been the one who knew how to capture a great story. For the last 3 years, he's won the company's top award. In the movie world, fans hated Ned Finkelstein because he was the primary contributor of why horror movies were edited in Hollywood, but to the fans, watered down. He took pride in working with the MPAA, known as the Motion Picture Association. The organization often pissed horror movie fanatics off by their decisions, and took away from what the movie could have been. Ned sometimes would receive death threats from hardcore horror fans because they felt like he ruined their movie experiences. But Ned never cared about what the fans thought. They were just automated cash cows to him. Though he didn't like how the average Joe was treated in society, he still thought that the common person was an idiot. Ned Finkelstein always did what it took to find the top story, even if it meant fabricating information. In college, when things didn't go his way, he would often find himself cutting corners and going out of his way to cheat. But to Ned, it was all worth it. To him, the world was an unfair place and society didn't give two shits about the average man, so why not play the same rigged game that has been getting over on the people? That was the mentality of Ned. Screw them over before they screw me over. Fuck them over before they fuck me over. But right now he had to come up with something clever, something that would give him the upper hand. If he didn't, this would likely be the last story he would ever tell. That wasn't his plans, but at this point it was looking more likely. He now hid inside one of the cabins at the infamous Camp Crystal Lake. How was he supposed to tell this story? Would anyone believe him if he told them that a large man was trying to kill him? Of course they would. They always believed him, even when it was a lie. Ned wasn't a fan of horror movies, but apparently he now was trapped in one. The sackhead man had been following him since the late afternoon. What did this guy want, and who was he? Ned pondered to himself. He had been hiding for almost 5 hours now and didn't bother to attempt to go back outside. That was the plan, to wait until the morning and try to get away. Then he heard a loud boom. It was the door. It was open, broken open by the large sackhead-wearing man, and he was now coming through the large hole within the door. The masked assailant burst through the door. He came charging directly at Ned. Ned tried to juke the man, but the attacker's reflexes were too fast to outmaneuver. Before he realized it, the assailant, Jason Voorhees, had grabbed a hold of him. The assailant had Ned in a clenched bear hug with both of his arms wrapped tightly around his waist. The 6'2" muscle man started to squeeze. Ned screamed at the top of his lungs in pain. Ah! He had never screamed so loud in his whole life. He also never felt this level of pain before either. Jason squeezed harder. The tendons, ligaments, and bones started to break in Ned. He shook and spasmed, all up until the point to where he lost his bowels. A nasty stench started oozing out of his body. Feces started to roll down his legs and down his backside. The assailant just kept squeezing with no remorse. It was arousing for him. He hated people and enjoyed watching them go through pain. In a last attempt to speak while being in the monster's grip, Nan managed to eke out a word. "Stop!" Jason had no regard for requests. He just continued to squeeze until the spine finally snapped. Another day, another kill. Ned stared at the top of the ceiling until his consciousness faded away. He was dead, and this would be the last adventure of good old Ned Finkelstein's life. Sackhead Jason let Ned's body hit the floor. He stood and stared at his work for a few moments. Then, from one of the corners within the cabin, an even larger and taller man came out of the shadows. He wore a hockey mask. He was huge, about 7 foot tall. The larger red-headed man with the hockey mask stared at the bald-headed sackhead man for a few seconds, while the 6'2" sackhead man stared back at him. Then they both simultaneously gazed down and looked in curiosity at the dead body of Ned Finkelstein. Marcus stood in the middle of his apartment, staring down at the 2 large black duffel bags, visualizing what he was going to do and say to Jason when he saw him. Marcus said in a rage, "You degenerate fucker! I look so forward to splitting your head open, I swear to God." Though he was a good person, Marcus had a unique mean streak within him when he felt disrespected. He often thought about the possible ways that his uncle could have died. The more he thought about it, the more it enraged him. Throughout the years, Marcus had developed increasing antisocial behavior, which benefited him in regard to dealing with certain ruthless types of people. Most days he felt fearless, while other days terrible. He figured that he could just bypass all of this unwanted pressure and just off himself, but he always came back to his normal senses. When times would get tough for Marcus, he would think back to what his friend Dwayne would tell him, to let his balls drop, and also to what Mr. Brixton used to tell him, that when times get tough, enjoy the small things in life. Things had been difficult growing up with the Sugarman family during the 2 years that he lived with them. He would have to constantly prove that he was capable of protecting himself when the gangs would test him outside. He would sometimes find himself getting jumped just because he was associated with Dwayne. Marcus would also have altercations with the local city police, being profiled, mostly because he was a masculine-looking male who looked like he could hold his own. Marcus had learned a lot from those ordeals and would take mental notes on certain behaviors that people participated in. But even with all the unfortunate experiences, he still found a silver lining in the worst of situations. He had the ability to soothe the situation when times were hostile. He was very empathetic and possessed a high level of emotional awareness. This may seem like an oxymoron, considering that he continuously develops antisocial characteristics, but that didn't stop him from still being humane to others. Calling Mrs. Shepard, the cellular phone reported out loud on the cell phone. Marcus had a distant relationship with this woman who had telekinetic abilities. She had been the girl who defeated Jason in the late 1980s. Marcus had first met her in person at a paranormal convention in Oregon. He had heard rumors that she had an interaction with the masked killer and wanted to get some information about his potential weaknesses. That night, Marcus was able to share with her that his uncle had hunted Jason but was killed in the process. He had known her since 2011, where he met her in the Cursed Overlook Hotel. They both were under scrutiny of the hotel. Tina and Marcus both worked together and used their powers to escape that hotel. After that, he stayed in contact with her ever since. When Marcus would take leave from the military, he would sometimes travel to go and see those who specialized in the studies of the occult. He would do information collection that would give him leads that would in result give him insight to how to combat the Crystal Lake Killer. And Tina had been the first person that he got in contact with for that task. He never doubted for 1 second that Jason was completely dead for good. With how many times he was said to be resurrected was good enough evidence to consider that he would be back, even if it was just a rumor. "Marcus, can you hear me?" Tina said inquisitively. "Put me on FaceTime so that we can see each other's face." Marcus pressed the button on his phone, and then the two were face to face, looking at one another. "Great to see you, Tina. How is everything?" Marcus pursued. "I just got finished exercising, and I'm about to eat something, but mostly fine." Marcus had a level of anticipation in his voice. Here and there he would call Tina Shepherd because they both shared something in common. They both lost blood kin to Jason. She had the ability to somewhat relax Marcus when he would get angry. "You're going to Crystal Lake?" Tina said inquisitively. "We've been talking about this for years, and now you're in alignment to actually do it. You were just an infant when I faced him, but the difference is that you are prepared for him." Tina paused for a second, and then said, "You will get justice for everyone that died at the hands of him and his mother. And though he was innocent when he died, he is no longer pure. He must be stopped and finished off for good." Marcus just sat quietly, stared, and shook his head in agreement. He often got quiet when she would speak for a while, letting what she said sink in, reflecting on the details of her words. Tina had a slight idea how much influence she had on Marcus. She knew how intense he could get when having a conversation about Jason Voorhees. The blue-eyed, blonde-haired lady was in her late 50s. She took good physical care of herself and was always prepared for a possible potential conflict. Though she had telekinetic abilities, she wouldn't rely on them to completely protect herself. She had learned to properly shoot a gun and had taken self-defense classes. It would make sense for anyone who dealt with Jason and lived to tell about it to be prepared for a next time. Her telekinetic abilities were much more enhanced than when she had last fought Jason in the 80s. She had learned to take control of her powers so that if there was a next time, she would be maximally prepared. Tina interrupted Marcus's thoughts. "Marcus, honey, you're not going to go on a rant, are you?" "Woo-saw. Woo-saw. Calm yourself and quiet your mind. Find your peace. I understand your pain and hate." Throughout the years, she had described to Marcus what it had been like to be in the presence of such hostility. Because of her abilities, and while in the presence of Jason, she could sense a certain type of awareness that the fiend Jason possessed. In hindsight, she speculated and discussed with Marcus that she had reasons to believe that Jason had some type of psychic ability, one that was similar to hers but different. At the time of her discussing this with Marcus, he had been in grad school studying parapsychology. Marcus inferred to Tina that Jason may have the ability to remote view, the ability to go within one's mind and trace an individual or thing. This would require a high level of concentration and focus, something that Jason surely possessed. The killer had an unshakable patience to him. Marcus also recalled a story that he read in college. It was called Montauk Gate Ultra, where it was about a non-disclosed military branch in the United States military who covertly used brain waves to induce and trigger certain behaviors in people by subliminally influencing childlike behavior within an individual, but through their trauma. It was a form of hypnosis. Was Jason programmed to be a killer by someone else? Marcus thought to himself. I know that according to Mickey and Ryan, they found out firsthand in 1996 that it was Louis Vendretti that molded Jason to be a murderer. Marcus thought deeply, then said out loud, "I'm well. I feel good. I'm willing to put everything on the line, and I'm done taking time out of my day to keep talking about this bastard. "I'm ready to go." Marcus spoke with a level of confidence in his tone that reassured Tina. She often worried about his state of mind and only wished the best for him. After all, he was going to be the one to do what the others failed to. His military demeanor helped him regain his composure when he got powered up. Marcus and Tina shared a special type of relationship that he had with no one else. Tina had psychic abilities, and so did Marcus. Marcus had precognitive abilities that sometimes would act as a presentiment. It would give him visions to what could happen to him 6 seconds before the actual occurrence. Marcus had always had a precognitive ability, but wasn't aware of what it was until he went into the military. As an operational specialist, he would be tasked with having to analyze certain radar activity within seconds of a fatal attack. Making a minor mistake or responding too slow to the captain's orders could have caused the whole ship to be exploited, putting the task force in jeopardy to potentially be killed by the enemy. Attention to detail was vital for Marcus. It gave him a level of awareness that enhanced his precognitive abilities. After all, Marcus was an intelligent man for the most part, relying on his education about the human psyche and the paranormal. This also made him spiritual in the sense that he appreciated different cultural perspectives of how they dealt with the dead and undead. The only somewhat legitimate flaw in his character was his post-traumatic stress. He would often find himself extremely irritable and not wanting to deal with people's personalities. He would grow to become so sensitive to noises and smells. Developing misophonia, a combination of his PTSD and ESP, would intensify his erratic behavior. Marcus's extrasensory perception gave him a level of awareness that others would perceive as paranoid. When he was diagnosed with PTSD, Marcus was also classified as schizotypal, something that he always disputed. The psychiatrist that he used to visit would often tell him that his thinking was magical and that he spoke in an unintelligible way, but it was strange for him to speak like that with the common person. Marcus had been a disciplined man with high self-control for a while. Though he would have moments when he would have angry outbursts, it would be followed up by his logical thinking. His high level of intelligence would balance his rage, allowing him to understand his own situational behavior. "Marcus, you're not in the military anymore, so you don't have to get formal with me, honey." Marcus then replied, "I understand." Tina continued, "So Marcus, what did you eat today? I hope you had a balanced meal filled with alkaline and acidic nutrition. You're a healthy, handsome young man who shouldn't be selling yourself short by eating trashy food with empty calories," Tina said with an indirect suggestive tone. Marcus would mostly eat healthy, but would have moments when he would indulge in binge eating. It was something he developed in the Navy that aided him in his PTSD. It also gave him nostalgia and reminded him of the time when he used to sneak in Christina's room during lunchtime at the foster center when he was a kid. He and Christina would eat Snickers candy bars every Wednesday around 2, while they would sit on the bed and talk. That always made him feel appreciated. She made him feel like he had a real family. "Jambalaya gumbo. That's what I eat, Tina. Have you tried it before?" Marcus said with a little smirk on his face. "It has shrimp in it." Tina looked at Marcus with a grin and said, "You know I don't eat stuff like that. It makes me nauseous." Marcus had a playful look on his face. "How about kale? You eat kale, right?" Marcus and Tina had this little taunty game they would play where they would mock each other. "Ha ha. I know what you're doing," said Tina. "Have you been drinking any protein shakes, maybe with ice cream in it?" "Sounds kind of good, but no," said Marcus, chuckling. "I only eat kale, do yoga, and wear yoga pants." Marcus was mocking Tina, and she just played along with it. Then Marcus eased out of the playfulness and got serious again. "I'll be heading out tomorrow. It's a possibility that this might be the last time we interact with each other ever again. You know what's at stake," Marcus said with an authoritative tone. "I know you know for sure that I'm aware of what's at stake," Tina said. "Text me when you're leaving. You know you have my full support, and that you can always call me," Tina said with concern. Marcus made sure that he had her full attention before he said, "Miss Tina Shepard, I want to tell you that I have always appreciated our relationship and that you have been a good friend to me. I was able to tell you things that I wouldn't tell anyone else, and even though the timelines with Jason are now intermingled and can be altered from the smallest things that we do at Crystal Lake, I will do my best to always remember you, regardless if the book allows it or not. You are a strong-minded woman, and you have my respect, Marcus stated in a masculine tone. Oh, that is so heartwarming to hear. You will be in my prayers. Always remember to use your mind's eye, Marcus. The good spirits will protect you on your mission. Lord knows that we will need the divine to intervene. May the elders work with you, Tina praised. I'll be sure to text you before I leave, Miss Shepherd. I'm going to make sure I get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I have a big day ahead of me, Marcus said rhetorically. Tina was a little choked up by what Marcus had said. Yes, you do, honey. Yes, you do, Tina said in a soothing voice. Tina then felt she was being separated from Marcus. There was a strong possibility that Marcus would not return, and based off the reputation of Jason Voorhees, it was probable. The two sat on the phone in FaceTime, mostly just smiling at each other and nodding their heads in approval. Then Marcus waved goodbye to Tina, and she blew him a platonic kiss through the phone, and then he hung up. When Marcus hung up the phone, he stared out of his bedroom window for a few minutes, visualizing what could possibly go down tomorrow. Most of his life he had been training for what he was about to do the next coming day. He was content in his abilities and figured that now would be the best time to go after Jason. Marcus was 35 years of age and was in his physical prime. To him, he also was in his spiritual prime. Out of all the hostile situations that he had experienced, this by far would be the most dangerous and eeriest one. He would go to Crystal Lake and confront the Jersey Devil himself. But he wouldn't be alone. He would have help, assistance, when he would get there. Marcus picked up his cell phone and texted a person. They replied. Call me. Marcus called the number. The person on the other line picked up and said with a female voice, Yes, I'm here. Marcus grinned and said, You ready to do this tomorrow? The voice on the other side of the phone, that feminine one, the ambiguous female voice replied, 5 by 5. Chapter 4. Crystal Lake, January 11th. Inside of his old bunkered cabin there lay stacks of deceased rotting corpses. The smell in the room would be unbearable to most, but to the sackhead assailant this was the norm. Smells didn't bother him because hygiene had not been something he had indulged in since he was a boy. Besides, the undead cared nothing about hygiene. The smell of Ned Finkelstein's body was starting to reek. His bowel movements with the combination of feces contributed to the excess, bad, hideous smells in the room. His body was tossed in the corner like a bag of dirty laundry and discarded like it was a bag of trash. Jason then went into Ned's pants pockets and pulled out his wallet. Inside it was his identification. Jason pulled it out and tried to read the words on the card. It read, Ned Finkelstein of Weehawken, New Jersey. Jason put the ID in his pocket, walked to the door, and left the cabin. There must be more, he thought to himself. He could feel someone out there. Someone or something was trying to get away from him, and he didn't want to wait around to find out. He thought to himself, kill, kill, kill. Die, die, die. The next morning, when Marcus awakened, he woke up with the feeling of excitement and dread. The high levels of testosterone pumping in his blood, with the combination of projecting photons from the sun beaming through the blinds of the apartment window and directly into his eyes, gave him a sensual feeling that made him relaxed in the morning. When it came to eating, he wasn't much of a breakfast type of person. Most of the time he would just skip eating in the morning and would often eat 2 times a day, sometimes only once. When he would choose to eat breakfast in the morning, it would usually be something like oatmeal. He had always liked his oatmeal with butter, cinnamon, and sugar. It was a welcoming taste that almost made him feel childlike when eating it. The smell, texture, and even sound of it, when indulging in its sensation, made him forget, just for a brief moment, that his life was the way that it was. When Marcus was ready to leave the house, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and texted Tina Shepherd to notify her that he was leaving. He then grabbed both of the 2 large black duffel bags and proceeded to walk out of the apartment complex. It was around 8:30 in the morning, and most of the people who lived in the complex were either still sleeping or had already gone to work. When Marcus got to his motor vehicle, he opened the car door and popped the trunk where he placed the 2 large bags. In the trunk, he also had survival food, MREs, a large and small flashlight, a fire extinguisher, flares, 2 spare tires, and a black raincoat. Marcus could never be too prepared, according to him. His car was a black BMW X4. It had a hell of an acceleration and was suitable for Marcus's personality. He stood in front of his car, next to the apartment complex, and took a long gaze at the building. It was a beautiful winter day where the day's forecast was projected to be in the low 30s. Snow had covered the ground and had piled up over the last few days. Later on in the morning, it was forecasted to snow, and throughout the week, the temperature was supposed to drop into the teens. However long that it was going to take Marcus to do what he needed, it would have to be done in the frigid weather of New Jersey. He was in no rush to get to his destination, but he also didn't want to take his time. The day had arrived where he would face the Fiend. Marcus got into his car and drove off. The trip would only take a little over an hour, but he had to be strategic about his approach. He would have to go into Crystal Lake stealthily. He figured that it would take 6 hours to get into the camp since he was expecting Jason Voorhees to possibly be watching him as he arrived. Marcus had a method to how he would get into Crystal Lake, and then from there it would set up everything else. But before he would get within range of the camp, he would drive normally. He was now on the way to the lake, but was still in his hometown. He thought to himself to set the mood. He enjoyed quiet mornings and preferred not to speak until the afternoon came. He then turned on the radio and tuned the volume up. Marcus enjoyed listening to podcasts because it gave him new perspectives, but this time he wanted to hear music. Jump by Van Halen was playing. Marcus turned up the volume even higher, almost blasting the music to the point where pedestrians started to stare at his car. Jump, Marcus said with enthusiasm. Marcus had always been a fan of 80s rock and metal since he was a kid. He would often listen to the bands Rat, Judas Priest, Guns N' Roses, Scorpion, Black Sabbath, and many others. Growing up, he would sometimes be teased and ridiculed by other kids for the music selection, but that didn't discourage him. Marcus listened to all types of music and would choose the genre that would fit his mood in the moment. Marcus was in the zone, on his way to Camp Crystal Lake. He took a long, deep breath and said out loud to himself, "Here we go." The same day, Clearwater, Crystal Lake, 3 miles from Camp Crystal Lake. Families were pulling into the lake for the annual family reunion. It had been this year's selected location made by the Sully family. Adam Sully, also known as Mr. Sully, had been the one who decided that it was a good idea to host the family reunion at this location. He also considered having the reunion at the nearby Crystal Lake site, but discouraged the idea. He was somewhat aware of the stories of the Crystal Lake slasher, but just perceived the stories as being urban legends. Mr. Sully wasn't sure exactly why he chose to have his reunion near Crystal Lake. All he knew was that the idea one day spontaneously popped into his head, like an idea that came from the divine. "It's beautiful, honey," Mr. Sully said with expression to his wife. Mrs. Sully was also impressed by the pure visual sights on the Crystal Lake grounds. "I didn't expect such a lovely sight," Mrs. Sully said. Mr. Sully had brought his family with him. His wife, Mrs. Sully, also known as Lena, his granddaughter Fiona, age 23, his grandson Ezra, age 18, his adopted granddaughter Cassandra, age 28, and Ezra's twin sister Harmony. The parents of the kids were gone out of the country for business reasons and was too busy to attend their family reunion this year. Lisa and Greg Sully had adopted Cassandra when she was 15 years old. By then, their oldest child, Fiona, was 10 years old. Cassandra was of mixed race, half black, half white, but shared more of the black features. Greg and Lisa Sully were two liberal-minded people and had primarily adopted Cassandra to help with their image as a couple. It would prop up their humanitarian image and would discourage the thought that they were a bunch of racists. But the reality of it was they didn't care much for Cassandra. They would mostly just use her as a babysitter since she was older than the rest of the children. There were 3 other families, all around the same size and number than the Sully family. Some of the individuals from the other families were not very friendly with the Sullys. They felt that they were shady and fake, while mostly only enjoying talking with Cassandra, Fiona, and Harmony. There were also 2 friends of the family that tagged along with the Sullys. Quentin, a guy in his late 40s who was a close friend of Greg. He had been friends with Greg since they were teenagers. Him and Greg were also around the same age. Quentin was a former wise guy. He was from Jersey City and had connections to the Italian mafia and would often brag about how he used to shake people down. He had a level of arrogance to him that made him come off as obnoxious, but overall he was an intelligent guy. His accent was strong, a New Jersey Italian accent that resembled that from the stereotypical wise guy movies. Michaela, girlfriend of Fiona, an Australian girl who she met during the first year of grad school at NYU, had also come along to the family reunion. It was her time attending abroad. Fiona and Michaela were lesbians and had been majored in women's studies and considered themselves to be hardcore feminists, though Michaela was the more extreme and radical one out of the 2. They had been dating for over a year. They both were the same age and had been dorm mates back at the college on campus. Michaela had invited Fiona to come and visit her family back in Marborn in July. By then, the semester would be over, and they would be able to enjoy their summer together alone. Perhaps some sexy time alone away from the family would do the trick. Fiona spoke to Michaela. "Hey babe, you okay?" "How about later?" Michaela replied with a flirty tone. "Oh yeah, much later, baby. This place is too cold, and there are way too many people here for us to do what we really want to do. But we'll figure it out, mate." Pun intended. At home, Fiona and Michaela would often get in political debates with Ezra over the decisions of the current president. Ezra was only 18, but was bright when it came to political economics. He currently was his high school's class president and was in his last year before graduation. He planned on attending college at Vanderbilt University. He had a bright future ahead of him and aspired to one day own a corporation and eventually become the governor of New Jersey. The debates that he would have with his sister would prepare him for the college liberals that annoyed the shit out of him. He was annoyed by social justice warriors and felt that most of their intentions conflicted with the country. He also had some athletic abilities. He was a part of his school's cross-country team and was ranked first in his district. Ezra shouted across the lake to the other families. "Hey, you guys freezing to death yet, or is it just me?" A male family member yelled back at him and said, "No, it's just you. I'm freezing like a shriveled dick over here." Quentin then started talking to Ezra. "Yo, Ezra, I'm going to need you to keep your head on a swivel. I don't trust this place. I got a real eerie feeling about this place, man, and I know I ain't the only one. Don't get me wrong. I'm from Jersey, and I'm not a pussy, but this place is kind of fucking creepy. And when I say creepy, I mean weird. I heard a lot of sketchy shit about this lake growing up, but don't get me started on that. It's just odd, you know?" Ezra replied, "Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't know why Grandpa chose this place to have a family reunion. Why couldn't he choose to do it during the summertime? The weather alone can kill a person. What's so family-friendly about this place? The area looks like it barely has modern-day technology. Like, what the fuck?" The view was nice. You could see the whole lake from every front window angle of the cabins. It was a closed lake that didn't stream out to the ocean like Crystal Lake did. It was in the opposite direction of Camp Crystal Lake, going more inboard towards the other campsites in the area. Some might mistake Lake Clearwater as being the same as one of the Crystal Lake aliases, Clearwaters. You would think that whoever came up with that name would have considered that it was almost the exact same name as this lake's name. At least the name Camp Forest Green had a different ring to it. Forest Green was the name that was given to Crystal Lake in the mid-'80s to take away the negative stigma of all the killings that had happened in the name of Jason and his mother. Though in 1985 it was a paramedic seeking revenge that was doing the killings. After finding out his son Joey had been viciously killed by a disturbed teenager from the group home where Joey stayed, the copycat killer Roy Burns went on a rampage. "Leave me alone," said Vic to Joey at the time. Joey replied back to Vic, and his last words before Vic put the axe in his back was, "Well, if that's how you feel, forget it, Vic. Just forget it. But I think you're really out of line." Then followed Joey's death, further enhancing the bloody reputation of Crystal Lake. Roy was a quiet, keep-to-himself kind of guy. The same rage spirits that possessed Jason Voorhees, and the same rage spirits that almost possessed Tommy Jarvis, successfully possessed Vic and Roy Burns. But changing the name of the camp made no difference. People still came to the site and got murdered. So the townspeople figured that they would just change the name back to keep outsiders away. People were going to come to this area regardless if they believed in Jason Voorhees or not. And then you had the type of people who would come to Crystal Lake who wanted an adrenaline rush. I guess the opportunity of the potentiality of them getting killed made them feel more alive. There had also been a family of cannibals that resided around Crystal Lake years ago, a bunch of maniacs. When all the families got out of their vehicles, everyone gathered around and conversated with each other in front of the cabins. Mr. Sully stood at the top of the slope of the hill. He grinned and shook his head in pleasure as he watched the activity of all the families. He waited about 15 minutes and then interrupted. "Can I get everybody's attention? Please." He waited a moment and then continued. "I am so glad that all the families were able to make it. I know that this year's reunion is a little early and that the location is out of the norm, but be assured that we are here today to reunite as a family, to gather around each other and realize how thankful we are for having each other. Yes, this year my family is the host for the family reunion, and we have some fun ideas that we have been planning for us to partake in. Ladies and gentlemen and children, enjoy yourselves. We will be making further announcements later on throughout the day." The crowd continued to speak amongst each other, and it appeared that all of the remaining family members had all arrived. It's incredible that so many people agreed to gather during the winter time to this location. Most of the family members went inside the 6 cabins and decided to predominantly communicate with radios. Out of 36 people, only 9 people had radios. I guess they thought that 9 people would be enough to manage the whole crowd, and also, the signal was so bad you'd have to be lucky to get cell phone reception in the area. It's not like Crystal Lake is known for its state-of-the-art, innovative technology. After all, this was the land of old sacred ground where cabins are cemented where there once were pools of blood. 3 people stood outside when the rest of the masses went inside the cabin. Mr. Sully, Quentin, and Mrs. Sully stood between the 2 cabins. There were 6 inboard cabins that all faced the lake, similar to how a beach house would face the ocean, but just with the cabins closely circling the lake. The lake itself was frozen and was hard enough to go ice skating on top of the water. Mr. and Mrs. Sully were staring out at the lake for a few moments, embracing the elegance of the environment before Quentin asked, "So, what made you 2 old lovebirds decide that it was a romantic idea to have a family reunion at Crystal Lake during the winter time?" he said with sarcastic intrigue in his Jersey accent. Quentin had been like a son to Mr. and Mrs. Sully and had grew up with their son throughout his life and had known Greg since he was 13. "For one, I just had a feeling like it had chosen me to come here," Mr. Sully coughed, and then continued. "And also, me and my wife share childhood memories with the area," Mr. Sully stated clearly to Quentin. Lena then spoke. "Yes, we met each other when we were children not too far from here. It was actually in 1955 when that Camp Crystal Lake was actually in operation. I was 9 and he was 11 at the time, And if you haven't guessed it by now, me and Adam both attended Camp Crystal Lake. Quentin interrupted by saying, "So let me get this straight. You decided to have a family reunion near Camp Crystal Lake during the winter time, when a blizzard is supposed to pass through this week, at the place where urban legend serial killer Jason Voorhees is said to reside. Are you two taking anything that's over the counter?" Quentin said with a slight intensity. Mr. Sully moved his head and shoulders with an explanative enthusiasm and said, "That's exactly what they are. Urban legends, superstitions, that's it. I mean, it's possible that Jason could have done some of those killings, but the whole Cursed Lake thing is kind of pushing it. It sounds like the economy of this county needs to find better ways of attracting money to this town because this Jason Voorhees shit has gotten way out of hand." Quentin then quickly replied and said out loud, "This fucking guy, oh!" with a sense of disgust on his face. "Sounds like your sanity is an urban legend, because you bringing us up here is a real danger. And I only offered to come up to my friend's family reunion, which he isn't here, in order to look after my goddaughter, Harmony. That girl is like my own kid, and you two know damn well that I despise the notion of having kids myself. But she is an exception. That's my baby girl." Lena looked at Quentin and stated, "Just a few more days here and we'll be gone and out of this place. You'll be back to riding your motorcycle and eating cannolis in no time. Just look at it as a trip and that you're a chaperone." Quentin smiled, then walked into one of the cabins. Mr. and Mrs. Sully stayed outside near the lake, gazing at the water. Then a man walked up to Mr. Sully with his left hand out as if he was ready to shake hands. He also had a warming smile on his face. He was a large white man about 6'3" in his mid-40s. "Howdy. You must be Mr. Sully. My name is Dave. I'll be your host for the activities at Clearwater for the next few days," Dave said with a Texas accent. "Greetings, Dave. Please call me Adam. And this is my wife, Lena. It was my idea to have the family reunion here at Clearwater, but Lena also contributed to the planning of the activities. I'll bet you have some fun and exhilarating events scheduled for tomorrow," Mr. Sully said, smirking. The three stood talking amongst each other for another 20 minutes. Dave then asked, "So why Clearwater? I heard Crystal Lake is more appealing." "Well, I've actually checked it out. It's a beautiful campsite, but the environment is kind of eerie," Mrs. Sully replied. "Yeah, we hear that a lot, but it'll grow on you," Dave answered. "I hope so, 'cause I ain't used to this cold weather, if you know what I mean," Mr. Sully said. "Good old Southern boy. I think you'll learn to like the snow. We did." They finished talking, and Dave got into a 1989 silver Camaro and drove off. While driving down the road, Dave clicked a button on the comm in his ear and said, "The subjects have arrived on target. Standing by for further instructions." It was almost the afternoon, and it had started to snow. Dave had arrived at the lake the night before, but had stayed at a hotel room about 40 minutes away from the campsite. He was traveling back to his room in the hotel. Even though the reunion was based at Clearwater Lake, someone had purchased the land a few years back. Inspector Second Star, Dave Elvis Riker, had known who currently owned the campground. But the county had no idea that the campsite was purchased by an outsider. But if they did, there would for sure be protest. An authoritative voice spoke to him through the intercom. "Second Star Dave Riker, your objective is to keep a low profile with the family and to deceive all who would certainly want to interfere with our operations. Neutralize all potential threats." Dave paused for a moment and then said, "I will be interacting with the whole family tomorrow starting at 0800. We will commence in multiple activities to get their family reunion underway. In the meantime, I will deploy the artifact so that I can attract the target." Then the lady said in an authoritative tone, "You are expected to comply to all demands while operating in this mission, and you are aware to not return until the job is done. Anything otherwise will be unacceptable." Dave had been a part of the Black Star Shadow government since his early years as a grad student when he was first recruited by them in college. They had been a secret organization that operated in antagonizing supernatural events around the world. Some occultists call them Wolf, Ram, and Hart, while others call them the Directors. They specialize in conducting gathering events that require secret societies to use specialized assassins called Highlanders. The Highlander Project utilized Black Star soldiers of the ranks 1st Star and 2nd Star. Once one achieved the rank of 3rd Star, there would only be one allowed at that rank. Wolfram and Hart often was the cause of most of the turmoil perpetrated in Sunnydale, California, and in that cabin in the woods in that one state. They would instigate events throughout the country that would cause people to get killed by supernatural entities. This organization were the ones who purchased the land of Crystal Lake recently, so they had the legal rights to combat any type of lawsuits. They would have agents stationed all around the country working as their shadow spies, staying out of the public's attention. Special Agent Riker had worked for the United States branch of the organization and had been promoted from 1 star to 2 star in 2012 and was ready to advance in rank. This would be the task that would get him that promotion. "I understand, ma'am. I know what's at stake and who I serve. I assure you, Director, I will serve my purpose here. Just give me a chance to show you that I can deliver, ma'am. Over and out." Agent Riker was a very talkative individual, but with his superiors, he had to be conservative and have bearing. Knowing when to speak and when to not speak was vital for his progress. In the trunk of his Camaro was a 13 by 13-inch black box. Agent Riker had been given the box to him by one of his superiors back in the Upper East Side of Manhattan before he left. He was instructed to not open it until the time came to do so. The time had closely come to fulfilling that plan, and things were about to go down. He was prepared for what would be next. His combat skills were actually pretty decent. He was a constant practitioner of the Krav Maga system and had utilized his skills in some of his missions. This wouldn't have been the first time that Special Agent Riker would have interacted with the supernatural, but perhaps it would be his most dangerous supernatural that he would have encountered so far. A few years back, he encountered a vicious sea beast the directors call the Merman. The encounter almost killed him. He was bitten on the neck but barely survived. The Merman was one of the fan-favorite executioners in the Black Star program. He had faced a different kind of challenge. It reminded him of a time when he was first becoming an agent. He would go to different cities and run into all types of human contractors who directly or indirectly worked for Black Star. Harry D'Amore of New York City and John Winchester of Kansas were two individuals they had been watching under the radar of Wolfram and Hart. Riker was not to fail or the consequences would be dire. Chapter 5. Friday, June 13th, 1692. Jebediah Voorhees stood shackled. His wrists and ankles were chained and bolted to ropes that were attached to 4 individual horses that were separated in different directions. The prosecutors, a group of English settlers who had considered themselves Puritans, had captured Jebediah after he returned from the state of New Jersey. Before his capture, Jebediah was able to give the book to his mistress. They had secretly married in New Jersey, where his family had settled and had previously came from the Netherlands in the early 1640s. His newly wedded wife was 4 months pregnant, but hadn't looked the part. When Jebediah's family first came to the New World on a ship, all of the family had been documented except for Jebediah. He was the bastard child of his father, the one who had decided to leave the Netherlands. His mother was a mysterious woman who many suspected to be a witch back in Holland. Jebediah's father was a religious man who was kind of rebellious when he was in his adolescent years. He had been sexually promiscuous with the mysterious woman for a little over a year, up until the point that the rest of the family in Holland found out what was going on. The mysterious woman had been impregnated by Jebediah's father and had brought it to his family's attention. After the birth of the child, the mysterious woman had performed some kind of magic on the infant, Jebediah, Days later, the father's family, Jebediah's grandfather, came looking for the infant and killed the mysterious woman. When Jebediah's father found out about his mistress's death, he was heartbroken because he had grown to somewhat love the woman. He had remembered weeks before her death that she asked him to hold on to a book called the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. She had wanted their child to become a practitioner of the magic within the book. Jebediah's father's family in the Netherlands had exiled him and his father from the family and banished them out of Holland. After spending years alone with Jebediah, and after he remarried and produced other children, the time came when Jebediah's father made the decision to go to a place called the New World, where he could own his own land and raise his growing family. Jebediah was a teenager when he and his half-siblings first got to the New World, but for him, throughout the years he had been indirectly disowned by his father, and his younger siblings weren't very nice to him. Just like his mother, Jebediah was now in a similar situation. The Puritans had accused him of being a warlock. Jebediah did not hide who he truly was, but also did not boast about it either. The main prosecutor was an extremist out of all the Puritans. His name was Rupert Hathaway, a man in his mid-40s who considered anyone who wasn't a Puritan to be a savage. Jebediah had lived on the opposite side of town and was considered to be a strange person, thanks to the constant slandering that was done by Puritan Hathaway. He always had it out for Jebediah Voorhees. It all started when Jebediah vocalized his disagreements about the British settlers and how he agreed more with the native eastern woodland Indians on keeping territorial boundaries. Jebediah Voorhees had befriended some of the native Aboriginals and would often make visits to their village to speak with some of the people. They also taught him some of their spiritual practices, and in exchange, he would share information in the book that his father gave him, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. He now stood captive, awaiting the word that would send him to his death. The village had surrounded him in a spectacle, most of them Puritans who agreed with his execution. Others watched in distress, in disapproval, but most was too fearful to speak out because of the probability of also being called a witch. Months earlier, the witch trials had started in that very same town, Salem, Massachusetts. Jebediah stared and smiled into the hostile crowd where he saw his mistress. She had a dreadful look on her face, but managed to smile back at him without anyone noticing her. With tears running down her face, she lipped the words, "I love you," to Jebediah. Rupert Hathaway then walked up to Jebediah Voorhees and asked him, "Any last words, you pagan scum?" Jebediah looked into the Puritan's eyes and shouted, "On this day, Friday the 13th, I, Jebediah Voorhees, can say with all my heart and spirit that I live with no fear and will die with no fear. If now is the time for my calling to the afterlife, today is as good a day to die." Right after, Rupert raised his right hand straight into the air, and when he dropped it back down, the executioners who were standing aside the horses whipped them on their rear ends, and then the horses proceeded to run in their assigned directions. The arms and legs of Jebediah then detached from his body. The sound of his body parts separating and hitting the ground sounded like large wet puddles of water falling from the sky. From the painfully bleeding out, and in his last moment, with no arms or legs attached, Jebediah gained the strength to face the direction of his mistress, and gazed into her eyes until he breathed no more. The pregnant mistress closed her eyes after Jebediah was announced dead by the Puritan extremist. She then opened her eyes and watched the Puritans drag Jebediah away. That was the last time that she saw him. In the coming years, the mistress would raise her and Jebediah's child to hate the Puritans. The child would be weaponized, trained to be a source of revenge against the hypocritical, savage Puritans. The mistress possessed the book that Jebediah Voorhees gave her, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. She had declared the day of Friday the 13th, the day that revenge would be born. Throughout her pregnancy, the mistress would get visions of the future, of a descendant that would be born centuries into that future. She would figure out that the descendants would be born on the day that Jebediah was killed. Jebediah Voorhees' death would trigger the birth of the Redeemer. Every year after the execution of Jebediah, the mistress would hear a voice that continuously got louder. While she was in the hypnagogic and hypnopompic states, it would say, "Today is the death of Jebediah," but the Redeemer's name is Jason, and today is his birthday. Chapter 6. Director's Headquarters. "Yes, ma'am, we got eyes on them," an older man's voice said. "We'll inform the junior partners right away when the action starts. We have one of our best agents working the field right now. Riker is one of our best, and he's a durable son of a bitch," the older man said with enthusiasm. He continued to talk while looking back into the digital hologram from his office. He talked from an old-fashioned corded red phone that was plugged into the wall. "It's my duty to perform for the senior partners, and my job is to not disappoint the junior partners. I'm not trying to be on the bad side of Wolf, Ram, and Hart. No, ma'am, no sirree. We'll let you all know on the other side when things heat up in Crystal Lake. Over and out." The evil law firm, better known as Wolf, Ram, and Hart, had set up shop at Crystal Lake. They decided that they would direct their financial flexibility towards buying property in Wessex County, New Jersey. North New Jersey had been the perfect hotspot for them to test their new occult technologies. The locals were too dumb to truly catch on to what they were truly there for, and all it took was a little bribery and distribution of hush money to some of the locals to help keep the suspiciousness down. They only needed to be at Crystal Lake for one more day, and then their work would be over. They were well aware of the reputation of Camp Blood, and it was the primary reason to why they were there. Clearwater, January 12th. The families had been participating in the extracurricular activities that were a part of the annual family competition. It consisted of the leg rope tie that required 2 people to run the race, otherwise called the 3-legged race. The corn on the cob buckets bob, which each individual tries to grab as much corn on the cob out of a water filler bucket within a minute, like bobbing for apples but with corn. And the rope climbing contest. Inspector Second Star Riker, also known as Dave by the campers, was the host of the events and had overseen directing the activities. The campers had no idea that Dave was a part of the Black Star Shadow government that had purchased the Crystal Lake and Clearwater sites a few years back. Dave had a few more activities for the day set up, one of them taking place at the Crystal Lake site. It was now the afternoon and activities were on hiatus. Dave was DJing music, and the families were enjoying themselves and sitting around each other. The families had found a way to have fun in spite of being at the campsite during the cold winter. The weather hadn't been too cold that the families couldn't be outside. Surprisingly, the temperature was in the upper 40s, which was bearable. Outside, in front of the lake at Clearwater, was a group of younger folks engaging in conversation, all of them ranging from the ages of 18 to 28. In the group, it was Cassandra, Fiona, Michaela, Ezra, Harmony, Floyd the Prankster, Carly the Hottie, Kevin the Wiggly-Wigga, and Aries the dog, who was a husky. The one leading the conversation was Ezra. "Anyone ever hear about the site not far from here called Camp Crystal Lake? It's the camp part of Crystal Lake, slightly different than Clearwater. I heard it turned into a freak show like multiple mass murders," Ezra said, waiting for replies with intrigue. Cassandra engaged. "I heard a few stories about that place growing up. Quentin told me some. He said it was haunted by some guy named Jason who kills campers. I'm glad we're not at that site because it would definitely feel more eerier than this place, though it's still creepy being here at Clearwater," Cassandra said with a creeped-out tone. Fiona waited for Cassandra to finish, and then she spoke up. "I think most of what you heard is just an urban legend. I mean, if it was so haunted, why would they keep letting people come here? Fucking stupid if you ask me." "I didn't ask you, and you sound like Grandpa talking like that. Anyways, why do you think it's an urban legend?" Ezra said rhetorically. "Because I'm a thinker?" said Fiona sarcastically. Ezra rolled his eyes at Fiona and continued. "This county doesn't really look financially well set, so I would guess they need the money to keep the town financially afloat. It's really not that hard to figure out. Most people would do just about anything to make a buck when they are desperate for money." Kevin then began to engage the conversation. He was waiting for the right time to say something so that he could sound cool, so that he could impress Cassandra. He was a white guy that was into black girls. He considered and spoke. Yeah, true, they sketchy as hell, but they still need to make that paper. You feel me? I bet these fools never took an economics class before, huh? Ezra just half nodded as if he was a little annoyed by how cringy Kevin came off when he spoke. Ezra muttered under his breath towards Kelvin. Dickhead. What? I heard that, homie, Kelvin replied. Kelvin had a tendency to trigger people in an annoying way. After all, he was trying too hard. He was a kid from the suburbs, but always wanted to show that he was down with all the players from the hood. Kelvin spoke again. Y'all bugging. I don't know why I agreed to come up here with you Peckerwoods. Y'all some crazy-ass white folk. Ezra interrupted. Shut the fuck up. You're white too, and probably more crazy than most of us here. The rest of the group just stood there and listened to the ones that were talking. Most of them had no idea of the history of Camp Crystal Lake. Harmony stood towards the back of the crowd with her guard dog, the husky named Aries, who was 7 years old and in his prime. Most people found Harmony's personality to be very friendly and comforting. She was more on the shy side, especially considering that she was a little autistic and slightly physically deformed and stuttered a little. But her red hair and perky smile could put just about anyone at ease. Harmony then spoke. Why do they call it Clearwater? I bet it's because the water looks so clear? Harmony stuttered to Michaela. Yeah, mate, that makes perfect sense. The water at this lake kind of reminds me of some of the waters in Melbourne. Even though this lake is currently frozen, we don't get snow in Australia, obviously, replied Michaela. So what do you think, Carly? Said Floyd. Floyd had been eyeing Carly since the day before. They weren't blood kin, so he figured he had a shot at hooking up with her. Carly was very simple-minded, but pleasant to talk to and cute. I'm a little creeped out that the place might be haunted, but I should manage, said Carly in an almost Valley Girl accent. I mean, I don't feel too weird about being here since there's so many of us around. There might be a creep lingering in the woods right now that may be waiting to take our organs or adrenochrome, and that's fucking weird because there's rumors on the internet that certain people in society are kidnapping children and stealing their DNA. Specifically in New Jersey. Anyways, if something crazy was to happen, at least we would have enough people to fight back, I hope, Carly said in an unsure way. Don't worry, Carly, I'll protect you, said Floyd. Carly then smiled hard and said to Floyd, I find a man that's willing to protect a woman when she's frightened to be really sexy. Floyd had a look of satisfaction on his face, a hard and sensational blush. He would soon make his move on Carly. Kelvin took a mental note, telling himself in his head, I need to step my game up. Can't let this beta chump outwork me with the broads. Aries the dog started barking. He was a smart and aware dog. He noticed the cipher of people engaging in conversation, so he wanted to get a word in too, even if it was dog talk. The only time when Aries wasn't with Harmony was when he was eating or going to the bathroom. The group then divided and went their separate ways around the lake. The next family reunion event was about to start. The annual dodgeball competition was going to commence. The families gathered and met up again. Mr. Sully stood next to his wife and spoke out of a megaphone. Everybody, let's split the teams up into two. Everyone that wants to participate, stand to the side. Most of the people that were participating in the game were the young folk. Floyd walked up to Carly and asked her, You're going to be on my team, right? Carly just shook her head yes and smiled. Cassandra stood next to Carly and mumbled, Thirsty much? She felt that Floyd was coming on too strong at Carly. Music had been playing in the background. The song Get 'Em Up was the song of choice of the dodgeball game.
Whoa, hey, 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 whoa, hey, 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 whoa, hey, hey, shawty, you know hey, there I go, all black in the back of the club, got the mamas looking hotter like she got us some dubs, got girls over there in the scene with us.
It set the mood and made for a fun and cool tone. When the game started, 14 people were engaged in the event. Quentin was one of the participants. He was pretty hyped to have his chance to smash people in the face with the dodgeball. They weren't the soft, cushiony balls either. They were the rubber ones that could do some damage if you put enough force behind the throw. Quentin yelled, "Let's go!" with excitement. The game started. There were two teams. The first consisted of Ezra, Quentin, Harmony, Mrs. Sully, Cassandra, Fiona, and another friend of the family named Otis. Team 2 consisted of Mr. Sully, Michaela, Kelvin, two brothers from a different family named Alex and Frankie, Carly and Floyd. 7 people on either team. Both teams lined up on their sides. The dodgeballs were placed in the center for everyone to run out and get them at the start of the game. Otis figured, since he was slow and overweight, that he would let all the faster and younger people run out to get the balls. He would just wait for someone to try and hit him so he could have his chance to intercept a ball. "And go," said Dave. He was the host for the lake events, and he was kind of entertained despite what he was really there for. The teams ran out to get the dodgeballs. Quentin was the first person to get to the balls. He grabbed one of them and kicked one back to his teammates. There were 6 in total. The other person that ran with him was Ezra. On the other side, Frankie and Kelvin ran to the center. Squaring off, Quentin quickly whiffed a ball at Frankie's face, but missed by only a few inches. Frankie smiled and said, "Oh, that's how we're playing." Frankie threw his ball hard, and then ping, the ball smacked Fiona on the side of her head. She just put her hands up as if she was surprised and angry of how fast she was out of the game. Even though they were on the same team, Ezra mocked her and laughed her. "You suck, Fiona. Get off the field." Fiona gave Ezra the middle finger and walked off the playing field. Ezra chuckled. Next was a flurry of dodgeballs going back and forth for a few moments. Then next, Michaela was out. She made an attempt to try and hit Ezra with the ball, but she didn't put enough power behind her throw. Ezra said under his breath, "Not so much empowered now, are you, Michaela?" Michaela replied, "Eat me." Next, Kelvin picked up a ball and flung it hard at the surrounding opponents. He managed to hit Cassandra right on her ass. After getting hit, Cassandra looked at Kelvin with a pissed-off look and began to walk off the field. Kelvin looked embarrassed and then proceeded to say something to Cassandra, but with swag. "I'm sorry, baby girl. I didn't mean to hit you there. It's all fun and games, baby." Then he continued his assault on the rest of the team. Without him noticing, Mrs. Sully had angled up on Kelvin and managed to tag him with a dodgeball, right in his groin. Half of his team just stopped and laughed, while the others just kept playing the game. "Wow," Kelvin said. "Didn't expect that." Harmony picked up a ball and was able to tag Mr. Sully out. It had barely touched his leg, but it counted. Mr. Sully smiled and started clapping softly. "I knew you had it in you, Harmony," said Mr. Sully. Harmony had a timid look on her face. "Sorry," she said. Even in a game of dodgeball, she still managed to be apologetic. She was too nice for her own good. Floyd picked up a ball and slightly put it at Mrs. Sully. He hit her on the back of her left tricep. Then she was eliminated next. When Otis managed to get a ball, he whiffed it hard and blasted Floyd right in the gut with it. Otis wasn't very mobile, but he had a lot of power within his physique. "Ow!" Floyd rolled around the ground for a few seconds trying to catch his breath, and then crawled off the field. Mrs. Sully came right to his aid to make sure that he was all right. He just needed a few minutes to regain his bearings. There were only 3 people left on one team and 4 on the other. Ezra, Quentin, Harmony, and Otis, and on the other team, Floyd, Alex, and Frankie. There was a pause in the game, well, more like a stalemate. Each remaining player had a dodgeball in their possession except for Harmony. It looked like a scene from a child-friendly sports movie, and the scenery was surprisingly nice considering that there was snow on the ground, and the weather was calming and had a certain stillness to it. Host David stood to the side on a podium and watched with amusement. Even he was enjoying himself. Aries the dog watched the game and was barking and jumping around with excitement. The rest of the family was outside too. They gathered around each other to talk amongst themselves. So far, the family reunion had been a success. It was the early afternoon and everyone was getting along. When the stalemate ended, Quentin threw his ball with all of his might between Alex and Frankie. He figured that he would hit someone considering the speed and force of the throw. He did. He hit Alex right in the ribs, but as soon as Alex was hit, Frankie countered and popped Quentin square in the face. Frankie's face lit up with exhilaration. "Yeah, boy, how you like them apples?" Frankie said with a taunting tone towards Quentin. Quentin, surprised for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. When he walked off the field, he yelled to Frankie, "You got me this time, you little shit." Carly hadn't done much in the game at this point, but she managed to get one of the balls and luckily hit Otis on the side of the head, tagging him out. He hadn't really noticed her, and if he was paying attention to her, he would have most likely caught her ball, which didn't have much force behind the throw. It was slow enough for an elderly, decrepit person to catch. Now only Harmony and Ezra were left, and Carly and Frankie. Frankie threw 2 balls at the same time at Ezra, both missing. Harmony and Carly both threw their balls at each other at the same time. Carly's ball just missed the head of Harmony. Ezra then whiffed a ball at Carly, and then ping, Carly was out, hit right on her right breast. She jolted a hand towards it and said, "What the fuck?" as if she was questioning why Ezra hit her on the chest. Ezra just looked at her and said, "Unintentional, kinda," then continued. Harmony and Ezra at the same time threw their balls at Frankie. Frankie managed to catch Ezra's ball, but he was so focused on not getting hit by the more forceful throw, he temporarily forgot to dodge Harmony's ball. Though Ezra was now out, Frankie had barely gotten hit on the foot, but was also out. Team A had won, all because of the efforts of shy little Harmony. Although there were teams, there would only be one winner. The person who would eliminate the last person on the other team would be declared the winner. Dave stepped onto the field and announced to the whole family that Harmony was the winner of the family reunion dodgeball game. Dave announced that the winner would get a tour of the whole county, starting at Lake Clearwater and then Crystal Lake. Then the rest of the county. Quentin walked up to Harmony and hugged her and then gave her a platonic kiss on the cheek. "It's good to know you have a little mean streak in you. You'll need it someday." Quentin was impressed. Harmony smiled and said, I guess. I don't like to hurt people. Aries protects me, so I don't have to." Quentin replied, "I know, honey bun, I get it." It was almost lunchtime, and there was a lot of food to go around. Otis was starving, and he didn't want to wait another 40 minutes to eat. He had brought his own food, but didn't want to eat it in front of anyone, and he also didn't want anyone to know that he had food. His hunger must have increased from the activity of the dodgeball game. When everyone was occupied and entertained by something else, Otis got in his small SUV and drove away. He wanted to go for a little ride and check out the campsites in the area. It sounded like a good idea. Otis was not from New Jersey, let alone the East Coast. He came from Scottsdale, Arizona. It was kind of unusual for a person to be as fat as Otis was and be from a state where the weather was so hot, but he was a strange exception to the rule. As Otis drove down the road, he saw signs that pointed in different directions that consisted of multiple campsites. All of the campsites covered over 100 square miles of area. Anyone could get lost, and most people who came to the county had no idea how large the property was. Otis had no idea where he was going, but had a map and GPS with him, so he figured that he would be fine with the navigation. Also, Otis was unaware of the reputation of Crystal Lake, and surprisingly he had never heard of Jason Voorhees. Out of all the campsites and directions to choose from, he chose the sign that said, and he read out loud, "Camp Crystal Lake, 10 miles. The roads were full of snow, but was paved by the owners of the property. Who paved the streets around Crystal Lake? The company that hired workers to put salt down and pave the roads were the same company that worked for Black Star. The employees knew to get their work done and to get out of the area ASAP and before nightfall. There was a lot of snow on the ground, probably around 2 feet, but at that current time the weather was mostly calm, but was starting to get windy. The afternoon passed, and it was now the early evening. In a few hours it would be night, but Otis didn't plan on being away for that long. He figured he could go for a little ride, eat something, and be back to eat with the rest of the family. 2 miles out from the arrival, Otis saw the sign that said Crystal Lake. He liked the scenery and felt relaxed right away. Upon pulling up to the lake, Otis saw a multitude of cabins. When he arrived, he parked his vehicle next to the cabin that he planned on going into. The first cabin had been locked. He then searched around each cabin until he found one that was open. If none of them were opened, he considered breaking into one of the cabins. It also crossed his mind that it wouldn't be worth it just to eat some food in privacy in his car. All of this just for a little snack break. Otis was a fat boy at heart. Well, a fat boy literally too, but that never discouraged him from enjoying the small sensations that he got from eating the foods that he loved. Walking to the first cabin, Otis started huffing and puffing, losing his breath. He muttered out loud, "Too fat for this. Oh well, it'll be worth it." The guy was around 6 feet tall and was around 400 pounds. He had developed an eating disorder in his junior year of high school and kept getting fatter ever since. His primary health doctor had assigned him an exclusive workout regime and nutritional diet. His actual reason for sneaking off alone was to cheat on his diet. He knew that his friends at the family reunion would criticize him for putting his health and diet in jeopardy. He didn't want to hear that. Nothing could convince him that his cravings were bad for him. His binge eating made him feel good, even if it was a bad habit. It gave him a sense of nostalgia. A time when he wasn't overweight, ironically. When he got to that first cabin, he saw the cabin steps. He took his time going up the stairs, and when he got to the top, he felt relieved. "Yes," Otis muttered out loud. In his mind, he considered that going that many steps was a workout. He also figured that he would reward himself by eating all of the hot wings that he had dipped in gravy. He intentionally chose hot wings to heat up his body because it was the winter. Actually, kind of a smart move considering the climate. When he got to the door, he turned the knob, but his fingers slipped off the handle. Then he tried to open it again. It was locked. "Damn it! Damn it!" Otis said out loud. Even though it crossed his mind, Otis considered that he didn't have the energy or enthusiasm to break into the cabin. So he had to try another one. He walked down the stairs at twice the pace that he went up the stairs. Walking up the next cabin, Otis, almost dragging his feet, nearly tripped since there was so much snow on the ground. He muttered again, "What in tarnations?" Next, while walking in between the two cabins, Otis heard a loud cracking noise. He stopped and looked around, waited for about a minute, then pulled out a small survival knife. He decided that if he wasn't going to be able to run away from danger, he would at least put up a fight against whatever was potentially out there. For a few short moments, Otis gained a sense of confidence over himself. Thinking the environment was beautiful didn't take away the feeling that kept him shaken up by the subtle eeriness of the campsite. He felt confident since he had been following his assigned workout regime that Dr. Francis created for him back home. He felt healthier, faster, even stronger. But when it came to food, especially right now, he was cheating on his diet. After the minute was over, Otis put the knife back on his waist belt and continued to walk to the second cabin. Fortunately, the second cabin didn't have stairs. "Yes," Otis said out loud, and when he got to the door and grabbed it, the knob gave him a little shock to his hand. He shook his pudgy hand and then proceeded to open the door. The door opened, and before entering the room, Otis took a long look inside, taking precaution but not for too long. Then his hunger urges nearly took over his movement, almost like he was possessed. When Otis walked into the cabin, he saw that there was a light switch and flicked the switch upward. The power worked, at least in this cabin, and a large-sized light bulb lit up the whole room. "Fuck yeah," Otis said with charisma. He then closed the door and locked it. Otis took precaution that considering that he was technically trespassing, he would only stay in the cabin as long as it took him to finish eating. Then he would leave and go back to Lake Clearwater. He sat down at an old table that had wooden chairs that were probably a few decades old. He then unwrapped the food that he brought, the hot wings, pulled out some hand wipes, and placed a small bottle of water next to the wings. Otis started eating. He thought, boy, are these wings delicious. It was all worth it. Some peace and quiet. While he was eating, he had been looking around the room in a spectacle. He noticed a few peculiar things that caught his attention. Some trophies in the corner, a mounted stuffed turkey, mouse traps in an open box, a broken canoe paddle that had a stain on it, and a sign that said Camp Crystal Lake. He also saw a little booklet. He walked over and picked it up. It was a little brown leather book that looked like a journal that said on the cover of it, "To my son." Otis opened the journal and saw that there were words written in black ink. The handwriting was readable and the font size was small but neat. On the first page it read, "To my beloved son Jason Voorhees, I am your father, Mr. Voorhees. Many will speak of me as being a bad man, and you will hear stories of how I was abusive towards your mother. But those rumors are just a bunch of lies. It was not I who was abusive towards your mother. I loved Pamela. I always have, just like I have always loved you, Jason. One day you, me, and your mother will reunite. But in the meantime, read the text inside this book. I have been watching over you throughout the past decades and have been taking notes to how to heal you. But there are things that have to be done first in order for that to come to fruition. There are my grimoires, and you as my son are entitled to obtain this knowledge. Punish your enemies and kill them slowly. They have always attacked our family, and we will show them by making examples out of them. My special boy Jason, we will be a family again one day. I will be looking for you. Love, Mr. Voorhees." Otis put the booklet in his back pocket and then sat down and thought about what he had just read. Then he pulled the book back out of his pocket, reopened it, and started to flip through random pages. The book must have been around 200 pages, all handwritten. There were also pictures of weird-looking creatures and hieroglyphics in the book. There were dates in there, too, that appeared to have rituals attached to them. This was definitely someone's grimoire, by a guy named Mr. Voorhees. Otis muttered, "This place is making me feel creeped out. I need to get back soon before things get even more eerie." Even though he was a little excited by what he saw, Otis happened to be creeped out by what he read and wanted to get back to Lake Clearwater when he was finished. Otis went back to the table. He stared at the Crystal Lake sign for a few moments, then continued eating. He took a sip of water and paused for a few seconds. He thought that the wings would be a good tune-up for a meal for whatever they had back at Clearwater. Thinking about what he just read from the little booklet gave him chills. He now was about halfway done with his food, and then he heard something outside. The door was locked, so he figured that he was somewhat safe from any potential hostile wildlife. Could it be a bear, he thought? "Oh God, no, please don't be a bear," he said out loud. "I'm too slow and out of shape to try and outrun a bear," he said out loud again and frantically. He then got up and looked out the window. He didn't see anything, so he waited for a while. He walked back to the table and grabbed the remainder of his hot wings. He decided to eat the rest of the wings while he looked out the window. While looking out the window, Otis saw something with his peripheral vision, but he wasn't sure what it was. "All right, there's something out there, and I think it's time to get the fuck out of here," Otis said to himself. He took precaution and waited near the door in the cabin, where he could see out the window. He managed to finish his wings, and now had his survival knife pulled out in his right hand. He turned off the lights in the cabin and waited to hear what he thought was outside. His heart was racing. It seemed every time he got the courage to go outside and run to his car, the noise that he heard became louder. He had his keys to his SUV in his left pocket and had locked the door of his vehicle. He thought if he had to make a run for it, at least he wouldn't have to take time to unlock the door. He could also automatically unlock the car door with the tech button of his key, but even that would take up too much time. His car was about 150 yards away. That was about the range of 1.5 football fields. Otis was nervous, and the spiciness from the hot sauce had contributed to the uncomfortable feeling in his body. He finally cracked the door open and peeked his head out. He stayed in that mode for 3 minutes. Then he heard it, a growl. He was right. It was coming from the opposite direction of where he came, and there it was, a large black bear. It was abnormally large for a black bear, about 7 feet long and looked about 700 pounds. Black bears weren't supposed to be that big, Otis thought. He remembered seeing them back in Northern California when he used to visit his cousins out there. Otis quietly closed the door and glanced out of the window. The bear stayed in the vicinity for about 20 minutes. At one point, Otis thought he was going to shit himself because the bear started to press against the cabin door that he was in. It most likely smelt the food that he was eating, Otis thought. The hot wings. Otis then came up with an idea. If the bear did smell the food inside the cabin, it would eventually try to get inside. And Otis knew damn well that he didn't want that to happen. Fortunately for Otis, the cabin had 2 windows, one near the door and one in the back of the cabin. Otis decided to take the remains of the food, mostly bones and sauce, and throw it out the back window. to occupy and distract the bear. Otis opened the window and threw the remains of the food out the back window. The bear smelled the food and proceeded to walk towards the back of the cabin, but not without a small hesitation. It stared at the cabin that Otis was in for about 40 seconds. He thought, "Does it know that I'm in here? Oh God, it might want to eat my insides." Otis thought back during the time when he was back home, sitting inside watching a bear documentary on the Discovery Channel. It gave him a little insight about the outdoors. Otis thought that when the bear was distracted with the food, he would make a run for it. He had a decent chance of getting away since black bears weren't known for being aggressive, but this was no ordinary black bear. When the bear got to the remains of the food and started eating the bones, Otis opened the door and slowly started to creep away from the cabin. Because of the snow on the ground, he made small footstep noises, but nothing too loud that would draw attention to himself. When Otis got to the 75-yard mark, he booked it and ran as hard and as fast as he physically could. He looked back and saw nothing following behind him. Almost there, he thought, and then finally he was at his truck. He opened the door quickly and got into the SUV. It was a pickup truck that had nothing in the back except for a black plastic cover. Otis took a few moments to catch his breath. Now he only needed to get his wits back and pull off. Otis put on his seatbelt and looked in the rearview mirror. He saw nothing. He grabbed his car keys out of his right pocket, turned on his vehicle, then looked through the rearview mirror again and said, "Glad to get the hell away from this place." Then he pulled off. He was back on the road and the cabins were at least a mile behind him. He thought, "Should I tell the others about what I experienced? That there's an abnormally large black bear roaming around Crystal Lake? Yeah, I guess I'll tell them about the bear," Otis said out loud to himself. While driving back to Lake Clearwater, Otis kept feeling a bump stutter while he was driving. It was like a brief turbulence every few hundreds of feet or so. He was a heavy man, but the SUV could bear him. The only thing that could throw this truck out of sync would be if another heavy object was on board. Otis then pulled over. He figured that he was far enough away from Crystal Lake. When he got out of the SUV, he went right to the back of the vehicle and paused for a moment. There was a pronounced lump under the cover. Otis thought, "I didn't put anything back here. This was empty when I left Clearwater." Otis pulled the black plastic cover back from the vehicle. When he pulled the cover back, a large man sat in the upright position with such quickness. Otis just stared. Who the fuck was this large man in the back of his truck? The man smelled like mud and rotten meat. The man just sat there still with a sack covering his head. He continued to sit up staring at Otis, breathing heavy. Otis was terrified, frozen in time because he didn't know what to do, how to respond, and had never seen someone with such a mysterious aura. Nothing remotely even close to it. This man seemed frantic, as if he was thrilled to entice fear in Otis. The man then stood up and bent over directly towards Otis's face. Otis swallowed hard and said nervously, Are you lost, sir?" The heavily muscled man said nothing, then lifted the sack off his face. The large lumpy head had a cynical look on it. It was Jason Voorhees. But something was different about him. Jason then went to grab something in the back of the truck. It was a noose. Otis began to run, but about time he got back near the driver's seat, Jason had used the rope to ring it around his neck. Otis pulled back and tugged with Jason. Otis screamed frantically, "Leave me alone, you creep! Get away!" When Jason got close enough, Otis struck him with a two-strike combination, a jab to the throat and then a poke to the eyes. The jab did nothing, but somehow the eye poke affected the assailant. But it had not been enough to stop him in his tracks. Jason then proceeded to throw punches at the fat torso of Otis. Wham! Thump! And then a fast three-punch combination straight to the face, hook to the stomach, and then a straight to Otis's face again. Otis dropped to the ground, dazed and confused. Never had he been hit with so much force and precision. The man had combat skills and his technique was sound. Otis then started to mutter deliriously, What? After a few short moments, ragdolled and dragged in the snow on the road, Otis had taken a beating. Gasping for air and out of breath, Otis tried his best to gain his bearings. When the opportunity presented itself, Otis was to get close enough again to Jason and make his move. And the time was now. Otis pulled out his survival knife and stabbed Jason right in the groin. Otis had somehow managed to get a successful attack on the slasher before he was attacked again. Jason made a strange but frustrated yell. Otis had stabbed him in his genitals. This act had triggered an intense reaction within Jason. Jason shook off the pain and took hold of one of Otis's ankles and then snapped it. Crack was the sound of his ankles breaking, preventing him from running. Jason then took the other ankle and snapped it. Snap, an even louder cracking noise. Otis yelled at the top of his lungs and was freaking out. "Help! Help me! This motherfucker's killing me! Help!" Jason wanted to punish the fat man for stabbing him in his privates. Otis had pissed him off. Somehow Otis fighting back reminded him back to 1981, when that guy named Paul Holt put up a fight against him. That had been the first group of humans Jason had dealt with. "Now is the time to punish for Mommy," the voice in Jason's head said to him. Next, Jason grabbed one of Otis's forearms and snapped it, then snapped the other. "Oh, God!" Otis screamed out in agony. In this present moment, Otis could not walk or crawl. "Stop! Stop, please! I don't fucking know you! Leave me alone!" Otis said frantically. Jason then stared at Otis for a few seconds and then walked away. Into the woods Jason went, which for a brief moment relieved Otis, but still he was in so much pain. It was late in the evening and it would be dark in a couple of hours. Otis rolled on the ground for about 20 minutes, trying to get his composure. There had been no sign of Jason. At this point, Otis would have preferred interacting with the bear instead of the sack-wearing bastard that crippled him. It took Otis almost an hour to muster up his energy to gain semi-stability and to get into the driver's seat of his SUV. He was slumped over because he couldn't stand, and he couldn't grip anything with his hands. Looking for his cell phone, Otis noticed that his map was gone. Jason must have taken it with the phone, or was Otis jumping to conclusions due to his fear and delirium? Otis felt helpless. Every minute that went past meant that his chances of surviving would diminish. It was now dusk, and Otis was starting to hear noises in the woods. No vehicle had come past since he was on the road, not one. He was still in immense amount of pain, but he had enough strength to muster up energy to scramble around his car for a few minutes. Unfortunately for him, he didn't find the map or his phone. His vehicle keys were gone, and it was now dark. Otis got back in his car. He locked all the doors in the SUV and hoped that the maniac didn't come back to finish him off. He sat looking straight down the road, shaking his head. He experienced all of this just because he wanted to sneak off and eat some hot wings. He still had the book in his back pocket. He thought, was that Jason Voorhees? He also thought of why no one, especially Mr. Sully, didn't warn him about the area. It didn't matter now. He just wanted to get back to Clearwater and warn the rest of the family. But even if he did have the keys to the SUV, he wouldn't be able to drive. Otis fell asleep in the driver's seat for a few hours. What woke him up was a bright light shining on his vehicle. It was a pickup truck coming from the direction of Crystal Lake. Otis's heart jumped. He was hoping that it wasn't the maniac that put the beating on him, but Jason didn't drive. It had to be someone else. The truck pulled up to his vehicle. Otis just gazed at the driver, and then he rolled down his window button with one of his still functioning fingers. The driver gave him a little wave. Otis started to talk to the driver. "Sir, please help me. Someone attacked me, and I'm in a lot of pain. Please, please." The guy put his finger up, signaling for Otis to wait a minute. Then the guy got out of the truck. He was around 6'6" and looked around a solid 300 pounds. He was massive and heavily muscled. He had long red hair and looked like he was in his late 50s. The man walked over and said with a very deep, raspy voice to Otis, "Looks like you've been through a lot, my friend." Otis looked at him and said with an out-of-breath tone, "Yes, but we both need to get out of here. There's a man out here hunting people, and I'm sure he was trying to kill me. I don't know why he walked away. I don't know where he went, but I'm sure he was going to come back and try to finish me off." "Get in," the redhead man said. "Come on, I'll help you." After the man put Otis in his passenger seat, he got in the driver's seat and looked at Otis and said, "Is there anything you want to get from your vehicle before we leave, friend?" "No, he took everything that I needed to get back," Otis said, looking at Otis with penetrating eyes. "What direction?" said the man. "Straight. My family is 4 miles away from here. They're at Clearwater," Otis said, out of breath. The man started driving in the direction that Otis requested. He was quiet for a few minutes, and Otis was fine with that. Then he asked, "So what happened back there, and why is your family around Crystal Lake?" Otis took a few seconds to get his story straight and then proceeded to talk. "We're here for a family reunion. We planned on being here for a few days, and as for me, I was just going for a ride, checking out the area. Then I ran into that guy," Otis said in a semi-depressing manner. The red-haired man shook his head slightly. "It's always great to be around family, but when it comes to this place, you don't want to travel around here alone." Otis was starting to relax a bit, even while wincing in pain. Still a little out of breath, Otis continued. "I ran into a large black bear, too. I thought that would have been my biggest problem out here, but apparently not." They both were about 2 miles out from Clearwater. It was starting to snow. "So, who was the guy that attacked you? Do you know him?" the man said with his deep voice. "I think his name is Jason," Otis replied. "Jason, huh? How do you figure that?" said the mysterious man. Otis then pulled the little brown book out from his back pocket and showed the man what he had. I found this book in one of the cabins that I was in. I flipped through it, and it mentioned a guy named Jason Voorhees. It also had a guy named Mr. Voorhees in it, too." "Interesting," the man said. "What was in the book?" Otis slightly turned to his side, as if he was implying for the man to grab the book. "Here, take a look for yourself," Otis suggested. The man grabbed the brown book out of one of Otis's crippled hands and looked through it for a while, and at the same time shifting his eyes on the road. At this point, they were about 1.25 miles away from Clearwater. The man pulled over and stopped the car. He made sure that Otis had his full attention and gazed directly into Otis's eyes, took a deep breath, smiled, and said to Otis, "Sometimes I don't recognize my own handwriting." Otis looked confused. "What are you talking about, sir?" The man sat up even more straight than he already was. "I find it something that you never asked my name. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jeb, named after my ancestor that came to this country centuries ago. But you can call me Mr. Voorhees." Chapter 7. "Where's Otis?" Mr. Sully asked. "Does anyone know where Otis is or went?" Nobody replied. Everyone was sitting and standing outside the front of the cabins near the campfire. It was late in the day, and Otis was nowhere to be found, and his vehicle nowhere to be found, according to the family. Mr. Sully had called frantically, called Dave because of his concerns about the absence of Otis. I'll check around the area," Dave assured. "Contact me on the radio if anything sounds eerie," said Mr. Sully. Dave gave a compliant smile and said in his Texas accent, "Will do." Dave got into his Camaro and drove off. While driving in his car on the radio out to Crystal Lake, Inspector Second Star Dave Elvis Riker thought hard and considered the possibility that Otis may have run into Jason and most likely would be dead by now. That wasn't important to Second Star Riker because his primary objective was to lure 2 specific individuals to Jason so that the ritual ceremonies came to fruition. After the 2 people were to be killed by the hands of Jason, it didn't matter if everyone else was killed or left alive. Dave Riker pressed on his communicator and contacted headquarters. "Reporting," said the agent. "Clear," said headquarters. "I have logical speculations that consider one of the subjects to have directly encountered the specimen. It is probable that he may have been killed by the specimen and that the subject may currently be on the prowl for new blood. The lady on the other side of the communicator spoke in a calm but authoritative tone. That is excellent news, Inspector. But until one of the primary subjects are in alignment, your duty is to keep the family calm and unaware of what our plans are. We cannot afford to jeopardize this operation for some randoms. The specimen has great value to our senior partners. Jason Voorhees is meant to play a significant and important role in our organization. Don't you ever forget that. Riker was a very obedient agent and had completed every one of his missions throughout his affiliation with Black Star. Yes, I completely understand and comprehend. I'll be on it at once, Director. Over and out. Headquarters hung up the comm, and Agent Riker continued to drive. You people don't reflect on your own hypocritical behavior. You come repeatedly to this camp, regardless of the negative, dreadful stories you heard about this place. Stupid, if you ask me. But when it comes down to it, it all works out for me and my boy. We enjoy punishing the stupid and naive. They take their lives for granted, especially by coming to Crystal Lake. You neurotypicals disgust me. But I'll tell you a secret about my boy Jason. Every person he kills, every one of the young teenagers' spirits that he takes from this realm, it makes him stronger. Every time someone comes to this camp and gets killed by my Jason, they enhance his abilities. Out of all the times that he is killed or was put to sleep, it is now when he gains his new abilities. Otis was still in the passenger seat. He was still in pain, but somehow he had somewhat gotten used to it to a small degree. It must have been the adrenaline. He just sat in the seat and listened to what Mr. Voorhees had to say. You know, my boy has developed some uncanny abilities. He has created so much turmoil over these past few decades that he created a ripple into an alternate hell dimension. My boy's been to hell more than one time, and I didn't get to formally meet him until I met him down there. But somehow, he knew who I was. Have you ever heard of the 9 gates of hell in the Cliffwath? Mr. Voorhees said, with intrigue. No, Otis said in a timid manner. Well, I met my boy in the 4th gate. That's where tormented spirits hunt each other down repeatedly. It's a place where the predators can master their craft. It is also the place where my boy got manipulated by that Freddy Krueger feller. He was posing as my wife, you see, Jason's mother, Pamela. But that guy now resides in the 5th gate, where most of his memories have been erased by the governor demons of hell. What nobody realizes besides me is that Freddy Krueger was just a messenger to the real mastermind of the nightmare realm. He got the name Son of 100 Maniacs because his mother, a nun, was raped in a mental asylum by over 100 men. And they never knew exactly who the biological father was. It was a case of possibly Telegani. But I knew who Freddy Krueger's actual father was, but that isn't important at the moment. What's important is who the grandfather of Freddy Krueger is. It all started with him. His name was Mr. Krueger, but he recognized as Frederick Krueger, born in 1838 and died in 1910 at the age of 72. He resided in Lightning Creek, Oklahoma, and used to abduct, torture, and kill children. That's where Freddy Krueger gets his antics from. The occult world worships Mr. Krueger, and because he died at the age of 72 in a mental institution in his sleep, occultists utilize him to summon the 72 Gosha that are known as demons. But to others, these demons are angels. Freddy had connections to some of these demons, but not most. They were the ones who allowed him to hunt people within their dreams, you see. But no, since Jason has been exposed to that type of paranormal activity, he has now developed his own ways of hunting people down in the astral plane. You're probably thinking to how I fit into all of this. I'll tell you how. My great ancestor, Jebediah Voorhees, came to this country in the mid-1600s. He possessed a magical book named the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. It has been in our family the whole time that my bloodline has been in the New World, the United States, you see. Jason actually used it back in the 1990s when he was possessing people with his spirit. Body snatching is one of many of his abilities, you see. But everything got stalemated when these FBI agents destroyed Jason's body in '93. But years later, I was able to retrieve the remains of my son's body, so I've been experimenting with what I've retrieved. One of my relatives were able to send Jason to hell with the assistance of a guy named Creighton Duke. You know, Duke was presumed dead, but his body was never found. But I think I have an idea of what happened. You see, I knew Creighton Duke. He worked with my punk bitch of a brother-in-law, Louis Vendretti. In 1996, when Jason and Louis were being resurrected, I had undergone, in 1997, an experiment with Jason's body that allowed me to learn more about the darkness that resided within it. And this was thanks to the ancient technology that I was fortunate to come across by some occultists who go under the alias called Wolfram and Hart. Do you understand now? They are my suppliers to supernatural artifacts. We made a deal. I teach them about Jason's ways, and they give me occult knowledge I can use. You can never know too much, and it's never too late to learn new things. There were restrictions with Jason's body, though. Somehow Diane Kimball's DNA was able to slightly influence replica Jason's decision-making. Sometimes he refuses to do certain tasks. Jason had a curse put on him. The curse of the Jersey Devil, to be exact. That's why he keeps coming back. That is also why I am back too. I'll tell you another secret. There is a handful of people out there who thinks that it was Pamela that performed black magic on Jason, but the truth is that, yes, Pamela has practiced black magic. Yes, she's practiced black magic on Jason. But it was Louis and myself who performed black magic on Jason directly. Unlike Louis, I did it to protect him and ultimately to bring me back. Over this last year, since we've been back, I have spent time with my boy, teaching him how to be a man, you see. Pamela did what she could, but she raised Jason to be a mama's boy. With all of his experiences, I have noticed Jason evolve with a level of maturity. He is not a man yet mentally, but as long as I'm around, he will be closer to achieving that goal. One last secret there. Wolfram and Hart and I were able to produce another Jason. Sure, he's not my full capacity Jason, but he is still my son. The directors call him Replica Jason, but I call him Johnny. You see, my boy travels. He is also known in Canada as the White Pine Slaughterer. He wears a sack on his head. You met him earlier. But there are two of them. They are both my boys. I teach them both about the importance of family. So if you deal with one, you will have to deal with the other one. You see, Jason looks at Johnny like his younger brother. He is very protective of him. similarly to how protective Pamela was to the real Jason. They're the Voorhees brothers, and I'm Big Daddy Voorhees, and I am at the head of that table. Nobody's fucking with my bloodline and living to tell about it. No one. So, what do you think? Otis looked flabbergasted. He didn't know why this guy was sharing so much information with him. This whole experience in the last few hours had been a mind fuck on Otis. He was confused and creeped out at the same time. Otis said, I'm not sure what to say. Mr. Voorhees started driving slowly for a quarter of a mile, looking out the window and back to Otis. Then he pulled over the pickup truck. They were 1 mile away from Clearwater. He then said in a very calm tone to Otis, You see, you weren't supposed to be alive this long after interacting with Johnny, but I needed to talk to you, to get your perspective and to pick your brain. You haven't verbally said much, but you didn't need to. Jason wasn't the only one who developed special abilities in hell. I fell in love with shape-shifting particularly. I prefer to morph into the animals that have a preferred appetite. Bears enjoy the taste of human flesh once it has sampled it. I also can impersonate voices. So give me a reason not to kill you. Otis quickly responded. I can spread your message. I won't get in your way. I just want to leave this place. You have my word. Mr. Voorhees grinned. Tell you what, if you can make it back to Clearwater, I'll let you live. You have my word. Otis got out of the truck and crawled on the snow-filled ground. He knew he had to psych himself out to be able to bear the pain and the weather at large. Mr. Voorhees U-turned and drove away in the opposite direction. When Otis looked back to the road, Mr. Voorhees was gone and had been nowhere in sight. Otis was now alone in the cold, dark woods of northwestern New Jersey. When he looked down the road, Otis saw a shadow from a distance. It couldn't have been Mr. Voorhees. Then Otis heard footsteps coming from that direction. It was a person. A large person. The sackhead guy from before, Otis said out loud frantically. The figure started to slowly walk in Otis's direction. Now the assailant was running in Otis's direction. It was Johnny, a.k.a. the White Pine Slaughterer. He had switched out his sack and now wore an old-fashioned firefighter mask. It almost looked like a scuba diving mask. The look on Otis's face displayed a sense of hopelessness. Otis spoke to Johnny while he stood over him. Please, please! I want to live. I have nothing against you. Why are you doing this? Johnny, in a very muttered, irate voice, spoke. For Daddy. Though Jason was now more mature, Johnny still thought like a child. But that never discouraged him from killing. Johnny dropped his tomahawk blade to the ground and grabbed Otis by his head. With both hands, Johnny squished both sides of Otis's face and started pressing his mandible. A loud, obnoxious scream started to eke out of the voice box of his victim. Johnny started giggling in a very odd manner. He somehow was getting pleasure from torturing the fat man. While still having his hands pressed on the jaw of Otis, replica Jason, or the White Pine Slaughterer, Johnny, took both of his pointer fingers and pressed them into the eyes of Otis, gouging both of his eyes out. The noises Otis made didn't bother Johnny at all. He then let Otis drop to the ground. "Fuck you ugly bastard," Otis said with a squished face, but with hatred. Then Johnny dropped him to the ground. When Johnny got close to Otis again, Otis reached in his right pocket and stabbed Johnny with his mini survival knife in Johnny's left foot. Johnny reacted by raising his right leg and stomped Otis's head repeatedly, 13 times, completely to mush. It was overkill, but it was so satisfying for Johnny to get a kill with his bare hands. That's how he preferred it. It's what he wanted to do to that annoying man back in 93 and 96, Stephen Freeman. The things he would do to get in reach of that weakling with the glasses. For a few minutes, Johnny stared at the headless corpse of Otis, then picked it up and walked into the woods, into the darkness. Act 1, Chapter 8. Marcus said out loud to himself, "Yeah, exactly like I thought. Nobody has an analysis like me." Marcus's psychological profile of Jason was put into 3 categories. The first category would be in cognition, the second in description, and third in analysis. In cognition, Marcus classified Jason as being a schizoid metapsychopath, meaning that Jason's social and communicative behavior is that of the abnormal. As a child, Jason preferred not to talk, but during the times when he did, his schizoid demeanor caused people to feel awkward around him. He was considered a metapsychopath. First, because his psychopathy is grounded in his fearless dominance complex, along with his frontal lobe disinhibition. His supernatural abilities, while being a sociopath, increased his aggression. His uncanny abilities, like his killing style, fused with his extrasensory perception abilities, is what makes him a metapsychopath, an undead serial killer with psychic powers. Marcus also figured that if Jason could critically think on his own, it would likely derive from memories that trigger the tragic events from his human life. Jason's thinking would likely be that of a mentally retarded person, having no family bonds and being tricked multiple times by his pursued victims that caused him harm, likely created the constant confusion of his reality, along with his auditory and visual hallucinations and cognitive dissonance and emotional dissonance. It was considered that Jason would probably shift between brainwave activity when a trigger would induce him. The spirits that influence and manipulate Jason may also likely entice mental complexes within him, causing his level of consciousness and awareness to shift to different modes of awareness. In Marcus's description, Jason is considered a serial killer. His killing style would resemble much of that of a sadistic big game hunter that kills for pleasure and revenge. It was said that Jason didn't sleep, so Marcus took into effect that Jason didn't need to rely on specific times of the day to hunt, but would most likely be nocturnal or more likely a crepuscular hunter. He would choose to hunt and kill people mostly during the pitch dark of night or right before the crack of dawn, reacting off of people's circadian rhythms. He has the ability to sense people's presence when they are in close proximity or within a certain vicinity of him, and also Jason may possess remote viewing abilities. Perhaps during the daytime, he would wait for people to just stumble upon him and then kill them where they stood. Marcus's analysis of Jason was what it was because of Jason's rumored acts of killing, along with the rumors of him being undead via his experience of having gone to hell. Jason had created a ripple effect in a few time dimensions and somehow had aligned with the gates of the other alternate universes. The contributions likely arose from the natural phenomena of quantum physics and quantum entanglement. Marcus had precognitive abilities of his own that also worked for him as a presentiment. He would have visions of the near potential future, but they would only last around 6 seconds. But it would come in handy very soon. Marcus also had a rare medical condition where sometimes his hands would move by themselves. The generic name was called alien hand syndrome, but the technical and medical terms are called Strangelove syndrome. He would sometimes awaken to his hands moving by themselves, usually individually, but once in a while moving at the same time. His hands would wake him out of a deep sleep. He would see his hands punching the air, grabbing for something, or just pointing. Marcus had also developed a form of dissociative identity disorder that was likely iatrogenically induced. But even with his own tribulations, it was up to Marcus to help free Jason from his indeterminate state. Knowing the details were important for Marcus, especially if he was expected to have a direct encounter with Jason. So many people have made the mistake when coming to Crystal Lake by thinking that Jason Voorhees was like any normal person. Throughout the decades, Jason had taken on many different forms, seemingly more degenerated and less human than that of his prior state. To Marcus's awareness, he had enough implications from stories that were told to him that gave him a unique enough perspective that gives him a chance at winning. He figured that just about anything that was connected with Jason would exude his energy. His mask, the head of his mother, even his machete would have his psychotic aura within it. How would Marcus interact around a Crystal Lake cursed artifact? In the trunk of his car, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis laid flat inside one of the duffel bags. Marcus had gotten into his possession 6 years ago. He had traveled to Crystal Lake, New Jersey to retrieve it. Somehow the book had ended up back at the Voorhees' house after the Dream Warriors had killed Jason back in 2009. Back when Jason was sent to hell the second time, supposedly, and somehow the federal government had obtained it in the District of Columbia. Marcus was also aware that it was rumored that there were multiple copies of the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, but which one did he possess? Would it work if he was to use it directly? Marcus was certain that the book that he owned was the one original one that was fully effective. Within the last year, Marcus had felt a type of spiritual connection to the book, as if it was influencing him. It gave him the ability to optimize his reflexes and gave him an intense focus when he would get into rage mode, like a rage flow state. But this would only happen once he touched the book with his bare hands. This is why he keeps the book covered. It was now closer to midnight and it had snowed, leaving about 1.5 feet of snow on the ground. On the tires of his car, chains covered each one. The tires could reinforce themselves, reinflating each tire. The vehicle also had bulletproof windows that were tinted, and a car frame that was reinforced by titanium. Within his car, he also had a mask, a custom-made black hockey mask that he made to spite Jason. He also had brass knuckles and a collection of small combat hand knives inside his vehicle. Marcus wore brown steel-toe boots, black jeans that had knee guards built within them, a gray flannel, a small black jacket, and brown gloves that had knuckle guards built within them. He also wore a belt that had survival and fighting gadgets on it. Marcus was ambidextrous, but predominantly used his right side. He arranged his belt in order for his best convenience of use. On his right side, a 4-inch combat knife, a small flashlight, 2 glow-in-the-dark strobe survival tubes, and on his left side, brass knuckles, handcuffs, a sap, and a short 2-foot rope, all made for combat. Marcus recalled a conversation he had had with a woman named Rennie Wickham when he visited her at the psychiatric hospital. At the time, Rennie would only speak with certain people. Marcus was one of those people. Marcus spoke. "I know, Rennie. Jason Voorhees has magical powers, and you said that he could also teleport? How is that possible? I haven't been able to read anything in the Necronomicon Ex Mortis that mentioned teleportation." Rennie replied frantically. "You need to understand, Marcus, that Jason Voorhees is capable of the uncanny. He still haunts my mind to this day. When I defeated him in 1989, he was still alive. He somehow shifted to a child the last time I saw him. Then suddenly, he disappeared. I haven't been the same since that day. I am fighting to get my life back, and I thank God that Sean Robertson still supports me. You know, he visits me sometimes." "What a sweetheart," Rennie said passionately. Then she continued. "We took on Jason together on the ship and then in Manhattan, where we were able to at least slow him down. You know, Marcus, Tina Shepard and I think that you and I have similar presentiment abilities. And just like we rehearsed, you, me, and Tina will mind meld. We will link our minds together when the time comes. Also, Tina and I don't think that Jason is alone. We think the shadow government wants people like us deleted. Let's not let them have their way. With all of the conflict going on in the world today, we can be the ones who decide that the world needs to heal and not to hurt, Rennie said. Marcus continued to listen while Rennie kept speaking. Camp Crystal Lake has been cursed long before the drowning of Jason Voorhees. I swam in that lake personally, and it was like I could sense the deceased spirits of Jason's victims. Through tasting the water within the lake, it was disgusting. I later found out that those same spirits are being collected by an entity and spirit collector called the Rage Spirits. Apparently, the Rage Spirits is supposedly from something called the Realm of Great Gaia. It is an earth spirit that latches onto hominins, like Homo sapiens and their cousins. It was because of the ancient Rage Spirits from the Realm of Great Gaia as to why the Neanderthals went extinct. The Rage Spirits caused the Neanderthals to completely transform into a berserk within the mind, driving them mad, mentally insane and unhinged. I originally recall a story of a Native American shaman of the White Cloud family who was said to have been the one who put the negative curse on Crystal Lake. The curse was to be withheld by a hellspawn straight from the underworld, a demon, a devil, a New Jersey devil. This devil was said to be able to shapeshift and teleport. Also, this devil somehow was said to be able to telepathically convince people and persuade them into doing things that they wouldn't desire or normally do. It is supposed to be able to manipulate you through your desires. For some, it's sexual desire, but for Jason Voorhees, it's his primal rage to kill that is his ultimate desire. The curse of the Jersey Devil is controlled by the Rage Spirits. Suddenly and rambunctiously, Marcus's heart started pumping, beating excessively, causing his brainwaves to change and fluctuate. His homeostasis intensified and altered, and then he stopped. When he started moving again, he had been grounded. It was Marcus, but a different aspect of him. His INTJ ego personality made him more preserved, but his other personality would hijack him. It would be his shadow, the shadow of Marcus Duke. It was the ENTP personality of Marcus coming out. He introverted sensing nearly took over his reflexes. A voice projected out of his vocals. "I don't think so," old Creighton Duke's voice. The voice said. Marcus then proceeded to dig into the trunk of his car. He grabbed the Necronomicon Ex Mortis with his bare hands. He then opened the book and started chanting ancient ones. Ade, Due, Dambella, enhance my power, I demand from you. Back at Lake Clearwater, each family stayed in their assigned cabins. All 32 members, except for one, were sitting around each of the 6 cabins, huddled around in conversation while still communicating on the radios. For the most part, the families were still having a great time. The only issue was that Otis was missing. Mr. and Mrs. Sully were the only 2 people who had Otis's cell phone number. Both of them were aware of Otis's absence, but figured it would be best to just stay calm and keep the reunion going. It was also a good chance that Otis was all right and that maybe something else came up. At this point, no one knew for sure what happened to Otis, so it was best that everyone stayed optimistic. But the spontaneous shifts in the weather made that difficult. While sitting in their cabin, Mr. and Mrs. Sully sat around the rest of the people in the room. They had a nice fire going in the fireplace, and most of the people in the room were eating s'mores. It was starting to snow again, and the weather had already left 18 inches of snow on the ground earlier in the night. The family had one more day to spend in Clearwater, and then they would leave. It was almost midnight, and it was advised by Dave for everyone to get some rest for tomorrow. But Mr. and Mrs. Sully could not sleep. not just because of the disappearance of Otis, but because they felt a presence that wouldn't allow them to rest. Little did they know, Mr. Sully had an eerie feeling ever since he arrived at the lake, but just shrugged it off. At 12:01, Mr. Sully's cell phone rang. Though it was difficult, once in a blue moon, people would get cell phone reception at the lake. Now just happened to be one of those times. Mr. Sully looked at the screen. It said Otis is calling. He faced Mrs. Sully and said, "Otis's number is calling me." His wife looked at him with a semi-optimistic look on her face and said, "Hurry, pick it up." When Mr. Sully picked up the phone, he said, "Yeah, Otis, is that you, buddy? Are you all right?" There was no response. "Is this Otis?" Still no reply. "If this is a prank, I don't find it to be funny. People are worried about you. You need to get back to Clearwater. The weather is dangerous out there. It can kill you." There was a pause for about 6 seconds. Then Mr. Sully heard something. He heard loud breathing like the person on the other line had just stopped running or was doing something strenuous. "Hello?" Mr. Sully said with annoyance. The activity on the phone was so strange to Mr. Sully that he just decided to put it on speakerphone so that everyone in the room could hear it. Mrs. Sully spoke loudly in the phone and said in a nurturing tone, "Please, Otis, come home. We're not mad at you. We just want to know that you're all right." There was no answer for a while. Then the loud breathing started again. Then they heard a loud screeching noise like something rusty was being pulled out from somewhere. The people in Mr. Sully's cabin just listened. Then it was dead silence for about 30 seconds. They heard another noise or sound or something that they couldn't register. It was a voice, but it wasn't Otis's. The voice was faint. It sounded like it was... Floyd was also in the room, and he looked freaked out. He decided to put his 2 cents into the matter. "Is anyone else hearing die, die, die on the other line, or is it just me? This is getting freaking weird, man." Michaela was also in the room. She stated, "Yeah, I agree with Floyd. This is getting creepy. Sounds like a fucking weirdo neckbeard being a freak. Maybe we should leave already." Whoever it was on the other side of the line stayed connected for another minute, then hung up. "That was strange," said Mr. Sully. Then he turned to the rest of the people in the cabin and assured them, "Now calm down. Even though we don't know who that was for sure, it's not clear that anything is wrong or that we are in any kind of danger. Besides, it could just be a prank. Otis is known for having an odd sense of humor." Quentin was also in the cabin at the time, and he threw his 2 cents into the matter. "Right, an overweight man is likely pranking everyone in the middle of the winter, on the cusp of a blizzard, in Wessex County near Crystal Lake. Makes total sense. Whoa!" Quentin said sarcastically and with an annoyed tone. Quentin continued, "I'm so glad I came prepared. It's been a while since I had to put a hurting on somebody. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather chill, but we might be in a shit show if we hear nothing from Otis. He doesn't seem like the pranking type. He also don't seem like the honest type either. I saw his chunky ass scarfing down some sliders when I was taking a piss in the cabin. Oh, it's like he was hiding, like he didn't want me to see him, like he was hoarding food. The fat bastard!" Mrs. Sully then replied, "Stop it, Quentin. We have no time to listen to your condescending antics." Then a large boom came from outside in the middle of all the cabins. Just about everyone rushed to the door. Kelvin said obnoxiously, "Oh snap, that's some National Geographic shit." It was the big black bear. Bang, bang. The bear started charging the door. It started to break down the door. Within the middle cabin were many of those who participated in the dodgeball game. The bear was coming directly after them for some reason. The bear started to break its head through the door, and then its body, growling and foaming at the mouth. The bear seemed determined to get inside. Some people had started to prepare themselves to climb out of the window. Air Aries, the husky dog, jumped in front of everyone and faced the door where the bear was entering, and got prepared to attack the beast. Before the bear could get its other side of its body into the room, Aries bit the bear right on its nose as hard as he could. The bear howled in a rage and backed out of the room. Someone in the back of the room started clapping. Then most of the room turned and looked at that person. The person stopped clapping and focused on the hole in the door. Aries leaped back in front of the door for about 20 seconds. Aries snarled at that door. Then he just stared for a moment. One of the bear's hands then reached out through the door and grabbed Aries out of the cabin. Kelvin started to bladder at the mouth. "See, I told y'all that this shit was crazy to come up here. It's a fucking bear, and women say they choose a bear over a man? The fuck out of here. Well, ladies, here's your chance to be heroes with all the feminism shit." Cassandra then yelled, "Shut the fuck up, Kelvin." Then a voice from outside projected itself. "Get out of the house now. You're running out of time. You're in danger. Hurry. Hurry up." It was the voice of Otis. Two people from one of the families that were staying in the cabin jumped out of the back window, and then the rest of the people started to run out of the cabin. When Mr. Sully finally left the cabin, he had been the last one to do so. The people who got outside before him were screaming for him to run out of the cabin. When Mr. Sully looked around outside, he witnessed a snafu of his family reacting to the situation. He did his best to try and yell and shout to get their attention and try and calm them, but the circumstance had been too chaotic and overwhelming for just about anyone to logically calm themselves. "No!" Mr. Sully shouted. Most people had escaped to their vehicles and drove off to other parts of the campsite. Those who were driving motor vehicles were going to end up scattered around the other campsites if they somehow managed to get away from the bear. To the right side of all the cabins, there was a body laying on the ground, not moving, with its legs halfway into the water. It was the body of Alex. His body looked mostly intact, but something was off about the way that his body was positioned while he was laying on his back. When Mr. Sully approached the body, he noticed that a large chunk of Alex's waist had been missing, like the bear had bit a huge chunk out of him. Some of his guts had been exposed and were laying on the ground with ingested steam coming out of it. Everyone else had been scattered. Mr. Sully had been so frightened that he just remained in shock, observing the appeared maimed body of Alex for a few moments, but had somehow forgotten to remind himself that the bear could possibly still be around. Alex had still been alive, but barely, and he was bleeding to death. Mr. Sully wanted to help, but it was far too late. About a minute later, poor Alex bled out completely, and he was alive no more. Mr. Sully took his eyes off of Alex's body and glazed further down the right side of the lake. Though it was the winter and the lake had been frozen, the pier of the lake had small non-frozen regions in the front of it. One of those spots were where Alex's body had laid, and another spot was where Mr. Sully had his eyes fixated on. There, the big black bear stood with its mouth occupied with human flesh. Frankie had been pinned down by the bear and was being smothered. It appeared that Frankie was alive. Then the bear opened its mouth wide and took a large bite out of the whole lower jaw of Frankie. The skin and bone had been ripped off from the mouth. Frankie squirmed for a brief second, then the bear started eating the rest of his face. A loud, mushy chewing sound came from the bear's mouth. A few seconds later, after the twitching stopped, Frankie bled out and soon died due to nerve damage. It was very uncommon to witness a bear eating a human, particularly a black bear, and specifically with that kind of ferocity. Mr. Sully tried to compose himself as best as he could. He took a deep breath and ran as fast as he could to one of the cabins. The bear had seen him run into the cabin but just kept eating. Running towards the cabin, Mr. Sully looked back at the bear and saw that it wasn't following him. Luckily, when he got to the door, it was open. He quickly locked the door and right away, as fast as he could, and steady as he could, started piling up furniture behind the door. His heart raced in a way that it had not for a while. He was scared and nervous, his hands trembling, and his breathing had been so erratic that he felt that he was going to pass out. For his age, Mr. Sully moved fast. He was almost 80 years old. In the cabin, Mr. Sully stood towards the back of the cabin with a large wooden flagpole in his hand, as if he was going to use it as a weapon. About 7 minutes had gone past since he was in the cabin, and he heard no signs of the bear, and he didn't bother to look outside the window to see if it was around. Mr. Sully had one of the radios on him and decided to get on one of the frequencies. Whispering into the radio, Mr. Sully said, "Hello, this is Adam Sully. Can anyone hear me? Over." He waited for a couple of minutes, but heard nothing, then spoke into the radio again. "Someone answer me. I'm in one of the cabins at Lake Clearwater, and there's a large black bear outside that is trying to eat me. It already managed to kill 2 people, and it might not be satisfied yet." Outside the cabin and across the lake, the large black bear stood in the dark snow-filled woods and observed the cabin that Mr. Sully hid in. The bear then stood erect like a human. For a few seconds the bear's body spasmed. Then it started to morph, change, and took on the form of a human being. The bear's physicality, mass decreased. Then its fur turned into hair, red hair. The bear somehow was now human. It was Mr. Voorhees, standing in the woods completely naked. Mr. Voorhees said to himself, "Job well done, Jedediah. Yes, indeed, Pamela. Yes, indeed. Soon our boys Jason and Johnny will complete the family's work. I am so honored as their father to be able to witness it. But there is much work that needs to be done." Then Mr. Voorhees shifted back into the black bear and walked off into the cold, dark woods of Clearwater, Camp Crystal Lake. Second Star Riker waited at Crystal Lake. His assignment was to lead the family of campers back to the location in order to align the assigned targets to be executed for the director's ritual. Mr. and Mrs. Sully were the targets. They were to be led to Jason so that the Black Star could obtain their essence, but it needed to be through the killing of Jason Voorhees. The Sullys had a personal connection to Jason. There was no specific way that they were supposed to be killed, after all. Black Star preferred that their targets inadvertently choose their own deaths. That's how the directors preferred it to be. Also, there was no way that the campers were going to be able to leave, since Black Star had secured the area and had barriers placed all around Crystal Lake and much of the Wessex County towns. They were only meant to seclude the families at the camp. As a one-star, Riker had experienced seeing the death rituals of victims while watching the junior partners conduct the surveillance cameras. The organization had patrons that were willing to pay trillions to watch their shadow government do their work. Riker was aware that certain supernatural dimensions existed. In one of the higher dimensions, Riker was also aware that Black Star had affiliations with a group called Wolfram and Hart. In that dimension, they were connected to Jason Voorhees, but differently. As soon as one of the Sully parents were to get killed, the ritual would be underway and the battle would begin. Riker thought to himself, "Hell, I'll be that much stronger. Fucking necklace to help me out. I wonder how it got its name. The Ankh Amulet. I'll make sure it gets into its proper place, and goodness gracious, things are gonna be more interesting than I anticipated with these artifacts," Riker thought. The time is now, I guess. Act 1. Chapter 9. Marcus had waited outside of Wessex County for over 12 hours. Now he made his way into the county. He would be approaching Crystal Lake soon and figured that it was the right time to go into the town. Whenever Marcus would do something of a high and serious magnitude, he would get into an almost hypnotic trance that would prepare him for the worst of situations. After having the Necronomicon Ex Mortis in his possession for years, Marcus had realized that the book was persuading his personality and inducing unwanted behaviors. The paranormal influences had caused Marcus to develop a sort of personality complex. But the perks of having the Necronomicon in his possession was that of a relevant combat sense. It optimized his reflexes and allowed him to heal faster than even the most athletically sound elite athlete. Just like his Uncle Creighton Duke, the Necronomicon had given him premonitions of the near future. "I don't think so." The voice of Creighton Duke was stuck in Marcus Duke's head. The closer to Crystal Lake he got, the more often he would hear the voice of his uncle. Marcus got an impulsive urge to hurry up and get to the lake. It was dark in the middle of the night, with snow on the ground, but the roads were still manageable to drive on. While slowly coming into a rage, Marcus got into his car and turned on the radio and turned it up to an obnoxiously loud tone. He figured that since he was ready to throw down with Jason, he would rather quickly gain the attention of his assailant. But little did he know that Jason wasn't alone in this up-and-coming fight. In his passenger seat, Marcus had an all-black, old-school hockey mask. It was the same type of mask that Jason wore, but just a different color. Marcus put it on and started to speed to Crystal Lake in his BMW X4. In a short minute, he had flashbacks of him talking to his Uncle Creighton. Flashbacks to the hard times growing up and the times when he had to be gritty to get through those tough situations. This time was no exception. But now will all have been his most bizarre and most dangerous task. He blasted the song "Welcome to the Jungle" by Guns N' Roses and continued to speed into Crystal Lake at over 100 miles per hour. It was on. Some time had passed. In the woods, the families were spread throughout and around Clearwater and Crystal Lake. Somehow, the older people managed to end up at Camp Crystal Lake, while the younger people were spread out across the two lakes. In one direction, there was a 10-mile hiking route that led Clearwater to Crystal Lake. Most of the people who had participated in the dodgeball game had begun to start walking in that direction. They figured that if they stuck together, they would have a better chance of surviving, even though it was highly likely that if they were to encounter the bear again, it would probably turn into a feeding fest. It was cold, dark, snow on the ground, and windy outside. From the looks of it, this night was going to be a long one. Everyone from the dodgeball game had been accounted for in the group except for Quentin, Harmony, Michaela, and Aries the dog. Alex and Frankie were dead, and Mr. Sully had been isolated back at Clearwater. Ezra thought that maybe the group would have time to get away, considering that the bear had appeared to be looking for food, and that they had more than enough back at the Clearwater campsite. Ezra was a critical thinker, even though he was just a teenager and hadn't graduated from high school yet, but he always viewed himself as a leader. Quentin wasn't around. Quentin would know what to do if he was with us, Ezra thought. Though Quentin had his obnoxious ways about him, he was still a battle-tested guy who wouldn't shy away from a fight. It's a good thing that we still have the 3 radios left, Lord help us, Ezra thought to himself. About a half a mile away, Quentin Esposito stayed hidden within a car. He had managed to get the bear to chase him away from the family. Quentin said to himself out loud, "I hope my baby girl Harmony is all right. The winters of New Jersey can be just as harsh as the streets." Back at Clearwater inside the cabin, Mr. Sully was still standing in the back with the flagpole in his hand. His heart rate and blood pressure had elevated. He was too nervous, scared out of his wits, and felt like throwing up. So far, it had not appeared that there was going to be any help. No one was going to come back for him. And from his perspective, the rest of his family could already be dead. Mr. Sully closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and did his best to relax himself. "I'll just stay here until the bear leaves. Maybe it'll go away. It hasn't attacked me yet. I can't really make a run for it. I'm an old man, almost in my 80s. I don't stand much of a chance." For a few minutes, there had been dead silence. That made Mr. Sully even more nervous and scared. Frantically, Mr. Sully looked up to the sky and said, "Please, God, let this end." About a half a mile away, Quentin Esposito stayed hidden within his car. He somehow managed to get the bear to chase him away from that family. Quentin had a bit of a savior complex to him, and he sometimes liked to talk to himself, out loud, as a way to motivate himself as a pep talk. "I really hope my baby girl Harmony is all right. I mean, a bear is fucking awful, but at least we ain't dealing with no supernatural serial killer who wants to hack me into pieces with a machete. Then again, a bear would eat me alive if it had the chance, so what's really the difference at this point? Oh, shut up, Quentin. Jason Voorhees is a lot worse. At least we ain't dealing with him. Anyways, I gotta get back to that family. The woods of North Jersey can be just as harsh as the streets, and the animals don't let up either. I knew Mr. Sully was out of his freaking mind when he decided to come up here for the reunion." Quentin looked down into the glove compartment of the vehicle. What he saw was a radio. He grabbed it, picked it up, and clicked the on switch. It had no signal. He tried to work it, but still had no success. After a few minutes of trying to get the radio to work, Quentin got frustrated and tossed the radio to the back seat of the vehicle. Then he heard a voice coming from that radio. "Hello?" He heard a murmured voice. Then he cleared. "Hello, can anyone hear me?" It was the voice of Ezra. Quentin's heart jumped with excitement, and he quickly scrambled to get the radio. He picked it up and started talking. "Ezra, is that you, buddy?" Ezra replied, "Yeah, it's me. And it's great to hear from you, Quentin. Where are you?" Quentin replied, "I'm not too far from y'all, probably a little over half a mile away. I don't see or hear that bear around, but I don't want to risk it by just jumping out the car. You know what? Fuck it. Uncle Quentin is on the way. Just get everybody together and make a plan to get out of this place, and I catch up with y'all." Ezra replied, "Just be careful, Quentin. For some reason, I don't think that bear is alone out here." "Yeah, I feel you on that. See you soon, brother." Quentin turned off the radio and pulled out a custom-made M9 Beretta out of the inside of his jacket. He thought to himself, "I can at least slow it down if I ran into it again. Hopefully that won't be the least of my worries, because I have a real bad feeling about this." Outside, the bear was nowhere to be found. It had started to snow again, but this time it was snowing harder, almost like a blizzard. A small tapping on the porch of the cabin caught Mr. Sully's attention. The tapping turned into the sounds of creaking wood. Then all of a sudden, Mr. Sully heard footsteps. "Oh no," Mr. Sully thought. "This was most likely the bear. It's over. The thing is going to tear me apart." Mr. Sully considered frantically. He heard the movement of the steps again, but they didn't sound like animal steps. He heard the impact of a shoe, a boot hitting the ground. It sounded like a human. Maybe someone came to rescue him, he thought. The footsteps started again, but this time they were more pronounced. Mr. Sully figured that now would be the best time to get out of the cabin. He yelled at whomever was outside there. "Help! There's a bear out there trying to kill me!" The steps continued for a few short seconds after Mr. Sully stopped talking. Then the footsteps came to a halt. On the right side of the cabin there was a window where Mr. Sully could look outside, but it had been snowing so heavily out there that it was too blurry to see. Looking out the window, Mr. Sully could now see a large body on the porch of the cabin just standing still. Mr. Sully walked slowly to the door with the flagpole in his hand, took another deep breath, and proceeded to open the door. Briefly, a small sign of relief came to him, knowing that he had some human assistance and was probably not going to die. Mr. Sully opened the door and looked in the direction of the figure. He saw nothing. He was confused. He could have sworn that there was someone outside. He heard footsteps again and saw no signs of the bear. "I know I didn't get much rest tonight, but I don't think I'm hallucinating," Mr. Sully said, perplexed. Mr. Sully slowly but carefully walked out of the cabin and started to slowly creep around it. Then he heard the footsteps again. They were slow-walking, bulky footsteps, that of a human, a very large human, a 7-foot man. Falling to the ground, Mr. Sully lay flat on his stomach in terror. He said out loud, "It's you, the curse is real, you're Jason Voorhees." Then all of a sudden, the large masked assailant disappeared, as if he teleported. Laying with his face down in the snow-covered sand, Mr. Sully froze in place, literally and figuratively lay there, confused, not sure exactly what to do. He thought to himself, "The family reunion turned out to be a disaster. People are lost, hurt, and dead, all because of my stupid idea to bring my family to Clearwater." Clink, clink, clink was the sound of metal blades clashing. Mr. Sully lifted his head. When he looked around, he could see nothing. Fog was everywhere. He could not even see a few feet in front of him. Laying there, old and decrepit, what was Mr. Sully to do? He was too old and isolated in the forest of Camp Crystal Lake, with a bear that was trying to eat him and a man that is likely trying to kill him. For about 3 minutes, the clinking sound stopped, so Mr. Sully just looked around. He still could not see anything on the premises. Terrified and scared out of his wits, Mr. Sully embarrassed. This had been the most emasculating circumstance that he had ever been in his whole life. In such a despair, Mr. Sully almost forgot where he was. Then the trance that he was in had broken by some soft but heavy breathing coming from behind him. He started rolling and squirming on the ground, but even with all of the suspicious noises that he kept hearing, Mr. Sully could not muster up the courage to get up and run. Mr. Sully said to himself out loud, "Come on, Sully, pull yourself together. You're better than this. Get up." Nothing, not even a pep talk to save his own life, could get him up and running. A few minutes had passed when he last heard any strange noises. Walking at a power-walking pace, the masked killer Jason Voorhees came marching in the direction of Mr. Sully. The big man was so fast that about the time Mr. Sully looked up with his body still on the ground, the body of Jason Voorhees stood hovered over him, swinging down with both arms with machetes in each one. Jason swung his arms with such a ferocity and intensity in his eyes that he did not see the 2 feet coming. Thud! Flying backwards through the air and about 40 feet back, Jason's long body broke the thick layer of ice that was covering the top of the lake. Then down his body went into the frozen lake. Standing up right away with intrigue, Mr. Sully stood right to his feet. He watched the large body of the masked killer sink to the bottom of the lake. A random female's voice. "Hey, mister, hurry, come with me." Mr. Sully seemed surprised, and he thought to himself, "Am I hearing things, or did I just hear a voice of a young lady?" He heard the voice again after a few seconds, but more assertive. "Look, Gramps, I'm sure you were a stud back in the day, and the stubbornness might have been a turn-on for the ladies, but right now, it's not helping you or giving you any cool points with me. So move your ass, you whippersnapper." Mr. Sully turned and looked at the girl. He then ran as fast as he could towards that young lady. He had not gotten a clear look at the girl, but now he was close enough to see what she looked like. She was a busty but petite, dark-eyed brunette. Her face was cute and her gaze was mesmerizing. She definitely had sex appeal. Mr. Sully had been surprised that someone came to rescue him, but he was even more surprised at how attractive the female was. After running for about 8 minutes straight, they both were now in the woods. The stars were the only objects in the environment that was projecting light. They stopped running and started to walk somewhat fast. The girl started talking to Mr. Sully. "So what's the deal with this place, Gramps? It's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but the energy here is kind of throwing me off. And that guy with the mask was bigger than I thought he would be." Mr. Sully looked back at the sexy young lady with the penetrating eyes and said, "Who are you and who sent you? I need to know." The young lady then said with charisma, "The reason for me being here is a long story, but let's just say that I owe a special someone a favor. But who I am, well, my name is Faith Lahane. But other people call me Faith the Vampire Slayer. At your service." Inside of the lake, a loud heartbeat pounded excessively. Sunken to the bottom of the lake, his body lay still. The heartbeat continued to increase and intensify with every second that passed. Now regaining his full coherence, he clenched his hands, straightened his legs, and gained his wits. Breaking the ice and standing straight up, Meta Jason walked out of the lake and towards the direction of the cabins, towards the fleeing Mr. Sully. Jason had a moment and thought to himself with a little bit of self-reflection and awareness. I remember him. He used to make fun of me when I used to swim. It enraged Jason to think back to when he was a child. It was all coming back now. The bad memories. As a camper at Camp Crystal Lake in 1957, Jason had felt out of place. But that was also the case with all of the other places he had come from. The other children at the lake tormented him and gave him hell. That was one of the inside jokes between the kids. Whenever he shows up, all the kids decided that Jason goes to hell. They would antagonize and spite him, all because they were uncomfortable around him and thought that he was awkward. The childhood traumas Jason experienced as a camper, caused by other campers at Camp Crystal Lake, had accumulated to a final hazing act that caused for his eventual demise and final tenure as an innocent child camper at the Christie's Camp Crystal Lake. The boy had been hazed and assaulted nearly every day of attending the camp. Sully, Jason thought, remembering when the Sully couple, Mr. and Mrs. Sully, led the flock of children to push him into the lake. Jason felt his rage torment him. For the first time in 66 years, Jason had the opportunity to get the revenge that he had always felt destined to get. Then a whispering voice, dragged outwards, spoke to Jason in his head. They always hated you, Jason. They pushed you into the lake, which led you away from your mother. They created your pain because you were different. Kill them! Kill them! Die, die, die! Jason lives. That was the primary objective. The undead Jason wanted to kill Mr. Sully slowly and as painfully as possible. He thought of a few many ways to how he would inflict punishment on Mr. Sully. The voice continued to speak. First, pull arms out of his sockets. Rip genitals off while still alive. Shove down throats. Poke out eyes and let squirm on ground. Then punish more. Hate, kill, repeat in a violent nature. They took you away from your mother, Jason. They killed you because you were different, the rage spirit said in an angry, whispered voice. It continued, Soon you will have your hands inside of his body, with his guts hanging within your fingers. We must find the Sullys if we plan on resurrecting Pamela. These people are a burden to you and have always gotten in our way. This is our land, so kill all of the trespassers. Since 1993, when Jason's body was completely destroyed the first time, the summoning of the rage spirits from the curse of the Jersey Devil had ingrained their intentions within the dark chosen one, the divine psychopath, Jason Voorhees. Mr. Sully and the dark-haired girl did not appear to be in sight. Jason didn't sense any of their presences, and he didn't see footprints going in any direction. The rage spirit continued to speak to Jason. We'll catch her in the shower or fornicating with the man. She will pay for interrupting us. Want to see her expression when you stick our blade inside of her? Over the past decades, there would be times when Jason would fall into hibernation, but now was the time for him to rack up and accumulate the kills. It was Friday the 13th and the last day of the death moon. It was Jason's feelings that were the things directly communicating to him. It was the rage spirits that made him more intuitive. But every once in a while, Jason Voorhees manages to think an independent thought of his own commission. The years and decades of all the wars, the psychological warfare through the hard-fought battles, at some point in time took a toll on Jason. Walking a few miles past the cabin, Jason walked through the woods. It was nearly pitch dark and was now raining hard and loudly. It was something about the rain that put Jason in a mood to stalk. Sometimes, instead of taking the opportunity to kill some of his potential victims right away, he would choose to watch them from a distance. He would watch them cook and conversate inside their cabins. He would also watch them get undressed and go into the bathroom to take a shower. His familiarity with stalking people from outside the cabins had made his heart pump with a bloodthirsty excitement. It started again. Meta Jason's heart started beating excessively. Every moment that went past, his bloodlust and rage would increase intensely. Walking in the direction where he felt the energy about a quarter of a mile out, Jason saw a body, a person that appeared to be alone. It was Michaela, the Australian girl, Fiona's girlfriend. She must have gotten split up from the rest of the group. She was drenched in rain and shaking from the level of coldness. The rain now came down harder. The hard rain made it difficult to see what was around. Not seeing Jason from a distance, Michaela started to look around the environment in a 360 motion. Michaela mumbled to herself, "No, what the fuck is going on here? I am too smart and too much of a boss bitch to be in such a low-value situation. These fucking Americans are psycho, and it's bad enough that I have to deal with this fucking incels on campus. But not this. God, I fucking hate men." Her frustration grew. It reminded her of the times on campus when guys would walk up to her to get her phone number. She would play along with them for a few minutes. She liked leading guys on so that she could later turn them down. She's what you would consider to be a misandrist, a man-hating, independent, radical feminist who got off on shutting men down. She used to go to nightclubs on girls' nights out and would dress up real sexy for the guys. Though she was a lesbian, she still wanted male attention. She even had an online account where she would make money off of lonely single guys who were willing to pay money to see her naked body parts. She would charge her fans through a monthly subscription, $30 for Michaela's Jungle from Down Under fan subscription. There was even a time where she made $700 from sending 25 pictures of different angles of her feet. She thought that most guys were weird and disgusting, but that didn't discourage her from making money off of them. Breaking her concentration, she heard a loud branch snap. Reacting frantically, Michaela thought, "No, not that fucking bear again." But it was Jason trying to entice fear in her, standing about 50 feet away in the heavy rain, behind Michaela. Meta Jason anticipated her reactions. Jason always studied his potential victims' reactions, just like back in 2009, when he had been hunting that group of teenagers who were hiding in a cabin. He always remembered his victims, that names began with the letter J, just like his name. When he plunged his blade through her petite torso, he had felt the life ooze out of little Jenna's body. It was a satisfying kill. He also remembered 2 teens he killed back in 1989. JJ didn't put up much of a fight, but that annoying little bastard Julius put up too much of a fight. The kid somehow gained a bit of a respect from Jason by trying to go toe-to-toe with him on a Manhattan rooftop. Off with his head went Julius. It took Jason only 1 strike to send the boxer to the afterlife. Next, the whispering rage spirit spoke again. "There she is. Kill her! Kill her! Die, die, die!" Loud footsteps came from behind Michaela. She had a sense that something dangerous was out there. She grabbed a somewhat solid broken branch off the ground as a defensive weapon. Then she just waited there in place. She didn't hear any more footsteps. Michaela started to look around again, but when she finally made her full 360 turn, 15 feet away, she could see him. It wasn't the bear. It was a large man wearing a hockey mask. She jumped back in a frenzy. While running away with the broken branch in her hand, she didn't bother to look back and ran in the opposite direction of the masked killer. Meta Jason just stood where he was. Then a single loud whispering rage voice spoke to Jason. "Get her! Get her now! Now!" Jason's hands then rose up into the air. Michaela's body all of a sudden froze in place where she was running. She couldn't move a muscle beside her lips. How was Jason able to do this? Only taking a few seconds to catch up, Meta Jason walked up to Michaela's still body and stared at her. Michaela then shouted at him, "What the fuck do you want with me, you neck-bitted freak? I'm just as capable as a man, so when I get loose, I'm gonna fuck you up. So let me go or I'll call the police and claim sexual..." Then it sunk in. It made sense now. This had to be the creep that the other campers were talking about. That Jason Voorhees guy. Jason must have sensed something because he released the lock that he had on Michaela. Now free, Michaela looked into the eyes of the giant. She knew now who she was dealing with. She disregarded all of the misandric and condescending remarks she made to Jason. She smiled and took on a passive, feminine posture for him. This method often worked against hostile guys who seemed to not want to cooperate with her. The strategy was called sexual defense. It was a method designed to desensitize the male at hand, sexually but accordingly. She did her best sexy pose to see what Jason's reaction would be. Jason held his hand out. It appeared to Michaela that her strategy was working. She thought, this big dumb alpha male fuck. And just when Michaela was about to say something to Jason, she felt a sharp, stiff penetration coming from her genitalia. She looked down and saw that one of Jason's machetes were inside of her private parts. She screamed in a defeated, crying voice, "No!" Still standing but squirming around in pain, she tried to swing at Jason with the branch but failed. She next pulled red pepper spray out of her pocket. With the one machete already inside of her, Jason took the other rusted machete and quickly and forcefully rammed it down Michaela's throat. Her body spasmed like a fish getting its throat cut, like crabs being boiled in a pot. Michaela started panicking. Then strange noises started to come out of her mouth. In complete pain and broken, Michaela could only gaze into the eye of the man that was killing her. Her eyes grew wide with fear, and with her psyche fading out of consciousness, her eyes were locked onto Meta Jason. Out of all the intimate things she had done with Fiona, and on her online account, getting naked for cash, and looking for attention from guys, gazing in the eyes of the man that was killing her had become the most intimate thing she would ever do. And unfortunately, the last thing she would ever do. Jason waited for her body to stop the spasms. He was killing her slowly. Then, with both of his hands, he grabbed both sides of the inside of Michaela's mouth and ripped her in half, completely in half. A last-second feminine scream came from the mouth of Michaela. He let the body hit the floor and then stared at the corpse for a good long minute. The plethora of rage spirits with whispering voices began to speak about the corpse. "Yes, yes, we like what we see." Then a whispering single rage spirit spoke. "We have more killing to do. We are not finished yet." "You look 5x5 to me. You're pretty quick for an old geezer. And what's the deal with that big guy? Why is he trying to kill you?" Mr. Sully answered Faith. "That's Jason Voorhees. That's what he does. Kills people. It's kind of my fault because I didn't want to believe the myth, but I knew him as a kid." Faith then asked, "What do you mean it's kind of your fault?" Mr. Sully took a deep breath. "I used to attend Camp Crystal Lake back in the 50s. I knew Jason as a kid. I was his bully. I was a stupid kid, an idiot back then. Now he wants to rip my guts out," Mr. Sully said with sadness. Faith then replied, "Bullying is not cool, man. People would try to bully me in high school, but I would set them straight. I wasn't going to take shit from vamps. So I definitely wasn't going to let humans bully me. People can be harsh. Ironically, the closest person I have ever been connected to was my old father figure. He was also a mayor. He ended up being a giant praying mantis, but I still loved him. I heard a rumor that this Jason guy is a mama's boy. A townie told me that on my way here. Maybe we have something in common. Though he's more Oedipus complex, where I'm more Electra complex. I did some reading in prison. Abnormal psychology. I dropped out of high school in 11th grade, so I had to eventually compensate. I like it." "That's besides the point. You're here for me, right? Or do you want to share sentiments with the maniac?" Faith cut him off. "Angel and Spike sent me here because that Jason guy is actually one of the valued accounts for the evil law firm Wolf, Ram, and Hart. These people are dangerous. They manipulate people's realities, orchestrate and social engineer societies, and use the bad types of black magic to get what they want. Damn, if Willow was here, things would be less difficult," Mr. Sully inquired. "Who's Angel, Spike, and Willow?" A loud boom came from about 2 miles southeast from them. A little over 3 clicks. Faith and Mr. Sully hid behind a tree within the deep woods. A voice came out of nowhere. It was Marcus. Faith reacted and spoke. "Hey, babe, took you long enough. Are you ready to give these freaks some, Marcus nodded his head in agreement and said, "I'm glad that you're here, Faith." "So, should we get started?" Faith replied. "Did you bring the book?" Marcus replied. "Yes, I have it. Do you have the Kandorian dagger, Faith?" She replied with enthusiasm. "Yes," Marcus continued. "I feel him. He's close by. I can't quite sense it, but I don't think Jason's alone." Mr. Sully asked Marcus, "Where do you fit into all this?" Marcus replied, "I don't have the time to explain the whole thing, but my uncle knew Jason and his mother back in the day. In fact, my family, the Dukes, first met the Voorhees family back in the mid-1800s. During the time of antebellum slavery, my ancestors had been a runaway slave and a freedom fighter. They were masters of the spiritual system called conjure. Long story short, New Jersey was the last state in the North to abolish slavery. But the Voorhees family helped our family out by hiding us from oppressive slave catchers within the state. There had already been rebellions and uprisings in the South, but for those who traveled alone like Jasper Duke, he had to rely on shape-shifting. He went on to teach that specific shape-shifting technique to the Voorhees family. Ironic that some of the Voorhees family turned out to be such tyrants to Wessex County, New Jersey." Marcus continued. "I've been doing research my whole life, and I've discovered a mystery about the Voorhees family. Elias Voorhees has always been regarded as Jason's father. Elias had a twin brother, Jeb Voorhees. Elias was a Mennonite, while Jeb was a straight-up occultist. Jeb would often do work with his brother-in-law, Louis Vendretti, and learned how to do certain magical spells in the process. Jeb could shapeshift into animals and humans, but he learned how to shapeshift from a particular conjure practitioner of my family. It is one of his special dark powers, but he could only shapeshift into beings who were already dead or ones he had a close relationship with. The truth is that Jeb is Jason's father, not Elias. Elias Voorhees has been tricked by Jeb to think that Jason was his son, but the reality is that Elias is actually the uncle of Jason Voorhees. It was Jeb who shapeshifted into Elias in order to deceive and impregnate Pamela Voorhees with his seed. Louis was aware of this deception and kept it a secret from Pamela. You see, Jason's curse is a lot more complex than that which relates to the Necronomicon. The Necronomicon curse is broken, but not the curse of the Jersey Devil. This is also the reason of why Jason never accommodated Elias as his father. Jason Voorhees was set up for failure from his inception. He was made to be a monster. He had no control over his situation. This is why the Duke family is involved with the Voorhees family. They helped us, the Dukes, during the Second American Industrial Revolution, so we want to pay our tributes with uplifting their curse. My ancestor Jasper Duke first met the Voorhees family in the Pine Barrens here in New Jersey. The curse started there and expanded to Crystal Lake. There were speculations that Jeb Voorhees had always been around to watch his son in action. From when he was first pushed into the lake back in '57 to when he fought Tina Shepard back in '88, he's always been around shape-shifting into small animals and antagonizing negative situations that would result in bloodshed. One more thing, I suspect that there could be two Jasons. Don't ask me how I know, because that's another story that involves Stephen and Mallory. What I do know is that there's a Jason who is composed of the blown-up pieces that the FBI took into custody back in '97. And we think the original Jason, who was resurrected, had everything to do with it. What? This is crazy! We're all doomed! Manhattan, New York branch. Director's invoice, Wolf Ram and Hart Joint Partnership Mission Statement. Here at Wolf Ram and Hart, we have a dedicated team that works every hour of the day to keep our clients satisfied. Our state-of-the-art facility has multiple test sites that ensure the integrity of our dark technology. Our Manhattan, New York City branch is amongst the elite branches of all Directors locations. We work night and day to make sure that our customers and shareholders get what they paid for. We assure that even in the afterlife, their enemies will continue to be punished. This is a multi-trillion-dollar corporation that keeps the world intact. We have branches all over the world and a budget full of resources. We are the good guys, but it sometimes takes the courage of a few good people to be small sacrifice for the world to keep going. Whether it's dealing with humans, zombies, vampires, or any other entity, we guarantee the highest quality assurance, or we'll give you a full refund. The shadow government has provided a platform for this ancient law firm to propel and ground itself within this realm. At Wolf Ram and Hart, we give back to the community by us being the face of philanthropy within the great county of Wessex. We are looking to expand our branches to the lower states of Canada, but we first must put our focus on the great town of Crystal Lake. We look forward to working with you, and remember, we'll punish your enemies even when they're dead. Sincerely, Lila Morgan, Junior Partner, Wolf Ram and Hart. Chapter 10. Johnny Voorhees, aka the White Pine Slaughterer, aka the replica Jason, walks through the deep, dark forest. It's been decades of him walking up and down Camp Crystal Lake. Just about every location he passed in the environment acted as a landmark that had a story to it. Jenny Field was the lady that tricked him back in 1981, where she dressed up and pretended to be Jason's mother, Mrs. Voorhees. At that time, Jason had been inexperienced with dealing with people. Before 1981, Jason had never killed a person before, just animals. He had been so successful with killing the others that he had not realized how psychologically adapted the young lady had been, and it cost him. Jenny got away. Next, in 1982, the girl Chris Higgins came to the lake, and though Jason mostly had his way with her, he grew more and more frustrated with the level of resistance that the young lady put up. She even managed to stab him in the groin with a knife, which pissed him off. Killing the female victims wasn't supposed to be much of a challenge. He failed to finish her, and she got away. Jason swore to be more aggressive and vicious if another group of people would come to the camp. He wasn't going to let any dead weight linger around. He felt the need to take out and kill Crazy Ralph, an old friend of the family, primarily because Ralph was warning trespassers about him. Ralph was close associates with Pamela, even to a degree considered a friend. In 1984, another group of teens made their way to Camp Crystal Lake. One by one, Jason punished and killed individuals from the group. He even managed to kill a set of twins. It had been so easy watching that group. They were so unaware what was happening. Again, another final girl got in Jason's way, Trish Jarvis. This time, Jason would be deceived by a boy who he swore was himself. He was hallucinating and had been tricked by the small boy. This would be fatal, sending Jason to hell for the first time in his life. Tommy Jarvis manipulated and deceived Jason. Jason knew that his mother would be disappointed in him for letting such a small little weakling have his way with him. If it wasn't for that little bastard, Jason would have had Trish Jarvis in his wake. Then that little bastard Tommy Jarvis, all grown up, came back for more years later. In 1986, Megan Garris had been the next final girl that Jason set out to kill. But again, that Tommy Jarvis got in the way. Still walking in the heavy rain, the White Pine slaughterer, Johnny Voorhees, reminisced on the past. He thought about what he would do and how long he would take to punish and make suffer that Tommy Jarvis. Years later, when he was stalking another group of teenagers at Crystal Lake, a petite girl with blonde hair, Tina Shepard, managed to put up a great fight versus Jason. He remembered that the girl could throw stuff at him without having to use her hands. Even though Johnny, replica Jason, hated what she was doing, he was envious of her abilities. He wanted to know how she was able to do what she was doing. Jason recalls being awakened by a force of electricity back in 1989. Right away, he knew where he was. A small yacht had anchored itself in Crystal Lake. The two passengers were a couple in their early 20s. Jason wanted to kill them for trespassing, which he did. He discarded the young man and lady. Within his grasp, a new mask, the same type of hockey mask that was broken off his face by the scrawny blonde with the psychic abilities. Fast forward to the next day. Aboard the cruise ship, the Lazarus, Jason took out a group of invaders on the ship one by one. He recalls a girl who he murdered with a guitar. Her name was JJ. She was a beautiful young lady with dark hair that had a cool punk rock style to her. Jason stalked her for about 2 hours. She would blast the music by playing her guitar. To Jason, it was loud and obnoxious, and he wanted to shut her up for making a ruckus. Then he made his move. JJ ran and tried to cut the corner, but Jason was too fast. She panicked and thought to herself, what an intimidating looking man, he looks like a monster. And then wham, Jason whacked her on the side of her head with her acoustic guitar, killing her. Jason then went on to kill a student in the sauna room with a heat rock, then another young blonde girl who was nearly naked wearing a robe. He killed all of the passengers by the end of the night, except for the remaining 2 teenagers, Sean Robertson and Rennie Wickham. Right away, when Jason first laid eyes on her while on the boat, he recognized her. There was something familiar about Rennie. He could recall a time seeing her when she was a child, while he was asleep within the lake. While in a temporary coma, Jason could telepathically reach the child, Rennie. His spirit had the ability to drag and drown people within the lake, but Rennie managed to escape his grasp. When he finally reached the shores of Manhattan, Jason took a stand and promised to his mother that he would make the trespassers pay with their lives. If it wasn't for that annoying runt Sean Robertson, he would have had Rennie right where he wanted her. Like Tina Shepard, Rennie possessed a unique energy signature that Jason could not let out of his grasp. He came so close to killing her, but no one knew that if Jason was to kill Rennie, he would be able to absorb her special abilities. He had her cornered, but then Jason felt something that he never felt before. Even through all of the battle-tested pain that he had endured before, never had he felt the impact of what toxic waste could do to his body. The pain had been even overwhelming for Jason, to the point that he snatched his hockey mask off his face while the mask was deteriorating. The effects of the toxic waste had done enough damage to Jason to slow him down. Through his last effort to kill Rennie and Sean, the water current of the sewer in 1989 Manhattan washed the mass killer Jason Voorhees away from the two, causing Jason to lose proximity to the two teenagers. He had failed again, but this time gained enough experience to know what he needed to do next. He shoved the burnt and broken mask in his deteriorated, melted face and began to depart home to Camp Crystal Lake, New Jersey. About time 1993 came, Jason had already become proficient in using the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. To a degree, the book physically healed the damaged body of Jason. That whole week upon him being sent to hell, Jason had shifted his spirit consciousness in and out of a plethora of people. All of their bodies were too weak to sustain his dark spirit, so after a few hours the bodies would decay by melting. But then he found a body that could sustain his spirit. After killing and storing the body of Diane Kimball, Jason was able to use her body to resurrect himself in his natural way. With his new original body, Jason fought the nerdy athlete Stephen Freeman, the bounty hunter Creighton Duke, and his niece Jessica Kimball. Jason didn't consciously know it, but the demons from the Necronomicon Ex Mortis that resided within him at the time had informed Jason that Diane, Jessica, and Stephanie Kimball were his relatives, and that he needed to absorb them to be reborn or kill them because they threatened his undead existence. Not only did Jason succeed with having killed his half-sister, Diane, but he also succeeded with absorbing her DNA. But there was a lapse in Jason's memory. Him as Jason could directly remember interacting with the FBI agents in 1993. So how did he remember killing Diane Kimball if it was after he was blown up? It was the worm that gave him the memory. It happened when the FBI took his body parts into custody and then shipped them to a special unknown research facility. So everything Johnny remembers that happened in 93 after the FBI incident had come from the worms of Meta Jason. In 1996, Mr. Voorhees collected a worm specimen from the Voorhees family house grounds and put the worm inside of the empty vessel of Jason's old blown-up body. Meta Jason had gone to hell, but in the special research facility of Wolfram and Hart in 97, he was born. In that year and on that special day, replica Jason was born. He stopped being Jason so Johnny could be born. Thanks to occult dark magic cloning by Mr. Voorhees and Wolfram and Hart, a clone Johnny was able to be produced. Johnny obtained some of the memories from the people Meta Jason killed in 93 by way of possession, but since Meta Jason had been killed by Jessica Kimball later on that week, this is as far as his memories go. Jessica Kimball had successfully defeated the Necronomicon curse. Everything after that was all of Meta Jason's work. It is only after 2022 when Johnny Voorhees was activated by Wolfram and Hart. His big brother Jason was supposed to kill the couple that caused their death as a child, but those kills were for Meta Jason alone. Johnny had all the rights and permission from his father, Mr. Voorhees, to kill all trespassers except for Mr. and Mrs. Sully. Johnny continued to walk in the woods. Eventually he will find what he is looking for, and he knew that the time wouldn't be long. He could sense them. They were getting close. Johnny celebrated with a very thrilled demeanor. Johnny giggled and muttered in his muttered irate voice, "For Daddy." Directors, Wolfram and Hart Headquarters. "Yes, people, put your bets in," the old white man with the glasses said. "That's right, people, we have Wolfram and Hart's own, the White Pine Slaughterer. I need maintenance, engineering, R&D, admin, and everyone else who hasn't placed their bets in for the next round to place them now. We have other candidates we are waiting to deploy. I want to see the other Night Stalkers' kills, too. Let's make this fun, people. I want killer clowns." "What do we have here?" the old man at headquarters asked out loud. A young lady employee who worked with the old man spoke to him with explanation. "Sir, if you can recall what the junior partners told us." The old man asked, "And what's that?" The young lady continued. That's a Crystal Lake police officer, sir. We allow them access inside of the premises because if we didn't, it would bring up suspicion that we don't want. We let them do their job." The old man chuckled. "Yeah, we let them stumble across one of our artifacts and decide their fate. Good idea. I mean, it's entertaining, and in a horror movie situation like this, the police are almost always irrelevant." The old man and the young lady continued to look at the large screen. The old man sat up in his chair. "Now that's what I'm talking about. We got some action. We got a single Crystal Lake police officer pulling into Crystal Lake now. This is going to be good." Driving up to one of the cabins, a single Crystal Lake police officer parked his car and got out of the vehicle. Deputy Eduardo Dominguez, he was a tan-skinned 6'1" Hispanic man that had been a citizen in the United States for the last 7 years. He had worked his way to becoming a police officer after his short reign as a professional baseball player in the MLB, which didn't work out for him. He had been in the league for 3 years and had gotten better each year that went past, but an injury to his left shoulder permanently took him out of the sport. Back in the Dominican Republic, it had always been his dream to play for the big leagues. Playing for the Florida Marlins for those few short years was a dream come true, but a sacrificing slide to home base after running the catcher over and winning the game ended his career. He would never play in the MLB again or any other professional baseball league. After spending 2 years on the sidelines in a depression, Eduardo Dominguez had decided to become a cop. When he graduated from the police academy, it had filled a void in him that had been missing since he stopped playing professional baseball. Walking around the perimeter, Deputy Dominguez looked around and searched the area for any type of suspicious activity. So far, he had not found anything out of the usual. He was somewhat aware of the reputation of the camp, but that didn't intimidate him. He took his job seriously and viewed it as a second chance at being something resourceful in life. He thought to himself after scoping the place out, "Oh my, this place gives me the creeps. Makes sense why people stop moving to this town. The place makes the bad spots in DR look like paradise. I'm gonna rove this place one good time and get the hell out of here. No need to try to become a detective for such a weird environment." He then saw a cabin in the woods. It had a large hole inside the door. He pulled out his flashlight and shined it on the large hole of the wooden door. Then he cautiously stepped inside of the cabin through the large hole. For a few seconds he could only see hay on the ground. Then he saw red hay. His nostrils were hit with a strong smell. A heavy stench made him almost vomit. Deputy Dominguez had never smelt such a smell in his whole entire life. He used to hear stories back in the Dominican Republic of practitioners of the spiritual system, 21 divisions, who could cause this type of havoc. He was aware of the ramifications of dealing with that type of dark magic, and that's exactly why he stayed away from it. Next, he looked on the floor and saw a bloodied card. He picked it up and read it. It was an identification card with the name Ned Finkelstein of Weehawken, New Jersey on it. Deputy Dominguez said out loud, "Oh no, Papa, are you still alive?" He pulled out a small plastic Ziploc bag and put the bloody card inside of it. He continued to walk again, continuing to scope out the cabin. When he looked on the ground again, he saw a broken wooden baseball bat that still had a handle on it. He picked it up, and right away he got flashbacks to his pro days as a baseball player. He swung the bat multiple times. It felt great for him to have a nostalgic moment. He still had it. For a brief moment, it crossed his mind to reconsider trying out for pro baseball again, but then he snapped out of that thought. He thought to himself, "No, you're a deputy now, Eduardo. Your job is to protect and serve the public. I can always go back to the Dominican Republic to visit and to see my family." Deputy Dominguez heard movement coming from the back of the cabin. When he started to slowly walk in the direction of the suspicious noise, out came Johnny, the White Pine slaughterer. With a determined ferocity, Johnny charged the police officer, but before he could lay a hand on the cop, Deputy Eduardo Dominguez, with his elite-level technique, cracked the White Pine slaughterer upside his egg-shaped head, sending him to the ground. Dominguez wasn't going to make a fatal mistake, so he pulled out his pistol and shot the masked assailant in the head, heart, and kneecaps, to assure that he wouldn't be getting up. He wasn't going to risk it, because this was likely the killer who mangled Ned Finkelstein. Then, with lightning-fast speed, the White Pine slaughterer popped onto his feet and got a hold of Deputy Eduardo Dominguez's face. He started to squeeze it, breaking the mandible. "Fuck you, Matty Cone," Dominguez said to Johnny, crushing and collapsing his face in like Play-Doh. Deputy Eduardo Dominguez screamed in agony one last time. This would be the last duty that Deputy Eduardo Dominguez would serve. His future was no more. Chapter 11. "What? We're all doomed?" said Mr. Sully. Marcus Duke replied. "Hold your horses, old man. If we were all doomed, I wouldn't be so prepared, so you could cut the pessimism talk right now." Mr. Sully continued anyways. "Young man, I appreciate you showing up to save me and my family, but you just dropped a boatload of information on me. Like, how do you know all of that stuff? What do you think? What, that you're some hero in a live horror movie or something?" Faith then interrupted. "I feel you on that, Gramps, but he doesn't have the time to fill you in with all the specific details. Seriously, does it matter at this point of how he knows what he does about this Jason guy? You said it yourself, Jason Voorhees wants to rip your guts out. I definitely don't want that for you," Faith said. Marcus then spoke. "I don't know about you, Faith, but I can sense Jason's power level. It's enormous. I knew he'd be strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful," Faith replied. No, Marcus, I can't say that I feel the same way. Maybe he's not as strong as what you're sensing." Marcus shook his head in disappointment. "You are bugging. That is an easy thing for you to say, with you being a slayer and all. I mean, hunting and killing vampires is a big deal, Faith." Faith then said in an understanding tone, "Well, I guess you're right, Marcus. I mean, I've been killing vamps since I was 15, so I guess I'm kind of used to it." Marcus continued to speak. "Faith, just like how we went over things on the phone, you're going to need to use the Kandarian dagger when we scrap with Jason. I'm already powered up by the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, and I would presume that Jason Voorhees is powered up too. I can't say for sure, but whatever he's powered by, it's a monstrosity of a force." "What about me? What am I supposed to do when he comes after me? As far as I know, he's primarily looking to kill me first, or at least the most," Mr. Sully said, and then Marcus spoke. "I guess y'all have to stay with Faith until we get you to a better location. I actually want to take on Jason alone. I owe him an overdue ass whooping. 30 years to be exact. I am grateful that Jessica Kimball was able to kill Jason and destroy the Necronomicon curse in 93, and I am proud of Mickey for stopping Jason back in 96. Both ladies were assisted by Stephen Freeman. I respect that man for putting up a fight against Jason and for his courage to go back and fight him a second time a few years later. But now is my time to take a crack at the overgrown mama's boy. I have my family's obligation to help the Voorhees family out, but I personally still want to kick Jason's ass," Marcus said with enthusiasm. Faith spoke. "Hell yeah, babe, I like the sound of that. Gearing up to kick some undead ass, that's my style." "Better you than me," Mr. Sully suggested, with a sense of relief. Then Marcus thought back to a conversation he had with an acquaintance in regards to Jason, Ash Williams. "That's right, buddy-o. Jason Voorhees is very unpredictable, but he has his flaws." Marcus then asked, "What's his physical strength like?" "Well, how would you compare his strength and power to the average man?" Ash waited a while, smirked, and then continued talking. "I'll put it like this, Marcus. I can't give you a specific answer, but what I can tell you is that his strength is enormous. It's always there, regardless of how hurt he may be. Now, as for his power, that can sometimes depend on if it's a full moon or not, and if he's using the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. There's no telling the uncanny things he may be capable of doing. My advice to you, Marcus, is to make sure you eat all of your vitamins before fighting him. You can't afford to take this maniac for granted. Marcus then said with respect in his voice, "Got it, Ash. So I need to be in tip-top shape to have a chance against this one. I wouldn't think that I'd be strong enough to go tit for tat with Jason Voorhees, but I'm confident in my speed. That son of a bitch isn't going to catch me slipping, at least that's the plan." Ash spoke one last time. "Remember, kid, just like Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees has the ability to sense your fear. So if you aren't a psychopath, try to control your fear. Because if you don't, he will manipulate you through it. If he succeeds in achieving that task, you may not have the conscious ability to be able to differentiate the real from the illusions. Trust me, Marcus, it's no joke. Me not knowing this at first cost me a friend. I don't want you to have to go through what I did or worse." Marcus replied, "Yes, sir. I won't hold anything back. You just stay alive, Ash. I may need your help in the future." Faith yells, "Incoming!" All of a sudden, power walking directly towards them, Meta Jason comes within 10 yards of Marcus, Faith, and Mr. Sully, with his eyes locked on to Mr. Sully. Meta Jason stood in a wide stance as if he was going to try to block them from going past his direction. Then a single soft-spoken rage spirit spoke to Jason in his head. "We recognize the energy signature of the Darker One. And there is the primary specimen that created your pain, Jason. Rip his genitals off from the inside. Pain and suffering, death and destruction. Kill them all. The curse of the Jersey Devil. Here's your battle cry." Marcus approached and said to Meta Jason, "I'm sorry for what happened to you as a kid, but you have grown to become a menace to society. You deserve a merciless beatdown, and most of all, you need it. 30 fucking years in the making, and I finally get the chance to experience what it's like to go upside your fucking head. Now let's go." Chapter 12. "Now let's go," said Marcus in a rage. He continued to speak to the two. "Mr. Stoley, stay near Faith. This is my fight. Just keep an eye on me if I need backup. I'll let you two know, but ideally I plan on finishing Jason alone." "Got it, and thanks, but I need you to make it after this because I have a family that needs rescuing," said Mr. Sully. Then Faith spoke. "This is all you, babe. I get it. Me and Buffy used to do rock, paper, scissors to see who was going to get first dibs to fight. I guess this is your turn. Go get him, Tiger." Now, squaring off to each other, Marcus and Jason locked eyes from a short distance, stood in place. Marcus went first. Clenching his fist and tightening his muscles, Marcus started to squeeze his body as a whole. He was now powering up. His body's homeostasis started to change. His nitric oxide level started to increase. His adrenaline and dopamine levels skyrocketed, and finally, his muscle mass increased and bulked up. Hoo-yah! He was now powered up. The Ancient Ones from the Necronomicon and the power of the Great Damballa had granted Marcus their energy. Jason responded and took his stance, powering up with both fists clenched. The aura of Meta Jason sprayed out the spirits of his past victims. Grunting with his body spasming, Meta Jason's torso now reabsorbed the spraying spirits back into his aura. All of a sudden, directly charging the masked killer, Marcus Duke, running at full sprint, leaped into the air and landed right in front of Jason, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Marcus Duke threw punches, kicks, elbows, knees, eye pokes, forearm strikes, groin strikes, a plethora of attacks. He was landing. Next, Marcus threw a massive right hook to the face of Meta Jason, then a massive left hook to the face of Meta Jason. It appeared that Jason wasn't swinging back, but why? Marcus wasn't sure why. There was no response yet by the masked killer, but he also didn't give a shit. All he knew was that he wasn't going to let up on Jason. This was the notorious killer of Crystal Lake. ... were the breathing sounds of Marcus hitting Jason with everything he had. Then Marcus grabbed Meta Jason by his long red hair and started to headbutt him repeatedly. "Come here, fucker!" Then Marcus let Jason go and he dropped to the ground. Jason's body lay still. Mr. Sully yelled with excitement. "Yeah, Marcus, that's right! Beat that overgrown mama's boy!" Faith replied to Mr. Sully. "Calm yourself, guy. I don't think it's over." Marcus waited for a reaction, but nothing. "Get on up, you bastard! I'm sure that wasn't enough to take you out!" Suddenly, Marcus felt a stiff, penetrating pressure coming from his back. "Ah!" Marcus screamed. No longer did he see Meta Jason's body on the ground. The killer must have been using illusions to distract him. Now Jason was behind him. Just as Marcus turned around to face him, Jason had managed to grab him into a bear hug. He was planning on killing Marcus the same way that Johnny killed Ned Finkelstein. Squeezing with all of his might, Meta Jason locked Marcus Duke into place with the intentions to break every bone possible. Marcus started to scream in agony, trying to fight off the Crystal Lake killer. "No!" Marcus started to fight back, trying to get momentum. Then, with his arms trapped to the side, but his hands free, managed to grab a hold of one of the gadgets from his survival belt. He grabbed a hold of some white powder he had in a pouch. Marcus crushed the powdered pouch of white dust and chanted out loud, "Damballa, give me the power!" The dust spread, creating a mist. Jason let go of the lock he had on Marcus. Some of the white powder Jason swallowed. Then all of a sudden, Meta Jason saw his mother. "My Jason, you've been such a busy boy, but you need to rest. Come to me, honey. Mama will take care of you." It was a hallucination caused by Damballa. Jason paused for a moment. Then he remembered when that Jenny Field and that Freddy Krueger had tricked him. Not this time, Jason thought. Jason then drew his machete and swung it full force at the hallucination of his mom. Mrs. Voorhees then proceeded to fade away, but not before she morphed into a giant white snake. The snake snapped at Meta Jason, trying to take a bite at him, but it missed. Then it struck again, this time biting the hand that held the machete, and started to wrap its body around the masked killer. The snake had to be about 30 feet long. Jason struggled to move, trying to wiggle and power his way out of the ancient reptile's grip. Mr. Sully yelled as if he was a commentator in a fight. "You got him right where you need him, now finish him!" Marcus, still hurt, but standing up, charged Jason and continued to strike him. "Ha! Hi-ya!" He kept hitting. Still wrapped in the giant snake's coil, Jason Voorhees started to make painful mumbling noises. This reminded him of the '93 incident, when the FBI were shooting him up with multiple rounds of bullets. Jason grew tired of this, and then burst out with a surge of enraged energy. "No!" In a powering up rage, as soon as Jason broke loose of the snake grip, the giant white snake disappeared. Jason was free. Now both Marcus and Jason stood squared off against one another. Swinging at the same time, Marcus and Jason both threw punches, with Jason landing first. Jason cracked Marcus on his jaw, causing his legs to buckle, leaving him on shaky legs. Marcus thought to himself, "If I didn't have these powers, he probably would have taken my head off with that shot." Jason then threw a splitting elbow to Marcus's forehead, cutting him in the face, causing blood to pour down Marcus's face, resulting in blood covering his eyes and blurring his vision. But Marcus continued to fight. Marcus threw an eye poke at Jason's eye, causing him to temporarily back up, gaining a distance. Marcus threw and landed a spinning back kick flush on Jason's chin, and then threw a Superman punch with his fist, increasing to about half the size of his body, thanks to the powers of Damballa, causing Jason to temporarily stumble. Jason then all of a sudden pushed Marcus back, creating a small separation, and then clenched Marcus's head as if he was in a Muay Thai fight. A power knee from Jason dropped Marcus and sent him to the ground. "Get up, babe!" Faith yelled at Marcus. Then Mr. Sully shouted, "The groin! Marcus, kick him in the groin!" Marcus heard the message. He kicked Meta Jason there, temporarily stunning him. Faith shouted, "Marcus, catch!" She threw a blade at Marcus, in which he caught it. It was the Kandarian dagger. Jason tried to pull out his rusted machete and stick Marcus in the gut with it, but missed. Marcus countered and put himself in position. He took advantage. He saw it. It's what he needed. But before he got his chance to strike, when he got close, Jason quickly stomped the side of the knee of Marcus, fracturing it. Marcus was able to continue his swing, even after getting his knee stomped. He swung the dagger into the heart of Meta Jason. Spirit auras started to rambunctiously leave his body. Faith spoke to Mr. Sully. "I thought people said that only a Voorhees could kill a Voorhees," Mr. Sully replied. "I don't know if it's killing him, but it's sure as hell hurting him." Jason acted with a sense of urgency. He grabbed the Kandarian dagger out of his heart and threw it into the forest. He then grabbed Marcus by his head and placed both of his pointer fingers on each side of the face of Marcus, looking into his eyes. That made Marcus feel uneasy. Marcus went to strike Jason, but was not able to. Then he fell into a trance. He was hypnotized. Meta Jason then rose his hands up, causing the heavy rain to stop. Before their eyes, Faith and Mr. Sully were witnessing Meta Jason heal in front of them. All of the damage made on Jason just for him to heal right back, and Marcus was still in a mesmerizing daze. With his powers, Jason flung Marcus back into a tree, causing further damage to him. Then he looked at Faith and Mr. Sully, snapped his fingers, and suddenly disappeared. He teleported. He was gone. Faith and Mr. Sully then ran towards Marcus's aid. Faith said frantically, Babe, you're all right. We can fix you." Mr. Sully spoke. "Maybe the book can help him. I'll grab it." Mr. Sully grabbed the book and brought it to Marcus, placing the book on top of his whole body. "I guess we have to give it time," said Mr. Sully. Faith kept talking to Marcus. "You did great, better than I would have expected you to do." Marcus was still alive but incoherent. A dark cloud appeared behind Mr. Sully. Faith looked over to Mr. Sully to see the large body of Meta Jason behind him. Jason grabbed Mr. Sully and teleported away from Faith. They were nowhere to be found. Inside of the lake, Jason held Mr. Sully in his grip. In a rage, Meta Jason dropped into the water with Mr. Sully and dragged him down into the water. Jason stared at Mr. Sully while drowning him inside the lake. Jason thought to himself, "Yes, now it's your turn. Die!" Chapter 13, 1856, Crystal Lake, New Jersey. It's been about a year since I escaped and gained my freedom. My previous master had not known that I had escaped and deployed to the state of New Jersey. Building up to my departure, for months on end, I had been watching the patrolling patterns of the slave overseers. The last runaway slave had been caught and killed. They didn't even give him a warning like they do most runaways. My intuition tells me that they were tipped off, that they had a lead. Someone must have notified the chain gang that there was going to be an attempted escape. Thanks to my conjuring abilities, I was able to evade the slave catchers who were hunting me for bounty. They were dumbfounded and had no idea of what I was capable of. They thought that they were dealing with the average slave, but what they failed to comprehend is that I induced them to show me the way. I can recall back when those racist simpletons were searching for me in the woods, and had no idea that I was in one of the trees posing as a crow. A year earlier, in 1855, in the deep, dark depth woods of the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, a runaway slave ran for his freedom from bloodhounds who chased him. Slave catchers had been chasing him since South Carolina, and now made their way into Wessex County, New Jersey. They had a warrant out for his arrest and a license to slave catch. "We're going to find this slave, and when we do, we're going to cut off one of his feet, right in his instep, since he wants to be a runner," said the first slave catcher. The other spoke up. "Yeah, we have us one of them smart ones, one that can read and can probably write, too." The crow sat in a tree right above the two white men. The runaway slave, but now the crow, had been watching them and hearing them talk, eavesdropping on their conversation for the last 30 minutes. The first slave catcher spoke. "You know we have a limited time in this state to catch this guy. These Yankee states aren't too fond of us Southern boys tracking slaves in their state. We know that a war is coming in these next few years. We can't afford to let that Negro go free. They are our property until we are finished with them." The slave catcher, too, replied. "You're darn right. I need my tobacco, and I sure as hell ain't gonna pick that cotton myself. That's a lot of work, and our skin ain't built to last out in the sun like those darkies. I don't know how they do it." The crow continued to watch the two men and listen to their conversation. The sun was setting, and it was now raining heavily, lightning and thunder in the sky. The two men started to set up their tents to avoid being soaked in the hard rain. They had previously collected wood pieces for a fire and had shot and killed a deer to eat for later. These two guys weren't privy to following state rules and had gained a reputation back in the state of South Carolina for being brash and standoffish even to other whites. They didn't have much integrity, but the incentive to make money caused them to be more integral than they usually would be. The crow walked back and forth on one of the tree branches. The two hunters weren't aware that there was a crow in the area. The crow was out of range of their sight and was about 30 feet above them. The two men continued to conversate with each other, talking about what they were going to do with the money from the bounty when they got back home to South Carolina. Then they heard bulky footsteps coming from behind their tent. They quickly grabbed their rifles and pointed them in the direction of the loud footsteps. A slim but chiseled man with long black hair came walking out of the shadows. The first hunter shouted at the unknown man, who was now standing in place in the heavy rain. "Show your face or you'll be shot. I ain't joking and I ain't messing around." The second hunter also shouted at the mysterious man. "Yeah, you heard him. Show your face or you'll be punished with lead to the point that your family won't be able to recognize you. So what you gonna do, bub?" The mysterious chiseled man with dark long hair slowly raised one of his hands and spoke with a very deep voice. "Hello there. I'm just a man passing through. What brings you fellas to the state of New Jersey, if you don't mind me asking?" The second hunter spoke aggressively to the mysterious man. "We do mind, Yankee. I think it's in your best interest to keep walking and to go on your way since you're only passing through," the first hunter assured him. "I agree with my partner here. No offense to you, but we are hunting a slave at the moment. We can't afford for anyone to get in our way, unless you have a lead on to where to find him." The mysterious man gestured and spoke to the two slave hunters. "In the tree," the second hunter said in a confused tone. "What do you mean, in the tree?" the mysterious man replied. "That's where you can find him." The first hunter. "Him?" The mysterious man was toying with the two hunters. "You fellas aren't too bright from what I noticed. What a shame. You would think that two grown men would be able to recognize when their lives are in danger." Both hunters shot off all of their bullets into the mysterious man. The two men started to holler and cheer as if they were celebrating their kill. The second hunter spoke to the first. "We got that some bitch. He sure as hell ain't coming back from that. the first hunter responded. "We sure did. Now let's dump this bastard and get back to what we were doing." The two hunters proceeded to walk to get the dead body of the mysterious man. "Where is he?" said the second hunter. "I don't know, simpleton. Shouldn't you have a better idea than me? You shot first," said the first hunter. The crow was still watching the two men from the tree. The hard rain made it difficult to see their surroundings for the two men. A large shadowy figure appeared behind the second hunter. "Behind you!" the first hunter shouted. The second hunter turned around to see his assailant. It was the same man. He had red eyes and he had to be around 6'9". With one swipe, the mysterious man ripped off the flesh of the second hunter. The second hunter gasped for air with his flesh laying on the ground. He fell to the ground and spasmed out of control. Then the mysterious man squashed his head like a grape. The first hunter shouted in fear. "Ah!" The mysterious man shifted into a shadow reflection and swooped right under the first hunter. The first hunter could feel hands grabbing both of his ankles, pulling him down to the ground. He shouted, "Fuck!" He tried to fight. He tried to squeeze. He tried to grab for something to hold on to. But no matter what, the mysterious man was too strong. The first hunter frantically asked the mysterious man, "What the shit are you?" The man replied with pride, "I'm the Jersey Devil. Welcome to Hell Lake." Then the mysterious man pulled the first hunter into the ground. "No!" shouted the first hunter, while the last bit of his hands were pulled underground. The mysterious man rose up out of the ground. He was muddy from the dirt and hard rain. He pointed and spoke to the crow. "You can come down now, my friend. You are safe with me. I won't hurt you, I promise." The crow flew down to the mysterious man and then shifted into a short, stocky black man. The mysterious man spoke. "You need clothes. Come on. I can get you some." The short, stocky black man said, "Well, thanks, sir. Not used to a pale skin being cordial towards me." The mysterious man replied, "No problem. I'm not a bigot. Anyways, you're going to have to teach me that shape-shifting trick of yours, black man. What's your name, my friend?" The short, stocky black man answered, Jasper Duke. How about yours?" The mysterious man said in a proud tone, "In these woods I'm known as the Jersey Devil, but my birth name is Cade Voorhees. Nice to meet you, my friend." 1856. The runaway slave, a.k.a. Jasper Duke, continued. "That was a year ago, and though Cade Voorhees is a good friend of mine, he's not necessarily the most ethical of people. Over the course of the short time that I have known him, I have seen him do things to people that I swore up and down was impossible. And he has this book that he carries around with him that he swears is keeping his family alive. I appreciate Cade and the rest of the Voorhees family for helping me evade my oppressors, but this family doesn't really seem like the godly type. I saw Cade Voorhees do some unholy things to those he deems to be his enemies. He often tells me of how he is of a chosen bloodline and is supposed to punish trespassers of his land. I understand him wanting to protect his family, but this curse of the Jersey Devil seems like something Satan himself served up. I wish him the best, but my conjure will have to protect me from him if he loses control. Lord help us all." Chapter 14. Ruff! Injured but not defeated, Aries the Husky stood upright on all fours. The battle-tested canine wanted a rematch with the bear. Back at home, Aries was a respected dog. The townspeople recognized his service in the Peace Corps, where he deployed twice, both times for 6 months. Each time he served as a protection dog for battered women. The Peace Corps trained Aries in the fields of physiognomy, micro-expressions, and body language. His ability, the sense danger from reading a person's nonverbal communication, was impressive. He was especially keen in recognizing the seething rage of a hostile man. One time he rescued an 8-year-old girl from being kidnapped by a stalker of the village. Catching the stalker in the act, Aries bit the man in his throat, causing him to lose a lot of blood. The man lived, but Aries stopped him in his tracks, and later on, the Peace Corps and the NATO officers found the stalker man on the ground and barely alive. They arrested the injured man, detained him, and took him into custody. The little girl said to Aries, "Thank you, Aries, for being my savior," and hugged him. Aries, wagging his tail, barked back at the little girl and said his goodbye. When Aries got back from deployment and was back in his hometown, the people threw him a celebration party, regarding to his service and heroism. Now Aries had a new mission: find his friend Harmony and stop the bear. Quentin Esposito walked cautiously through the deep dark woods. He managed to not get wet from the rain. Luckily, he was inside of a car when the hard rain came down. Still walking with the M9 Beretta in his hand, he jumped at every noise he deemed to be suspicious. "Motherfucker, cocksucker," Quentin said in frustration. He was jumpy, and that made him more aggressive. Quentin said out loud to himself, "A fucking bear, who would have thought?" "That's right. We have eyes on him. Quentin Esposito, that's his name." The old man continued to speak in his intercom. "Hey, that's what we do, no problem. If they want clowns, we give them clowns." The old man then pressed a blue button. A few seconds later, a person appeared on their screen. He was heading in the direction of Quentin. "Give it a couple minutes. He'll get to his destination." Then a woman in about her early 30s spoke to the old man. "According to Wolfram and Hart, we have about 15 minutes each with every active artifact." The old man replied, "Artifact? That's what we're calling these things now, artifacts? Fuck no, these are demons. That's exactly what they are. It's not like you can have a sensible conversation with them. Artifacts." The lady responded back to the old man. "Regardless, sir, we have to follow protocol. If we don't, we'll piss off the senior partners, which will piss off the junior partners. We don't want that. No, we don't want that." The old man spoke. "I've been waiting a while to see him back in action. You know, he wasn't too far from Crystal Lake where he did most of his killings. I mean, a warehouse is kind of common, but a mall? Now that's changing it up." The girl interrupted. "Sir, he's arriving." The old man popped out of his seat and said, "This should be terrifying." It was a clown. "Yep, that's right, people. We have us Art the Clown. Out of all the killer clowns, Art is my favorite," said the old man, staring at the director's screen. The clown, Art the Clown, a.k.a. the Terrifier, was one of Wolfram and Hart's most favorite artifacts that they enjoyed using on the public, just like how back in '98, when they sent a mermaid to a small town in Harrington, Ohio. The Mermaid Queen was used to infiltrate the townspeople in order for the directors to obtain the artifact in the town. According to the Black Star reports, the Queen was able to convert the adult staff, the faculty, into converting the school and townspeople. But someone caught on to the takeover and started to resist. He had become a nuance, an enigma to the Mermaid Queen. His name was Casey Connor, a senior student at Harrington High School. Casey found out that the school was being invaded by aliens, at least that's what he thought. He and a student by the name of Zeke Tyler discovered that the aliens had a vulnerability to powdered substances, and if consumed, the substances could dehydrate and kill their species. They would go on to find out that they had to kill and dehydrate the Queen in order to stop the body snatching from further happening. The Mermaid Queen almost succeeded, but by the grace of Casey Connor, he stopped the event takeover from happening. Casey became a hero, though the FBI denied the whole event. This was considered by the junior partners of Wolfram and Hart to be a failed mission. This infuriated the senior partners and their investors, so they felt a need to expand and go worldwide. In another timeline, in 2011, the directors felled with a group of college kids who were staying in a cabin in the woods. The directors and Wolfram and Hart cannot afford to make that level of mistake at Crystal Lake. That would cripple the program's occult reputation. "What the fuck was that?" Quentin said. He heard a snapping of a branch that startled him. He quickly turned in the direction of the suspected noise and pointed his gun. He saw nothing. He then said, "That ain't no bear." He heard a high-pitched squeaking sound. Then he turned back, and what he saw was a clown doing sign language. Quentin was confused. He wasn't sure what to think. All he knew was that there was something odd going on in this forest. First a bear and now a psycho-looking clown? Art pulled a white handkerchief out of one of his pockets and started to make animal patterns with it, as he smiled in a hysterical manner. "Why the hell is he laughing so hard?" thought Quentin. Then the clown stopped laughing, unfolded the cloth, and revealed to Quentin how much blood the cloth had on it. It looked like fresh blood. Art the clown gazed into the eyes of Quentin and gave him a look of deep hatred and contempt. Quentin said, "Don't stare at me like that, you freak. I'm not gay, and I sure as hell don't want to suck you off." The clown then reached in his pocket. Out came a small blade. He threw the small knife at Quentin, and it landed in his thigh. "Oh, fuck, no, I'm not fucking around." Quentin aimed the Beretta at the clown's body and aimed for the forehead. He shot off 6 rounds into the hostile clown. The angry clown's body bounced back and landed on the ground. Art wasn't moving, and Quentin still had his gun pointed at him while he was on the ground. Quentin mumbled to himself, "You can never be too safe," and shot 4 more rounds into the clown. The clown's body moved, but no personal reaction. "What a freaking weirdo," Quentin said in disgust. Then he saw movement. The clown popped up onto his feet. Quentin shot the last 5 rounds in the gun at Art and reacted. "No fucking way!" Chapter 15. "Hey everyone, I spoke to Quentin on the radio. He said that he was close and was on the way. He wanted us to find shelter." Kelvin spoke, with an irritating tone. "And how the fuck are we supposed to do that? We had shelter and the bear broke into our cabin. What would stop it from attacking us again, homie?" Floyd spoke up. "Yeah, well that makes sense, but how do we know that this scenario is real? It could be a prank." Kelvin then interrupted. "A prank? Get the fuck out of here with that. That bear looked real to me. What type of prank would require an actual fucking bear? This ain't social media, my boy. We're in a real life get your guts eaten situation." Ezra responded, "If we don't act fast, we won't have the opportunity to figure out what's really going on. What do you think we should do, Cassandra?" "I think we should find Grandpa and get as far away from Clearwater as possible." Fiona spoke. "Yeah, I want to find Grandma, Grandpa, Harmony, and Michaela. I hope that they're alright. This situation is crazy, regardless if it's a prank or not." Carly threw her 2 cents into the conversation. "Like, seriously, what the fuck happened to those other people? A bear couldn't make that many people disappear. I hate it here. Let's fucking leave this place ASAP." "For real," said Kelvin. Floyd spoke again. "If this is real, we need to get out of here and get the police involved. This is freaking Crystal Lake, for Christ's sake. They would understand, I hope." "What is that?" Cassandra asked. "Can anyone else hear bushes moving?" Fiona gasps. "It's coming our way." They all braced themselves. Out of the bushes came a blonde-haired man. It was Dave, a.k.a. Second Star Riker. He spoke to the group. "Y'all doing alright? How are y'all holding up? I was notified about Otis's whereabouts and that he's been missing for a while. I also had a run-in with a bear. It chased me, but I found cover and got away. Good news for y'all, I'm here to get everyone to safety. If that bear comes back, I have a military-grade rifle with a lot of bullets that can turn that bear into hogmash," Riker said with confidence. Ezra spoke to Dave. "Sir, we just want to find our family members and get the hell out of this place. It was a bad idea to ever come here, and why didn't anyone tell us that they have bears in this park? You know, the owners can get sued for this." Dave replied, "You are right, young man, and I sincerely apologize for what has happened to you and your family. But now we must lure the bear in the direction that we want to take it. It's safe to say that I think this bear is hunting us, and it may not want us to leave. It's something we just have to deal with. Carly spoke. The hell with Dave, she said sarcastically. It's your job to get us out of this mess. I mean, you didn't even do your homework on this place, Mr. Texas. Dave responded. Well, honey, complaining is not going to get us very far, is it? We can only do what's in our power, and we have to put the rest in God's hands. You know, the Lord works in mysterious ways. About 30 yards away, the group heard a growl. The bear had returned. Kelvin frantically shouted to Dave, Come on, motherfucker, pull the gun out and shoot this bastard! Before Dave could pull the rifle out of its sleeve, the bear came charging in his direction. Furiously foaming at the mouth, the bear grabbed and yanked Dave off the ground and carried him away into the deep woods. Well, what now? Floyd asked. Fuck! Die! Meta Jason had Mr. Sully gripped with his hands around his neck. They were both underwater. Jason was drowning and choking him at the same time. Looking in the eyes of Jason Voorhees, his childhood victim, Mr. Sully felt a plethora of emotional regret. He thought to himself, while his life was fading away, that Jason Voorhees, the killer, would not have existed if it wasn't for his foolish antics as a kid. I created this, Mr. Sully thought to himself while being choked. A single, very soft-spoken rage spirit spoke to Jason in his head. Let him go for now. We should do this the right way. You want to feel it, Jason. You deserve better. You need to savor the destruction of the Sully couple. They laughed and played with joy as they watched you drown and die. Release him onto the shores. Jason? Jason then teleported out of the lake and threw Mr. Sully to the pier of the lake. Mr. Sully coughed and gasped for air. He was still alive, but not safe. Jason then teleported out of Mr. Sully's view. He was nowhere to be found. Then, a few moments later, Meta Jason reappeared, and this time he had Mrs. Sully with him. Meta Jason shoved Mrs. Sully into the arms of the standing Mr. Sully. He had both of them where he wanted them. He stood there with his 7-foot frame and long red hair staring at the Sully couple. Mr. Sully started to explain himself to Meta Jason. Jason, I apologize for all the pain that I've caused you during your stay at Camp Crystal Lake. I didn't intend of you dying. It was never supposed to end that way. I should not have judged you on your looks. I now have a granddaughter who's also slightly deformed. She has red hair like you. I'm sorry. Please, my family doesn't deserve the misery that I started. Please, spare them. Mrs. Sully spoke to Jason next. And I'm sorry for contributing to your suffering. You see, we were all children and didn't know better. It was more of a dare and not a hazing act, Jason. Your mother was a lovely woman to all the campers. How do you think she would respond to what you're doing? Jason all of a sudden felt an irate rage. He felt in the sensorium of his body the spirits talking to him. The plethora of rage spirits shouted violently at Jason. That's precisely what they wanted to happen to you, Jason. None of the children bothered to help save you from drowning. It was children that killed you, and their children must suffer the consequences. Kill all of the Sullys, every single one. Mr. and Mrs. Sully held each other, with their arms wrapped around one another, as Jason stared at them. Then a single rage spirit yelled at Jason, Kill, 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 die, 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 die. Kill them. Kill them! Now! Now! With his right arm, Jason plunged his fist right through both stomachs of Mr. and Mrs. Sully. He grabbed a hold of the large intestines inside of the couple while they were still hugging each other. Mr. Sully shouted in pain while Mrs. Sully made strange noises. She was in shock. Meta Jason then proceeded to take the intestines of both individuals and wrap it around their bodies. Next, Jason took a handful of Mrs. Sully's intestines and shoved it down the inside of Mr. Sully's mouth. He started to choke. Mr. Sully was now vomiting and choking on intestines. Jason took those intestines of Mr. Sully and tightly wrapped it around the skull of Mrs. She winced in pain and was no longer in shock. Her eyes started to pop out of her face, like a frog that was getting squished. Ah! The noises that were coming out of the couple were rare noises that came out of a human being. Then Meta Jason, with his special psychic powers, lifted the couple up telekinetically and flung them to the tip of the docking pier. With Mr. Sully's body spasming out of control and Mrs. Sully's body convulsing, Jason Voorhees took the skulls of the couple and smashed both of them together. He started to dig inside of the bodies and pulled out Mrs. Sully's liver and stomach, then ripped off the dick and balls of Mr. Sully and threw them onto the ground. He then took both bodies and wrapped them together like two rags being squeezed together. Blood and pus started oozing out of each body. It was a mess. Lastly, Jason took both of the fused together mushed bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Sully and lifted them with both of his hands and threw their deformed, mangled bodies into the lake. He observed every detail of their dead bodies sinking down into the same lake where they had pushed him into as a child. He did it. Jason got his revenge, and it was sensational. His heart started pumping excessively. He saw two energy fields come up out of the lake and go straight into his heart. Jason had absorbed their spirits. He was now stronger. The plethora of rage spirits started cheering uncontrollably in satisfaction. Yes, my friend, we killed the scum, took their spirits, and now we will devour their energy. Those kills were long overdue, Jason, but the wait was worth it. Now we must kill the rest of the family. No mercy. Meanwhile, in Marcus's subconscious. Marcus, honey, wake up. You have the power. You made us proud, but the mission isn't over. Rise, my warrior. The world needs you, said the voice of Tina Shepard. Rise. Chapter 16. No fucking way, Quentin said, surprised. Art the Clown made a big creepy smile at Quentin and pulled something else out of his pocket. It looked like it was a pair of bloody lips. Fucking gross, Quentin said. Art gestured with one of his pointer fingers for Quentin to shush, as to be quiet and to stop talking. Next, the Terrifier started to slowly walk towards Quentin in a playful manner. Quentin braced himself and yelled at the clown. Oh yeah, bring it, I fucking hate clowns, fuck you! Quentin pulled the trigger of his Beretta, but nothing came out. His gun had 15 bullets in the magazine. Did he have more bullets in another magazine? No, he didn't. Quentin quickly ran behind a tree to take cover. He thought to himself, shit, if I don't figure out something quick, I'm gonna end up being one of these freak circus acts. What a weirdo! Suddenly, the scenery changed. Quentin was now in a warm climate, as if it was summer. Let's see how he does under these conditions, said the old man back at the director's headquarters office. The young lady spoke to him. Sir, that wasn't the original plan, to change the setting on this Quentin guy mid-fight. He wasn't supposed to notice the change of the environment, sir. The old man replied. Who gives a fuck? This mafioso bastard is supposed to be killed off anyways. He's not supposed to, or isn't expected to survive, and I sure as hell not gonna disappoint the junior partners by letting this guy get away, so relax. No one can leave Crystal Lake at the moment anyways. We have barriers up preventing people from getting out. Only the Crystal Lake police can enter into the place, and that's by design. But if they did come here right now, they sure as hell ain't leaving. I can promise you that, baby cakes, the old man said. The Terrifier Art the Clown, known for his infamous assaults in the state of New York, is now an artifact of the directors. Years before, he had went on a terror stalking, harassing, and killing his victims. but not before he tortured and played with them. That was his style. No matter the creed or gender, Art the Terrifier clown showed no mercy for his victims. To him, it was amusing to watch his victims plead and beg for their lives. He viewed people as a joke, so he took their request as a joke. Before Art was the supernatural entity, he was a serial killer who had stopped speaking due to his overwhelming trauma. Growing up, Arthur had always admired clowns. They made him laugh, smile, and feel good. He even wanted to be a clown when he grew up. Clowns inspired him to want to make other people happy, to take them away from their pain. Then one day when Arthur was coming home from school, when he went inside of his house, he saw a clown standing in the kitchen, standing over the body of his gutted mother on the floor, and with the decapitated head of his father in the killer's hand. In that moment, Arthur's whole perception of clowns changed. Something inside of him shifted, and the only thing he wanted to do was to kill that clown that had killed his parents. He now hated clowns and wanted to make every clown that he laid eyes on to suffer. The clown killer had not seen the 11-year-old boy sneak up behind him. The only way that the clown detected the boy was after he felt a sharp pain penetration coming from his spinal cord. Arthur had literally stabbed him in the back. And about time the killer clown was able to turn around, there were multiple knives punctured into his body. The boy had stuck about 13 into his large body. The only word that came out of Arthur's mouth was "die." The adult killer clown's body dropped to the floor, slowly bleeding out and gasping for his last breath. The only thing that he could see was the hysterical, delirious look on the boy's face. Even as a killer clown, the man never saw such an evil, cynical look on a face. In that moment, fading off to the afterlife, the killer clown realized what he had done. He had created a killer much worse than himself. He had made a monster. When the police found Arthur in the house, they found him with the guts of the killer clown in his hands. When they approached the boy, they asked him, "Hey, little man, what happened here?" The boy could only look at them and start to giggle in an uncontrollable way. The police had been looking for a serial killer clown, and they had found him. Ted Gacy was his name. The infamous killer who sometimes would tickle his victims to death. This time, he chose straight sadistic violence. Ironically, he ended up being a victim of his own initiation. Later, Art was put in a youth mental asylum until he turned the legal adult age of 18, and then was released back into civilization when he was 25. Though he was now a mute, the doctors didn't perceive him as a threat. He was free to roam the earth, now as the Terrifier. Running at full speed, Art the Clown swung a battle axe at Quentin's waist. That came out of nowhere. He grazed Quentin on one of his love handles. Quentin reacted. "Ah, jeez, you fucker! You're gonna pay for that!" Art replied with a mocking, laughing gesture as if he was play crying. Still standing somewhat close to the clown, Quentin grabbed a hold of Art's collar and headbutted him 3 times. Then Art backed up in a clown-like daze. He seemed hurt, but Quentin wasn't sure if the clown was injured or just fucking with him. Then, going to attack the clown again, Quentin saw that his legs, from the knee down, were encased in mud. Where did the mud come from, he thought. "We write the storyline," said the old man back at the director's headquarters. The 30-something-year-old woman spoke to the old man. "Sir, don't you think we've intervened enough? The more we manipulate the circumstance, the faster you accelerate the artifact's time use. And they only have 15 minutes each." The old man then said in excitement, "Who gives a fuck? The junior partners put me in charge. I'm gonna make this fun. This is entertaining. We're running a business and we have viewership, so take a back seat, young lady, and shut your yap." Quentin felt his arms get heavy and noticed that both hands were weighed down with cement blocks. He said out loud, "I'm the wise guy. I'm supposed to do that to you." Art then pulled an 18-inch black stick from behind and showed it to Quentin. Quentin asked Art, "What the fuck is that?" Art then pulled out some gel and poured 1 drop onto the head of the stick. Art the Terrifier started to communicate hand gestures to Quentin. He took his pointer finger with one hand and made a hole with the other, and put the finger through the hole. Then he pointed at Quentin's butt with a smile on his face. Quentin reacted. "You better fucking not! Get away from me, you freak weirdo!" Art pointed at him and started laughing at him mutably. Then he slowly and playfully started to walk behind Quentin, and then tipped him onto his knees. Quentin looked back in fear and saw the look of satisfaction on the Terrifier's face. Art then proceeded to insert the 20-inch dildo into Quentin's ass. "You're not sticking that fucking thing in me, you cocksucking freak weirdo!" Quentin shouted in a shameful tone. "No!" With all of his might, Quentin fought to break free. He started to feel himself get a little loose, but it wasn't enough to break free. Art was already in motion to violate him. Then all of a sudden the clown felt his body be pushed back by two paw-like hands. He fell to the ground. He heard a growl, and when he looked up he saw a canine. It was Aries the husky. Aries had saved Quentin from getting violated, stopping Art in his tracks. Art stood up and made a very irate face at the dog. He quickly pulled out a hot dog bun and poured some mustard onto it and pointed at Aries, as if he was gesturing that he was going to eat him. Quentin was now free from the mud and walked up to Aries and greeted him. "Great to see you, buddy. You saved me from that freak. That bastard was trying to peg me. Anyways, where's my baby girl Harmony?" Aries barked back at him with charisma. Quentin spoke again to Aries. "Let's take this bastard out." They both faced the clown in standoffish postures. Art then ran at the both of them, and about the time he got halfway to them, he disappeared. Aries started barking excessively while looking around. Quentin was also suspicious. He figured that it was likely another one of the clown's tricks, but it wasn't. Quentin looked down at Aries and told him, "Come on, buddy, we have to find the others." Back at the director's headquarters. "Damn it," the old man said. "We ran out of time. I really wanted to see the Terrifier go to work. Guess we'll have to wait for the next hour for another artifact to be released. Who do we have up next, hotcakes?" the old man said to the young lady. The young lady replied, "Well, sir, we have us a heavyweight. It's known for its insatiable craving for human flesh. It's an ancient creature. I don't see how anyone can survive an encounter with it. It goes by the name of the Creeper." Chapter 17. Running with second star Dave Riker in his mouth, the black bear, also Mr. Voorhees, stopped in its tracks and placed Dave down to the ground. The second star spoke to the bear. "You were supposed to let me establish a stronger rapport with the group. I was supposed to gain their trust before you swooped me up. We're running out of time, so now we have to make this perfect, or at least close to it." The bear morphed back into Mr. Voorhees. Then Mr. Voorhees spoke. "Whatever Wolfram and Hart's plans are with this family is none of my concern. My focus is for my boy to get his long-awaited revenge that put him on this horrific path. Everything else is just entertainment for me, and besides, I know this area. I'm not an outsider like you. Once the directors have left, me, my Jason, and my Johnny will deploy ourselves into the other timelines, but we can't do that until Mr. and Mrs. Sully are dead. It's because of them why we are in this situation in the first place." Dave replied, "I understand, Jebediah, but I work for Black Star. We are an organization that was outsourced by Wolfram and Hart and funded by the directors. Believe it or not, Black Star exists to keep the masses of people safe. We have to keep them ignorant of the other realms in order to keep the world going. Now, I don't agree with everything that the directors do, but if killing a small group of people means I can save humanity, then that's just what I'll do. As a devoted Christian, my heart goes out to the people that have to be sacrificed, but the Lord works in mysterious ways, and I put my faith in God Almighty. Even Wolfram and Hart can't beat that." Mr. Voorhees burst out in laughter. "Your Lord and Savior is what's keeping humanity in a bind. My twin brother Elias used to believe in that same nonsense, and it never worked out for him. We live on earth, and your God is the Lord of heaven. Satan is the Lord of the earth and my Lord and Savior. So the actuality is that we are in opposition of each other, but I don't mix business with religion. So for now, we're partners, but once Wolfram and Hart is done doing their work in Crystal Lake, you will be regarded as an enemy, and I may have to kill you if we were to cross paths again. Second Star replied, well, I'm not much of a fan of your practices and the way you do things either. I'm a shadow contractor who was sworn into secrecy to protect humanity against the Ancient Ones by the Black Star Covenant. The Covenant may want me to take you out at some point in time. After all, I am a Highlander. We're almost immortal. So if that's how you feel and think that's what you want to do, then pack a lunch, brother, because nothing comes easy with combating me. Jebediah responded in amusement. Oh, Highlander, huh? I've once encountered a Highlander in my younger years before Jason was born. I'm aware that only way to kill a Highlander is to chop off their head. Anything else will just, temporarily slow them down? But when that day comes, be ready, because time doesn't wait up for anyone, not even a semi-immortal. There was a brief pause in the conversation. That's interesting that you're aware of that, said Second Star Riker. If you want to fight to the death when this is over, I'm open to the idea and welcome sending you to the afterlife. But for now, we have a duty to the directors to eliminate the Sully family. And I know, besides Jason, you want that to happen the most. So let's finish this. I'll find the family and persuade them to trust me and fake protect them from you in bear form. Let's get to work and put some clothes on. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Got my gat on the side with nothing to hide. Over here in the woods, stuck here with some peckerwoods. Ezra. Will you shut the hell up, man? No one wants to hear that shit right now. Kelvin got offended. What the fuck? Last time I checked, nobody here has a plan to get the fuck out of this shithole forest. I'm the only one here that's willing to fight that bear. If y'all want to sit around and wait for your uncle to save you, then by all means go and get yourselves killed. But me, I got shit I gotta do back home. I got money and bitches waiting on me in the hood. I got some Latinas willing to do something strange for a piece of change, if you know what I mean. So fuck off, you little beta chump. Carly spoke up. I agree with Kelvin. Like, what are we doing? We're just sitting around like we're in some badly written horror story. As if the writer doesn't know where to take the story next. We need to make a detailed plan to get the fuck out of Crystal Lake. Floyd put his 2 cents into the conversation. I actually saw a cabin a mile away from here when we were all evading that bear. We should take cover there. As of right now, that's our best shot at making it out of here alive, and unless anyone has a better plan, Fiona replied. Let's fucking do it. So tired of this place. Then Cassandra uttered a statement at Fiona. I'm all for taking cover. It makes sense, but what about Grandma and Grandpa and everyone else? We can't just leave them. Fiona. The hell we can. We get out of here. We can always come back with the police. Who knows? I hate to say it, but they can all be dead by now. That bear was ferocious. We need to get help first. That makes the most sense. Cassandra agreed. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's leave now. Floyd, what direction? Floyd pointed with enthusiasm. This way. Ezra spoke to everyone. Let's go, everyone. We're leaving now. We don't have time to banter and argue. Ezra continued. Floyd, lead the way. Kelvin, check the rifle to see how much ammo we have. Cassandra, Carly, Fiona, stay behind us. Fiona interrupted. Excuse me, Floyd, but I'm older than you. You should be following my lead. Ezra. Come on, Fiona, not the time or place for a debate. I know you're an independent woman, but I'm only looking out for your safety. I mean that, sis. I love you. Now let's go. Fiona said nothing and slightly nodded her head in agreement, then started to walk in the direction of finding the cabin. Kelvin walked up to Cassandra and started talking to her. So what brings such a fine-ass, melanated sister up here to Crystal Lake? Floyd said. Cassandra. I originally didn't want to come to the reunion this year. I actually had plans on going to the studio to make music. Music? I'm a musician too. You know, I rap, Cassandra replied with a little chuckle. Yeah, I heard. You can use some work. Kelvin then said with some humbleness in his voice. You're right. I can use some work. We should do a song together. It'll help me get better with my rhythms. And I would love to have a Little chocolate honey on my side when I make it famous. Our babies would be so beautiful," Cassandra responded in amusement. "Not so fast, Vanilla Wafer. We still need to make it out of here alive. Then we can take it from there, you feel me?" Kelvin replied. "I feel you. I won't let anything happen to you. I think if we can make it out of here in one piece, we could do big things. We can collaborate. You and me with our music careers. We can get our swirl on, baby." Cassandra. "We'll see." Everyone was still walking in the direction of the cabin. At least they thought that they were. Carly complained. "We've been walking for almost an hour and we haven't ran into any cabin." Floyd. "So what do you call this then?" They found the cabin. No, it was actually a 2-story house. Most of the blue and white paint on the house was faded and peeled off, but the house was still in good condition. Ezra spoke up. "Let's check it out." They all walked up to the cabin. Floyd grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it. It was locked. Kelvin stood in the middle of the group with the rifle in ready-to-shoot mode. He spoke with the gun cocked in both hands. "I got about 23 bullets in this motherfucker. Anything I find to be threatening is gonna get it." Fiona spoke up. "Can someone open the door? We're still sitting ducks out here." Carly intervened. "Let me try. I picked up a little skill when I went 1 month in juvie." She unlocked the door with a little trinket she had from her pocket. Then the door popped open. Inside the house of the first floor was a couch, an old television, a film projector that had a red stain on it, and some old empty beer cans. "Look, a radio," Floyd said with enthusiasm. He clicked on the play button, but no sound came out. He checked the back of it and saw that there were no batteries in it, so he opened one of the drawers and saw the AA batteries that he needed. He put the batteries inside the radio and pushed play. A song was now playing. It was "Lion, Love is a Lie." Everyone else turned around with intrigue. Ezra suggested to Floyd. "You should turn that down. We don't want to draw unwanted attention towards us," Floyd said. "Loosen up. We're already in a crappy situation. Don't be a downer, Ezra." Carly started dancing with Floyd. Floyd thought to himself, "Hell yeah, I'm digging this." About 50 feet away outside of the cabin, he waited. The White Pine slaughterer, Johnny, had found the group he was looking for. With his tomahawk blade in his right hand and bladed chain in his left hand, the firefighting mask-wearing killer waited in the mist. He spoke. "For Daddy." Chapter 18. Inside the house, the group stood around with the song "Love is a Lie" playing in the background. Floyd and Carly were still dancing. They didn't really seem bothered by the current circumstances. Ezra just shook his head in disbelief to how they could be so lackadaisical in the moment. In a way, he was a bit envious. After all, back in his hometown, he was the valedictorian of his graduating class. The school staff was less lenient and more strict on him because of his status. Naturally, he was a leader, because he cared. He only wished that people had the same ambition as he did. It crossed his mind to where the rest of the people from the family reunion could have gone. It was 20-something people just missing. How did they just disappear without a trace? That's one of the things he wanted to figure out. Someone was knocking on the front door. Everyone was downstairs in the house. Carly and Floyd stopped dancing, and Floyd turned off the radio. Kelvin picked up the rifle and aimed it at the door. Cassandra whispered to Ezra, "Go see who it is. We have your back. Pretty sure bears don't knock on doors." Ezra hesitated and didn't look eager to go to the door, but he went anyway. Fiona said, "I'll be right behind you." Luckily, there was a peephole in the door. Ezra looked through it, and what he saw was... "You're still alive?" Ezra muttered out loud and quickly opened the door, which caused Kelvin to jump defensively. When the door opened and everyone saw the individual standing outside of the door, a sign of relief came to the group. "Dave!" Ezra shouted with optimism. "Come in, hurry!" Ezra locked the door and Dave walked into the kitchen where everyone was waiting. He was breathing heavily, so he waited about a minute to catch his breath and then spoke. "I'm surprised too. I thought I was a goner when that bear snatched me up, but lucky I had some bear spray on me and pulled it out just in time to douse it right in the eyes for it to let me go. I found it earlier while I was walking in the woods when it was raining."
I don't know where it came from, but I'm glad it was there. I unfortunately have some bad news. I found 2 mangled bodies back at Clearwater. It looked like the bear ate 2 of your family members. Vienna spoke in a disappointed tone. Yeah, the bear attacked us while we were all in the cabins. It must have gotten them when we ran away. And we still have so many people unaccounted for. I hate this place. Dave replied. My condolences to y'all, but that's why it's my duty to get y'all out of here alive. Trust in me and I'll lead the way. Carly, in an annoyed tone, spoke to Dave. We trusted you to protect us the last time, and that bear snatched you up like you were Cinderella, and somehow you're still alive, with not even a scratch on you? You're fucking shady. How do we know that you're not behind all of this? Kelvin spoke. You're damn right, Carly, that's a legit point. What the fuck is this country-ass Texas guy doing in the state of New Jersey in the wintertime? There's some funny shit going on for real. The rest of the group started to become a bit suspicious of Riker. Carly's statements were making a lot of sense. Ezra thought to himself, maybe she's not as simple-minded as she comes off. Riker tried to calm the group down. The group still had no idea of the Voorhees' brother and their father. He continued, All right, I have a small confession of speculation I want to make. It's just a theory, but I think we may be dealing with a stalker who possibly could be a serial killer. I don't know the extent that he or she may be a threat to us, but just be on guard. Fiona stressed. Great, a possible serial killer that we're dealing with. Could it get any worse? Floyd replied. Well, I guess flesh-eating zombies would be worse. Sorry. Cassandra looked at Floyd with annoyance while shaking her head. Shut up. Second Star Riker took the lead of the conversation. For now, our best option is to stay in this house until I can get in contact with the authorities. My comm isn't working, so I guess we're out of luck for now, but at least we have shelter. Ezra reminded Riker. We still have one of the radios. It works, and I was able to get in touch with my uncle a few hours ago. I have no idea where he is. I hope he's all right. That's great news. What's your uncle's name? I need to know so if we get help I can know the details. Ezra continued. His name is Quentin Esposito, and technically he's a friend of the family, not like blood kin, but we still treat him like a relative. Carly interrupted. Okay, that's enough information sharing with this guy. I officially don't trust this Texan. He's off and full of shit. Second Star Riker had a small grin on his face. He was slightly impressed of how accurate Carly was with her suspicions of him. He spoke. All right, that's your right to be suspicious of me. I'll deal with it. Carly replied. No, that's my instincts telling me that. Women's intuition don't lie, so you can fuck off. Kelvin decided to follow up on Carly's verbal assault. Women's intuition ain't shit. They can't even pick the right man. But anyways, you're right, Carly. This guy is kind of strange. But I guess for now we have to work with him until we can get in a better position. Riker grabbed the rifle out of Kelvin's hands and quickly walked over to one of the windows and peeped his head out to see where the roar was coming from. It was back. The black bear was on the side of the house. Not this time, Second Star Riker said out loud, and then he told the group, I'm going upstairs. Fiona asked, For what? To get the high ground. I don't intend on letting this beast break down that door again. Cassandra replied, How do we know that the bear broke through the front door the first time? Carly, exactly my point. When Second Star Dave Elvis Riker got upstairs, he went to the room that was closest to the bear. He opened one of the windows and pointed the rifle in ready position at the beast's torso. He shot at the bear once and hit it on the shoulder, landing his shot and wounding the bear. It didn't cripple the bear, but it definitely gained its attention. The bear roared in frustration at the agent. The bear ran around the front door and tried to break it, but the door was thicker than the door at the cabin. Riker came charging down the stairs. Right away, he saw a mail slot in the door and stuck the barrel of the gun through it and shot the bear again. The bear growled in anger as it quickly jogged away from the door. Then it ran into the woods and disappeared. Riker had fought off the bear in front of the group. He rushed back downstairs, and Floyd said with an exciting expression, Whoa! That was incredible. You scared it off. Maybe we do have a chance of making it out of here. Ezra spoke. Yeah, if we don't have to deal with a serial killer. But so far, we're doing better. Riker interjected. Y'all trust me now? I know what I'm doing. I'm from Texas. I know how to deal with apex predators. As long as I have the right tools, I can always put up a fight. Carly asked, What's that? She pointed at a chain around Riker's neck. Riker answered, A good luck charm. You know we all need some luck in our lives, and besides, it did just work. Riker pulled the necklace out from his undershirt and showed them. Cassandra reacted. Aren't you supposed to be a Christian? Why are you wearing an ankh instead of a cross? That's suspicious. Kelvin. That is an ankh. What you trying to be, Egyptian, white boy? What the heck was that? Riker said, surprised. Everyone was standing around the living room. What they saw that came through the broken window was a head. It looked like a disfigured head of a person. Oh my God, gasped Fiona. Is that a human head? The group stared at it in awe. You could feel the mood change in the room. No longer did their biggest problem come from the bear. Cassandra, grossed out by the severed head, vomited on the floor. Carly spoke. What maniac would do such a thing? Kelvin burst out with his own statement. Must have been that creepy serial killer you were talking about before, Riker. Do you think it's actually that Jason Voorhees guy? Ezra replied. You mean that guy we talked about yesterday before the dodgeball game? Yeah, that fucking guy. It's adding up. I didn't think he was real at first, but it's making a lot more sense now. Floyd interrupted. Does it really matter at this point? We are all in deep shit. I mean, first the bear and now this? What the fuck are we expected to do right now? This shit is crazy. Let's just move to somewhere else. Riker spoke up. I wouldn't recommend that. It's way too dangerous out there right now, and whoever is out there... Riker stopped in mid-sentence. The door was now completely broken open. They were exposed and vulnerable. Walking slowly through the door was a large, bulky man with a tomahawk blade in one hand and a bladed chain in the other. It was Johnny Voorhees, the White Pine Slaughterer. He was here to inflict the pain in a violent nature. He threw his tomahawk blade at the face of Second Star Riker. Riker spun and evaded the blade. It had barely missed him and had landed in the wall. The girls ran away to the other side along with Floyd. Ezra and Kelvin were standing next to each other and had started to scramble around looking for weapons to defend themselves against the masked assailant. Kelvin quickly ran to the wall and pulled out the tomahawk blade and held it in his hand, waiting for Johnny to get closer. Johnny now charged Second Star Riker, and right away Riker grabbed the rifle and shot Johnny in the head once and chest 2 times. The muscled killer dropped the bladed chain and fell to the ground. Everyone was still shaken up and hadn't let down their guard. Johnny popped up from the floor and quickly picked up his bladed chain and charged after the girls. He swung the chain in the direction of Fiona, Carly, and Cassandra. He got one. He had successfully wrapped the chain around Cassandra's neck, choking her. Riker screamed, "Back up, girls!" He was ready to shoot the White Pine Slaughterer again. But the girls had been too close in range. He could hit one of them by accident. Floyd tried to grab and release the chain, but it was too tight and the killer had an almost unshakable grip on her. Then Kelvin charged at Johnny with the tomahawk knife. He screamed in an angry tone, "Get the fuck off her, you filth!" and swung the blade as hard as he could, landing it on the shoulder of Johnny. Kelvin hacked him 2 more times in the shoulder, causing Johnny to drop the bladed chain in irritation and temporarily back off to regain his wits. Riker shot Johnny 4 more times. But this time Johnny did not fall. He charged at Second Star Riker and landed a colossal punch on him right to the face, throwing a right hook and then landing a left straight to him, dropping him in a daze to the ground, and then lastly stomped him once in the face. Riker was out cold. Johnny turned towards the girls. But before Johnny could get to the girls, Kelvin interrupted him by jumping in the way, blocking Johnny. Kelvin kicked Johnny in the groin with his left foot, then threw a right elbow at the masked man. Johnny hadn't reacted yet. Next, Kelvin grabbed Johnny by his collar, pulled off his firefighter's mask, and started to headbutt him repeatedly. Kelvin must have landed about 6 headbutts on Johnny, and it seemed to have done some damage. This moment reminded Johnny from yesterday when he had killed the fat man named Otis, but this bastard had more resilience. Johnny then grabbed Kelvin by his lower back and started to bear hug him just like he did Ned Finkelstein. Kelvin screamed in agony, "Ah!" but saw a small opening and bit Johnny on the side of his neck, removing a large hunk of flesh. But Johnny still had a grip on him and didn't intend on letting Kelvin go until his back was broken. Then Johnny heard music playing. Cassandra had pushed play to distract the killer. Johnny dropped Kelvin and let his body hit the floor and then slowly started walking in the direction of the girls once again. Floyd charged at Johnny to try to tackle him. His body moved a few inches and then Johnny just picked Floyd up with ease and powerbombed him through the wooden kitchen table, sending Floyd into shock. The music stopped. Kelvin was on the floor and probably crippled or paralyzed. Ezra had been watching the whole time, and Johnny had somehow forgot that he was in the room. Ezra picked up the rifle and shot Johnny in the back with the remaining bullets in the gun. Johnny was close enough to grab Ezra, and when he did, he got a hold of his neck, lifted him in the air, and started choking him. Ezra tried to gasp for air, but the White Pine Slaughterer's grip was too powerful. In a short time, if he didn't get loose, he would be dead. With the girls watching Ezra get choked to death, Kelvin crippled on the floor, Floyd in shock. The girls were vulnerable. Fiona and Carly had grabbed kitchen knives while Cassandra had a large skillet in hers. Johnny saw this as his best opportunity to charge the girls one last time. He started walking with Floyd in his grasp, with one arm, and muttered in an irate voice to the girls, "For Daddy!" That creeped the girls out even more, and right before Johnny could get a hold of any of them, Second Star Riker exploded onto his feet, somehow pulling a sword out, swinging it in the direction of Johnny's neck, and cutting his head off. Right away, Johnny dropped Ezra from his choke. Ezra gasped for air, then coughed excessively. Riker then stabbed Johnny's head with the blade. The girls and Riker now were seeing energy orbs leaving the body of Johnny. They were going into the chest area of Second Star Riker. Johnny was dead, and Second Star Dave Elvis Riker had killed him. This wasn't a part of the assignment, and this would definitely alter things for Wolfram and Hart. Ezra ran over to the 3 girls and hugged them. Riker checked the pulse of Floyd. Then Cassandra walked over to Kelvin and put him in her arms. Kelvin spoke in a very broken and exhausted tone. "Hey, Shoddy, I told you I wasn't going to let anything happen to you. I still want to shoot my shot with you. It ain't over for me," Cassandra said to Kelvin. "Sure thing, my White Knight. I will always be grateful that you saved my life. You're a brave man." Then Cassandra French-kissed Kelvin for a good long moment. And when she was finished, she pulled her head up and realized that Kelvin had passed on to the afterlife. His eyes were closed, and Kelvin Johnson was dead. "You all right?" Riker said to Cassandra. She replied while crying, Just emotionally hurt." Second Star Riker rounded up the rest of the group. "Come on, people, we gotta keep moving. We still have that bear out there." Ezra, Fiona, Cassandra, and Carly all walked towards the door. Riker put the unconscious Floyd onto his shoulders and said to Cassandra, "We'll come back to get Kelvin's body, but first we need to get out of here. Let's go." Riker grabbed his rifle and the remaining group walked out of the cabin. The last person to walk out of the house was Riker. He looked down to the ground and took one last look at the mask of the White Pine Slaughterer. Wolfram and Hart would be surely to punish him for this. He had destroyed their primary artifact and Dr. Helen Kane's ultimate experiment. There was no going back. Watching from a distance inside of the dark woods, Mr. Voorhees, in human form, watched Riker and the group depart from the lake house. He was irate and fed up with Star Riker. Mr. Voorhees said to himself out loud, "You're gonna pay for killing my boy, Riker. The directors can't save you from me. My other boy has successfully killed Mr. and Mrs. Sully. The directors have no idea that Meta-Jason exists, and I intend on keeping it that way. Now we take this to the last phase, the Voorhees way." Back at director's headquarters, lead director Lila Morgan spoke to the old man in person, face to face. "Did we just lose an asset to one of your guys?" she said angrily. "Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened down there, but I can..." Junior partner and lead director Lila Morgan had slit the old man's throat. She looked over at the 30-something-year-old co-worker of the old man and told her, "I'll be taking over from here on out. Don't fail me, young lady, unless you want to end up like your friend here." The young lady replied, "Yes, ma'am." Chapter 19. Faith. "All right, Marcus is unconscious. We're supposed to stop this Jason Voorhees, guys, and I'm soaking wet. Nobody ever mentioned crappy weather to me, but okay. I tried CPR. That didn't work. Maybe I should just give it time. Like, I guess that book is supposed to heal him, so I'll just let the mojo take its course." Faith walked back and forth for a few short feet, trying to figure the best next course of action for her and her unconscious friend. Marcus Duke had shown no sign of coming into awakened consciousness, so Faith kept him laying down on the floor. Seeing Marcus on the floor caused her to reminisce about a time she hid and slept in a freight cart for 2 weeks. It had been the safest place to live for her while living on the streets as a slayer. Not only did she have to be cautious of vampires, demons, and all kinds of night crawlers during the night, but also humans. The dangerous ones, robbers, thieves, murderers, rapists, etc. She had come across them all. It seemed like half of the time the humans were just as evil, if not worse than some demons. To Faith, it seemed as if most evil is there to serve what had created it, but with humans, it was almost always their ego that led to them doing bad deeds. She thought to herself, "Hate that Wolfram and Hart is involved again. I knew that Angel destroyed their law firm in '05, but I guess they still have remnants lingering around. So tired of these people. Like the Watchers Council was annoying enough for me. Sure wouldn't mind having Bee's assistance with this one, but no, Buffy Summers is too good to help out old seasoned veteran slayer Faith Lehane." She spat on the ground once. She started to think out loud. "I need a hot shower and I need to get laid." For a few short minutes she took off her shoes to squeeze out the water from her socks. Her boots were soaked. She let her feet air out for a couple of minutes, then put her socks and shoes back on. "Ah, that's better," she said. She continued analyzing the situation. So according to Marcus, this Kandarian dagger is supposed to kill Jason, or at least slow him down. Reminds me of the Slayer Scythe. Wonder how this dagger would work with me as its overseer. Of course, Wolfram and Hart would want this in their possession, like with everything else. How's a girl supposed to make a living in this crazy world? Faith started to walk back and forth, pondering on what she should do next. From the corner of her eyes, with her enhanced Slayer peripheral vision, she saw a young, scrawny-looking teenage girl with red hair, somewhat close in range. She watched her for a few moments in suspension. She didn't appear to be a threat, but looks can be deceiving. "Hey there, young lady, what brings you into these dangerous woods?" Faith asked. The girl explained to Faith. "Well, I got lost. I was with my family when a wild bear attacked us while we were inside. I haven't seen them ever since. I'm lost. What's your name?" Faith replied with intrigue. "You got a little stutter to you. Aren't you cute? My name's Faith, and your name, girlie?" The girl replied, "Harmony Sully, will you help me? I don't know where my dog Aries has gone. Can you help me find him?" "Maybe, but who the heck is Aries? He's not the god of war, Aries, is he?" Harmony snickered. "No, he's not." Faith. "So I guess you can stick it with me for now, but I have to keep a close eye on you. You could be what you aren't saying what you are. No offense. This is just a crazy situation." Harmony replied, "I understand." And then she asked, "Who's the guy on the floor? Is he hurt?" Faith really didn't want to bother to explain the circumstance, but she did anyways. "That's my friend Marcus. He was in a big fight earlier. He's trying to heal so that we can stop this masked killer whose name is Jason Voorhees. That's who he fought." Who won the fight?" Harmony asked. Faith responded, "Take a guess. My boy's not looking up to par. He could use some medical attention." Harmony looked up to Faith and said, "I think he's dreaming." Faith, "What do you mean? Like he's put into a trance?" Harmony, "That's very possible. I have this thing, well, an ability to heal people. Sometimes it doesn't work, but I can give it a try on your boy." Harmony got in a deep squat and held her hands out, palm down, hovering about a half-foot over the body of Marcus Duke. It was the crack of dawn and still a bit dark outside, but the illuminated light that was glowing out off the hands of Harmony were lighting the forest up to make it look enchanted. What was this pure energy? It had a peaceful ambiance to it. Faith, "Wow, have you always been able to do this?" Harmony, "As far as I can remember, I would say yes." Harmony informed Faith, "If this works, it can take a few hours. It depends on how much darkness that the individual has in their heart." Faith, "Well, I guess if it was me that needed healing, you would likely need all day. Hope he's not too overburdened for you." Harmony. Faith expressed her gratitude towards Harmony. "You are a lifesaver if you're able to heal this guy. And to do it fast would be badass. As for me, he's my homeboy, so I just need to keep an eye on him so that this Jason guy doesn't try to come and finish him off." Harmony continued to try to heal Marcus. Her hands were still hovered over his body. Director's headquarters. Lead director and junior partner Lila Morgan sat in the middle of the room, in her very court judge-looking chair. She commanded to the younger lady, "Give me all perimeters and angles on Faith Lahane. I am familiar with this bitch. She has a tendency to get in Wolf Raymond Hart's way. She helped that Buffy Summers defeat Ubervamps in Sunnydale, California. That was one of many of our apocalypses." The younger lady spoke up. "Ma'am, our records show that this is the same Faith Lahane that is linked to Mayor Wilkins back in '99. Director Lila responded, "Yes, tell me something I don't already know. These artifacts can last up to 15 minutes in duration, right? Deploy the next artifact." The director demanded. "Description, read it to me." The young lady started to read the artifact's profile to the lead director, out loud in the room. "It's a Class B artifact, almost Class A. It's an ancient entity with superior reflexes. It enjoys devouring human flesh." Pacing back and forth still, Faith stopped in place and started to engage the environment more. Something felt different, and she could sense it through the sensorium of her body. Being a slayer required that you paid extra attention to the nuances and subtleties of the smallest changes in the environment and in people's behavior. Though she wasn't very book-smart growing up, she always had a keen sense of when she thought dangerous energy was around. She could even sometimes tell how long her relationships would last, just based on how the person's demeanor towards her came off. She also could usually tell when a guy was into her. That is, if they wanted to be with her, or if they just wanted to sleep with her. Faith sometimes was fine with either. Coming from a broken home with an abusive father and alcoholic mother, she always felt that getting your hopes up always unnecessarily raised the stakes of the situation. She felt that if you kept low expectation when something great happened, it would come as a sign that you were finally blessed. She focuses on the idealistic. That doesn't translate to her being an optimist, but she definitely doesn't consider herself to be a pessimist. Faith tuned into her introverted sensing. Her hypersensory perception was picking up strange energy signatures. She could even smell some pheromone changes in the environment. She made a statement to Harmony. "Hey, Harmony, I know that you're doing your healing thing, and I am grateful for having you here with your ability to use your special powers to help my friend out, but I think we have some incoming company. I'll do my best to keep them away from you and Marcus, but I'm not sure what we're dealing with yet." Harmony continued to try and heal Marcus Duke while he was on the floor. Harmony asked Faith, "You're gonna fight whatever's out there by yourself, Faith?" Faith chuckled. "Hell yeah, I'm a slayer, that is a vampire slayer. I'm not afraid of anything. I have experience, and girls kick ass anyways. Sometimes it's good to let out your inner bitch." Harmony looked a bit confused and asked, "Inner bitch? What does that mean, Faith?" Faith gladly explained it. "You know, like when a guy pisses you off by continuing you asking you for your number even though you told him no multiple times. Kind of like when someone lies to you when you were being the honest one. When people betray you, you must make them feel regret." Harmony thought about it a little harder and said, "I think I get it. It's like when my Uncle Quentin tells me to use my mean streak when he thinks I'm being too nice." Faith replied, "Yeah, precisely. That's exactly it, Harmony. Now it's time for me to go be a bitch. I'm gonna kick some ass." It was now light outside. The morning had come. Faith stood near a large tree where she placed Marcus Duke. She heard flapping wings but saw nothing. She stood still and could hear leaves dropping, but no clue where the flapping wing noise had come from. Faith looked back at Harmony, and what she saw was Harmony pointing her finger in Faith's direction. It was behind her. When Faith looked back, what Faith saw on top of one of the branches, a shadow figure that appeared to be wearing a hat and a weatherly coat. The shadowy figure didn't move an inch. Faith continued to gaze at the not-moving object. She thought to herself, never mind, I'll do that if I'm in a desperate position. Anyways." Faith glanced over at Harmony, and about the time she looked back, wings explodingly shot out of the back of the still not moving coat, hat wearing mysterious figure. Then the mysterious figure moved. It was a he. He moved his finger, pointing it at Faith, and took off his hat and exposed his face out of the shadows. He appeared to be a demon, a sweaty-looking one. "He's definitely creepy," Faith spoke to the creepy figure. "What do you want from us?" she asked. The demon pulled from one of his coat pockets an old license plate with the capital letters spelling Beatngu. Faith. "Be eating you? Oh, one of those types of demons. Gross." Its name was the Creeper, and his objective was to feed on the flesh of the living. The Creeper removed his attire, his hat and coat, and revealed its naked reptilian and humanoid figure to Faith. The creature was muscly defined. Its eyes opened wide and started to sniff the air. It was searching for pheromones, fear pheromones. It got aroused when it became aware that something was afraid of it. "It's a type of energy vampire," Faith proclaimed. "So you gonna come and get me now?" The Creeper screeched at Faith. It sounded like a fusion of a pig and a horse squealing. It flapped its wings and charged at Faith, trying to swoop her off the ground. Faith leapt off the ground and into the air with her super-fast twitch muscle reflexes, and then front-flipped into a counter-strike with her right leg into the center of the back and spine of the Creeper. It yelled as its torso got pressed into the ground. Then Faith, still on the Creeper's back, jumped off onto a large tree branch. The demon's face lay down in the mud. It popped its head up. It was angry. It snarled, then grabbed its hat and put it back onto its head. and suddenly grabbed for a knife, one that appeared to consist mostly of bone. The demon threw the knife towards Faith and struck the branch that she was standing on in half. Faith came falling down off the branch. Faith could sense the danger, but it was too late. She rolled to the ground, breaking her fall, and at the same time felt hands grasp onto her. No, they were feet. The creeper's claws. It had grabbed her by her shoulders. Faith said sarcastically to the creeper, "Oh, you're such a gentleman," while swinging her hips back and forth. Faith generated enough momentum and force to land a kick to the creeper's face. He dropped Faith onto a pile of small stones, causing her to tumble over and twist her leg. Faith gestured to herself. "Okay, that sucked." The creeper eyed Harmony, licking his lips, and glazed its eyes at the unconscious Marcus Duke, and then quickly looked back and stared at the vampire slayer. Faith then went on the offense to attack the creeper. She leaped at the demon with a lead tornado kick, which the creeper caught with both hands. Faith proceeded to do an upside-down kick. It landed. The kick uppercut landed right under the chin of the demon. The demon's body buckled backwards in the air, then it got its composure. It flexed and squeezed its biceps as if it was powering up, then it glided after Faith. The beast was slashing Faith. She felt it, and it hurt. She used her forearms to guard against the creeper's attacks. It was cutting into her with its sharp knife-like claws. "Ah!" Faith gasped. It then grabbed Faith's ankles with its clawed feet. It started to hook punch to Faith's body while pinning her down to the ground. It was preventing her from getting up, and it was also stretching her legs wide open. She was in a vulnerable spot. Faith suddenly threw her fingers as a power jab into the eyes of the creeper. It squealed. In response, she had successfully damaged and poked out one of the eyes of the creeper. In a frustrated rage, while still pinning Faith down to the ground, the creeper pulled out the knife that it had before, the skeleton knife, and stabbed Faith in the shoulder with it, and licked the blood off the knife. It expressed a reaction of satisfaction and arousal. Faith went to swing a punch at the creeper and missed. The creeper countered with a bite to the other non-brushed shoulder. Faith replied, "Okay, you're officially an asshole." The demon rose its hand up for a moment and for another attack, and then wham! It felt a cold, stiff, blunt force object collide with its face. It was a rock, a large one. It had been thrown by Harmony, the dodgeball champion. The thing was now irate and was trying to charge at Harmony with Faith in its grasp. The demon pulled out its skeleton knife once again and went to stab Faith in the heart with it. But with the remaining strength that she could muster, Faith grabbed for a knife of her own, not only blocking the creeper's knife, but also breaking the skeleton knife onto the Kandarian dagger that was in her hands. The creeper looked down surprised to see his sacred knife shattered. It felt a sharp, cold single penetration going into its body. The heart, the demon thought to itself, "No!" It expressed to itself. Faith had stabbed the creeper in the heart with the Kandarian dagger. It screeched in a frustrated tone. It had been defeated, and it knew that it was out of time. It released Faith from its grip and stared at her until its body started the process of re-cocooning itself into hibernation. It whispered, Then it closed its eyes and folded inside of its cocoon, then dissipated. Faith tried to stand up on her feet, but collapsed to the ground. Harmony ran over to her. She stood in front of Faith and told her, "You are so cool. You're right, girls do rock." Faith smiled back at Harmony. "That's right. Now, girlie, if you don't mind using your powers to help me heal up, I need to be 5 by 5 again." Harmony said, "Sure." She started using her powers, and after a few minutes, Faith's wounds were starting to heal. "Wow, this is great," Faith said. "I already feel much better. Now we just need Sleeping Prince over there to wake up." Faith next stood up and said, "As long as you're able to do your healing thing, we have a good chance at getting far today. Now that we got that out of the way, that demon was creepy, so I expect next time for Wolf Raymondheart to bring something even more grimmier coming our way. Likely later on throughout the day. By no means is this over." Faith postulated. Harmony asked, "What do you mean, Faith, that this isn't over?" Faith then replied, "Remember when we talked about being a bitch to dishonest people?" Harmony replied, "Yeah?" Faith then said, "Well, this is the time to be one. So put your bitch face on, we're at war, and now it's time to play dirty. To play like a dirty bitch. Girls rock and girls kick ass too. Don't you ever forget that." Harmony smiled with confidence. "Yes, I won't." Director's headquarters. "Did you get all of that?" Lead Director Morgan asked the younger lady. Miss Acker, Lila continued, "I want a full diagram of the altercation. Faith Lehane, I think I understand her weakness. You know, in 2003, the First wasn't able to overtake her mind the way that we wanted it to. I must be better at realizing her Achilles heel." Miss Acker replied with enthusiasm, "Yes, ma'am, I'll have full dissertation on your desk within the next coming hour. I'm aware that we have access to one more artifact for the day. If we use one past that limit, the senior partners may get angry and want collateral in exchange." Director Morgan looked inside the soft brown eyes of Miss Ackers and reminded her who was the boss. "Collateral as in your life? If you were to fell me, you would have no concern of the senior partners. They are of my concern. Should I start looking for your replacement, Miss Acker?" Miss Acker replied, "Not necessary, ma'am. I'll get to that report." She left the room and entered an elevator and went down the elevator shaft. She thought to herself, "I always thought my experiments were more accurate and safer for the crew, but they went with Dr. Kane. Well, doesn't matter now. The ritual continues." "Rise, my warrior, rise," said the voice of Tina Shepard. "Always remember to enjoy the little things in life, Marcus," was the voice of Mr. Brixton. Then he felt a kiss on his cheek, with the taste of Snicker bars in his mouth. "Christina!" Marcus shouted out loud while waking up and standing to his feet. "Hey, M. Duke. That's the first thing you say, coming back into consciousness, Marcus?" "Whatever works," Faith said. Marcus then spoke. "Who the hell are you?" The other female replied, "Harmony, and you're welcome." End of Act 2. To be continued. Okay, Slashaholics, this concludes Act 2 of Curse of the Jersey Devil, a Jason Voorhees story by Rashad M. Moore. That last bit there, very chaotic, a lot of stuff going down there. Johnny Voorhees is dead, and a violent nature has been taken off the board, as it were. Riker's up to something, definitely thinking about going rogue and taking a bunch of power for himself. I don't know what the senior partners will think of that, but I guess we'll find out. And looks like Faith and Harmony just kicked the shit out of the creeper. Didn't see that coming, but that definitely happened. A lot of stuff going down. I cannot believe Act 2 is already over. Rashad said it's going to be a little bit before Act 3 and 4 come out. He's going to work on an original novel, I believe, in the meantime, so I will probably be narrating that one as well. But yeah, let Rashad know what you thought of tonight's upload and Act 2 as a whole. I'll be uploading Act 1 and Act 2 together as one cohesive narration very soon, so be on the lookout for that. I'm curious to see how things are going to go down when Marcus, Faith, and Harmony take on Jason. You know, I feel like it's going to get a lot bloodier from here on out. But yeah. I'll be back very soon with more Slasher Mayhem here on the channel. And until then, this has been your friendly neighborhood 80s Slasher Librarian saying thanks for listening, be excellent to each other, and remember, the sun never sets on those who ride into it. And if you want to support the channel, the best thing you can do is spread the word, click the like button, drop a comment, be sure you're subscribed, click the bell so you always know when new narrations are dropping. If you want to go the extra mile, you can become a Patreon member, a channel member. You can hit our merch store, get a cameo video, buy one of my books on Amazon, or if you just want to do like a one-time tip thank you to the channel, you can do so as a super thanks comment here on YouTube or through PayPal or Cash App. All the information to do any of these things is in the pinned comment and description on every video here on the channel. And like I said before, thank you to Rashad and more for this story. We've got Act 1 and Act 2 done now. If you have any questions for him, I'm sure he would love to answer your questions in the comment section below. So be sure to drop any questions or comments there for the author. We'll see you soon.